Eggy buddy, how are you all doing today? I hope you guys are having a good day so far. I think today's gonna be a weird energy. I don't know why. I'm not as sleepy as I was yesterday, but we'll see. We'll see how it goes. But hopefully everybody's having a good day. Hello, Rocket. Yeah. Maybe my brain is like still asleep. I do not know. Let me go ahead and get the game open. I'm kind of curious as to what's gonna happen, considering it seems like all the Twilights are already dead or already done. I don't really know. I don't really know what to expect. First time this week I got the chance to work on my model. Noise. Yee. At one point, I need to like work on my alt outfits for my model, because I have them in my mind, but like I haven't gotten around to doing that. I forgot to open something. Let me open it real quick. I forgot to open something. I think this is the one thing that I forgot to open. Yeah. Yeah, Maria and Battler are still alive. And all the people that were in the cell are dead. I feel like there should be more people alive, but I don't know. Also, it seems like Annie didn't do a good thing or a good job at protecting, but I mean, I guess she can only do so much being trapped in the fourth wall. Anyway. So there's that. Oh, and also for my VOD channel, I'm sad because one of the heckin' like videos got blocked because of a song that was supposed to be copyright free. And like the copyright information is so weird on it. Let me see. I was playing with the audio because I was looking at the VOD yesterday, and there were some parts that it was like it was kind of fighting with the audio. I don't know. But yeah, it was the heckin' final part for Bayonetta. Got like blocked in all areas. I didn't click load. Oops. Oops. Oopsies. I clicked the wrong button. Hello, Majima! Hello, I clicked the wrong button! I clicked the wrong button! I have to wait for dialogue to show up so that way we can... What did I click? Did I click on episode 1? What episode did I click on? Ah! See, I have one alt outfit hard baked into my model, but the main outfit slot isn't going to be hard baked into her. Oh. Okay, load. There we go. Oopsies. I'll stay for a bit, but I want to catch up on yesterday's VOD later. Understandable. Understandable, psych. I will do my best to have a good stream. So many people are dead right now. But yeah, because yeah, I have quite a few outfit ideas. I just need to draw them, but I also need to like finish up stuff, which I'm working on focusing on that. I finished Sykes sub badges, and so now I just need to work on Bailey's ref sheet, Moki's starting screen, and then Lisa's ref sheet, and then yeah. Fortunately, I work. No! Stop working on the days I stream. No, it's okay. It's okay. That's YouTube. They have fair use and copyright clauses, but companies and others will abuse the copyright. Absolutely. Because the thing was, earlier, it was like, hey, Fly Me to the Moon is copyrighted, but like, you know, it's just gonna have advertisers, and it's like, okay, understandable. And I think the other song had that as a case too, But now today it's just like, no, actually, this is gonna make this video blocked everywhere. And it's like, but before we get into it, I'm gonna complain about how, like, silly the YouTube copyright system is. Because heckin', I go in here, I go onto the channel, right? And then I look at the copyright. And, you know, I see Fly Me to the Moon by Brenda Lee. But then I see metadata is hidden as the content has not been made publicly available by its provider. What does that mean? What does that mean, YouTube? You gonna stream any extra days this week or next week? I don't know, actually. I haven't looked at the days that I can stream outside of Wednesday and Thursday. I've meant to do that earlier, and I completely forgot. But I can check that real quick since we're just standing here with Maria, and she's gonna be like, Adler, why are you staring at me? This isn't my voice. Who is this? Who's the one speaking right now? Let me see. Because I don't know for sure. But maybe Monday. Maybe. Like a short stream on Monday. That would probably be finishing Pizza Tower, if anything. But we'll see. And Beethoven's Ninth Symphony copyrighted on Twitch, and I got my model kit stream. What? Isn't that supposed to be in public domain by like a few years ago? My goodness. My goodness. But yeah, I don't know if I will do a short stream on Monday, but I am able to. So we'll see. We'll see if I want to prioritize doing commissions that day or not. Anyway. I don't know why you're mad, Battler. I don't think that was her voice either. Oh well. Have a good day, Psych. You don't? Everyone was killed by that damn geezer who was saying something crazy about Beatrice's resurrection ceremony or whatever. So by now, 13 people have been offered as sacrifices, and it's already time for Beatrice to revive, right? Sure, that sounds great. I'll find Beatrice too and kill them both. We've survived the ceremony, so we'll receive an invitation to the Golden Land from Beatrice. Over there, all wishes will be granted. If having your family killed is painful, then you just have to resurrect them. That's what I plan to do. I'll revive the really nice real mama and the one that isn't possessed by the Black Witch. So Mama will always be with me. There won't be any more overtime or working on days off. She'll always be with me and think only for me. And she'll always fight against fearsome enemies for my sake. There's something wrong with you. Why are you saying something so incomprehensible in a situation like this? Didn't Kira just tell you, Battler? Didn't she tell you to believe in the witch? This is no time to get in an argument with you over something like this. Now there are no hostages or anything. Anyone left alive. This weird ceremony game is already over. Let me do what I want now. Someone might still be alive, or someone might be hiding. I'll search everywhere, find them, and beat the heck out of them. In a rage, Battler grabbed his hat stand spear and flew out of the room. Maria watched him go, looking bored. Even though Beatrice will grant our wishes soon anyway. Stupid Battler. Yeah, it's technically in public domain, but apparently Twitch doesn't understand how copyright... Oh gosh. Sad. I'm still sad that, like, so far the only things that have gotten muted, I think... Yeah, were like a few of the streams that had Higurashi because of like one specific track. At that time, the phone rang out again. Maria stood up and grabbed the receiver. Hello? Of course, the sound of the phone also reached Battler's ears as he was about to dash out of the house. With a violent forcefulness, he turned around and dashed into the cousin room. Maria! Who was the phone call from? With a terrifying look on his face, Battler yelled at Maria, who was on the phone. You couldn't blame him. Right now, the only humans left alive on this island were himself, Maria, Goda, and Kumasawa. But there was no way those two could call after being locked up in the gardening storehouse, which meant there was only one person left. It had to be Kinzo. After continuing her pleasant chat with the person on the other end of the phone for a while, Maria slowly turned to face Battler. Then, with an unsettling expression on her face, she laughed. This would be my second muted VOD. The first would be the Death Stranding stream that song played in. Oh yeah, I feel like I heard like there's quite a few songs on Death Stranding that like get bonked. At least I think so. I don't know. It felt almost as though the person on the other end of the line was chatting about Battler. Maria, who's on the phone? Grandfather? Battler couldn't imagine that that was the case. After all, it was inconceivable that Maria would talk intimately with Kinzo, and that she would be chatting about Battler with that eerie smile on her face. So just what kind of person could be on the phone? Who could make Maria chat with a smile like that? At that time, in the back of his mind, the words Kirea had spoken to him drifted up. Snap, crackle, pop. Hello, Mal, how you doing? We just started. If a witch does appear, there's no need to doubt it. Just believe that it exists.
Yeah, Ballard just came back. He sure is jumpy.
Maria, who is on the phone? Who?
Hand it over? Sure. Here, Battler.
After getting the consent of the person on the other end, she held the receiver out to Battler.
Here.
Maria held the receiver out for him to take, as though it was perfectly normal. Battler hesitated just a little bit before taking the receiver. After all, by accepting the existence of the person on the other end, he'd have no choice but to acknowledge them. As Kirea said, there is no longer any need to doubt that they exist. Battler took the receiver. As he did, Maria briskly left the room. Battler, who was a bit scared to find out for sure who was on the other end of the receiver, questioned Maria before taking the call. Hey, where are you going?
To where my test is. I wonder who the next Ushinomiya family head will be, Battler or me.
Don't go! You'll be killed!
I won't be killed. The ceremony's already over. And even if I'm killed, I'll be revived. Whether one of us makes the head or not, I've already been invited to the Golden Land. See ya.
I feel like my voice for Maria is off today, but that's okay. It's close enough. Made 6 trips upstairs, and all 6 times I forgot to grab my lunchbox. Oh no! Sometimes I do that. It's like I'll get my food ready, and then I'll be like, oh right, I keep forgetting to grab my gamer subs cup. Wait, Maria! Battler stretched his hand out to Maria's back as she left, but the cord of the receiver that he was gripping stopped him, just like a chain. He readied himself. Battler put the receiver to his ear. Hello? Oh no, I didn't silence my phone.
Congratulations!
And I'm fine. And you? This is different. Screwed up, mocking English filled his ears. It was the voice of a woman he didn't know. Who was it? Sorry, I'm just like listening to this music so intently. Hey Mal, really quick, is this specific track on Spotify? I need to know. Unprofessional behavior by customs, you owe us all. What? Thank you for the letter card, G-Bean. Who was it? The inside of his head was starting to freeze up. Who was it? What do you mean? Who is it, Ushinomiya Butler? Normally you'd answer, yes, I'm fine, right? That takes me back. You do that one in middle school, right? That thing you do in pairs. You're insane. Who are you? Answer me! Say it in English! Isn't that your specialty? Don't with me. Who are you? An underling of that damn geezer? Underling is a mean way to say it, is it not? At least say prisoner. And Kinzo is my prisoner, right? The last laugh didn't sound like it was aimed at Battler. It was almost as though Kinzo was right next to the phone, cackling as well. Say your name. Who are you? Who? Guess right, and you can win a free trip to Hawaii. Finally! It was so long. The days leading up to today were really long. I seriously waited 1,000 years for today, get it? I owe it to you, my big resurrection. Thank you, Kinzo. Just for you, I'll lend an ear to that last I'll take that move back of yours. My, aren't you getting a tad too excited? Couldn't you act a bit more ladylike? Kinzo and Beatrice sat facing each other over the chessboard on the reception table. There was expensive cheese and snacks to go with drinks, and there were several empty wine bottles lined up. As Beatrice rolled around on the sofa in an unseemly way, she happily held a wine glass in one hand and was probably completely drunk. I'm in the best mood today, so here's a huge bonus for you. Hey, Kinzo, don't use Chateau Petrus as a decoration. It's from 1947, right? If you don't open it today, just when do you plan on opening it? Let's drown ourselves in it and play. Let's whack each other with the empty bottles. How amusing. You're too excited, and you're letting loose too much. And what about you, Kinzo? Aren't you happy to be reunited with me? Ah, it's the living world, the earthly world. Long live my flesh. My goodness. Oh gosh, Rocket, that's a nice roll. 19. What are you going on about? Are you saying that you're Beatrice or something? Yes, I am. Thanks to Kinzo's 13-person murder ceremony, I've finally been resurrected. It's nice having a mouth. It's nice having a tongue. How fun it is to be able to talk to you like this. Come to think of it, even though we slapped each other with abuse so many times over and over again, this is the first time we've had a conversation like this on the board during the game, isn't it? How very fresh. Oh, did you hear that pop sound just now? He opened it. He seriously opened the Chateau Petrus. Did you know how much a single bottle costs? Almost as much as a whole 10-kilogram ingot, you see? Cut the crap. Beatrice? The Golden Witch, you say? Give it a rest. Where are you? Is that damn geezer with you too? I'll beat the heck out of the both of you. Where are you now? Answer me. Oh, I've had soup. Oh, you want to meet me? It's tough being such a popular woman, but please, don't try to chat me up when Kinzo's around, okay? This guy gets seriously jealous. He has a bad temper, you see. But when Kinzo isn't around and we're all alone, I'll love you all you want in secret, okay? Man, I love voicing Beatrice. You're insane. Kinzo, I've changed my mind. I won't do Maria's test. You go. How fickle. So, are you saying you'll do Battler's test? Nothing wrong with that, right? That guy's so much like a younger you that it makes my heart ache. Don't worry, I won't cheat on you. This'll be the only time I'll be alone with him. I am always alone with you in bed, right? What? But no more tying me to the bed with a collar, okay? What? Well then, Battler, I, the Golden Witch Beatrice, will be conducting your test myself. As for the place, yes, let's make it to the front entrance to this mansion. Battler, make sure you try seriously hard in this test to become the successor, okay? I mean, Kinzo's practically dead on his feet. If you become his successor, you'll be the new owner of everything on this island. If it's you, I wouldn't mind becoming all yours, see? Rule over me just like Kinzo did, Kay? Yes, the song is on Spotify called Happy Maria. Okay, I will put that down because I need to hear this without all the wind and me talking over it. And maybe have it replace Good King Mogul Mog for my Elor. Let me see. Happy Maria. Okay. Whoops, that was not in my personal chat. Whoops. There we go. Okay. It's nice having all that stuff, so your first meal is going to be knuckle sandwich. Beatrice, I didn't know you were into that. I mean, I think we knew that she was into kind of some spicy stuff. the front entrance of the mansion? Perfect. You drunk bastard. I'll sober you up. I'll fix that hangover with a burning punch. Prepare yourself. Battler impulsively slammed the receiver down. There is no need to talk through it anymore. I'll meet her face to face and settle this. I took the spear I'd made from the hat stand and went outside without even an umbrella. It's hard to imagine that a young woman calling herself Beatrice is waiting for me alone. I should probably assume that, as Goto-san and the rest said, she'll be waiting with supporting troops. Going alone is too reckless. Goto-san, Kumasawa-san, it's me, Battler. I headed for the gardening storehouse first. I need all the help I can get. Goto-san is big, so I can probably count on him for some firepower. Kumasawa's knowledge and familiarity with the terrain as a senior servant might become a huge weapon. Both of them have master keys, so they know more about the mansion than I do. They'll be pretty reliable allies. I don't know if they're alive. As I banged on the shutter and called out for them to open it, I remembered that there was nothing they could do from the inside. I would have to get the key back from them before opening the door. I rounded the corner, knocked on the small latticed window there, and opened it. Goto-san, Kumasawa Bata. It's Battler. Hey, come on, get up. Hey. The scene in the shed, lit by a dim light bulb, was very strange. Kumasawa-san. From a low ceiling beam hung two thick ropes. Oh! At the ends, Goto-san and Kumasawa-san were hanging by their necks. It was dim and cramped because of the various pieces of equipment strewn about, so I couldn't make out the situation clearly. But when they showed not even a tremor after I called out to them, and because of the way the loops around their necks seemed to carry the full weight of their bodies, I could sense no trace of life from them. You've gotta be kidding me, right? Why? The shutter was still closed, and there was only a single key which had supposedly been given to Goto-san. So how had the culprit opened the shutter and killed both of them inside? No, wait, they weren't necessarily killed. If this is a suicide, that way this closed room makes sense, but I don't know why they would hang themselves and commit suicide. Feebly, I slumped down on the spot. Now the only humans alive on this island are me, Maria, and that damn geezer. No. There's also that insane woman calling herself Beatrice. There's Maria, who had acted like the witch's ally from the beginning, and that geezer, the ringleader who revived the witch, and the witch herself. What the hell? By now, I might as well be the only one on this island. Man, Gretel's not really helping her Oni-chan, is she? Maybe she's waiting for the right thing. Using my pole as a cane, I feebly rose. Damn, I can't do it like this. I've got to avenge everyone. Damn it. It's useless is the way. It's useless, it's all useless. Damn it. Might as well cry while I can, so that my frail emotions will be squeezed out with my tears. Then, I straightened up and gazed into the darkness in the direction of the mansion. At the entrance of the mansion, the witch is waiting. I'll go and settle this. I'll find the source of this weird, insane night and crush her with my own hands. Battler's gonna be like, I'm gonna fist fight you, Beatrice, and Beatrice is like, oh, I love that. Maybe if we strip and kiss my feet. Amidst the pouring rain, I walked through the rose garden without an umbrella, letting myself get soaked. I could see the arbor on the other side. According to Jessica, it seemed that George Anarchy had also been killed. Well, by this point, there's no need to worry about the lives of any hostages. I left the path, aiming for the arbor. Then, I saw George Anarchy's weather-beaten corpse. Anarchy. Damn. The corpse was in front of the arbor. If he had died under the arbor, he might have at least been spared being beaten down upon the rain. In Anarchy's forehead was a gaping hole, as though he'd been shot with a gun. Perhaps because the rain had washed everything away, his face wasn't covered with blood, so he almost looked like he was sleeping. However, his clothes were stained a deep red, and there were still signs that a large amount of blood had flowed out. How happy I'd be if he were sleeping, or else pretending to be dead. But even though the rain sprayed against Anarchy's eyes, they remained open, and the hole in his forehead was no joke, but absolutely real. Man, Beatrice would be into that at this point. The worst thing you could do to her is not beat her up, right? like what would the, like... I was gonna be like, what would the worst thing that he could do to her be? Just... Because you can't degrade someone like that. But you can't praise someone like that. Joke's on you, Battler. I have all of the kings. You can't defeat me. There had been a faint chance that even Goda-san and Kumasawa-san, hanging by their necks in the gardening shed, had been them playing a bad joke, but that naive possibility had been completely denied. But that's the thing, Mal. Kink shaming is her kink. And as I looked at this corpse, I had become completely sure. Just as Goda-san had once said, the enemy had come to take lives like pieces on a chessboard. There's no mistake. It seems that old geezer and the witch really don't view our lives as anything more than that. That damn witch said something over the phone. Something about us being on the game board. Perfect. I see. She thinks this is a game. Then if you killed everyone like it was a game, it's okay if you kill all you like it like it's a game, right? Prepare yourself, Beatrice. You can't degrade someone with a masochistic degrading kink. It's like trying to insult me. Oh no. Right? I guess... Maybe getting a head pat could, like, get her flustered. I don't know. The lightning caused the mansion's vast shadow to rise up. Finally, the mansion. As the massive shape came into view, there was no silhouette of any person. It seemed that there weren't any underlings waiting for me in a pack, or anything like that. According to Kirei-san, there were massive amounts of attendants with goat heads. At least for now, I couldn't sense a large group of them hiding and staring at me. What's this? Beneath the roof of the entrance, there's something set down. What is this? A box? It looked like the kind of small box that girls often keep trinkets in. Or maybe it was the same kind of extravagant cigar case you'd find in a reception room. Yeah, that would work, but make the head pat very soft and color, right? That's what you would have to do. Like, you would go in for a punch and then, like, stop just, like, a little bit away from her and then give her, like, a gentle head pat. I feel like that would fluster her. Either way, it didn't look like something that should be here. Did I read that last line? Maybe it was some kind of extravagant cigar. Yeah, okay. I did. It clearly looked as though I was being told to open it. But for some reason, opening something being offered to me was irritating. However, it didn't look like we'd get anywhere if I didn't open it. Could it be that it's set up with some trap to make it explode when opened? Thinking things like that, forgetting even to come under the overhang, I continued to glare at the box, still beaten down upon by the rain. It's like there's gonna be a cat in there. Then, mixed in with the thunder was some kind of music? It sounded like that. That was the tone of the big clock in the hall announcing 2400. It was also the sound announcing that this insane day, October 4, had finally ended, and that the much more incredibly insane day of October 5th had begun. Wait, did you put your head pat trigger, or did you put your head trigger, because I used pat in the sentence? Yeah. Yep. It, funnily enough, I don't know if it still does that, but I remember when I first set it up, it was heckin', like if people said something that had the word pat in the word, it would still trigger. So like, I think I remember the word like pathetic being like put into the chat, and it would like still pop up with the head pat. Hello. Should I call you Mint or Mitten? Because of the bet that you've lost, I think. That was the case, right? How are you doing today? The sound quieted, and I could hear an eerie laugh coming out of nowhere. I got the feeling that the voice was coming from the heavens, and I looked up at the sky. You're doing good? I'm doing good too. What I saw there was a woman I'd never seen before. No, it's not true that I'd never seen her before. I saw her once today. Okay, so maybe the thing triggers just with pet or pat now. Because I feel like patted would have triggered it, but it did not. Man, the only VTuber who accidentally had pat. Yes. I've tricked you. No, that's not true. It's not true that I've never seen her before. I saw her once today. Her name was Sakina? What? Yes, in the portrait inside the manor. The clothes were different, but that face was just like the witch of the portrait. Okay, so weird, because I know I used to do that, but I guess it's changed. Psychina. maybe I'll have to call Psych that the next time I see it. Like the next time they stream, I can just come into the chat and it's like, hello, Sakina. If I remember, I might forget. Clothes were different, but the face was just like the witch of the portrait. Who am I kidding? I already know who this person is. Are you Beatrice? Yahoy, Patler! From the second floor balcony, leaning out under the umbrella and waving high-spiritedly was, without a doubt, the witch of the portrait, Beatrice. Was the plan for the boss to take a bird's eye view and let the goat underlings torture me to death? I adjusted my grip of the spear. Hello? Scan? Why am I not being scanned? Hello? Trigger fire! Can you do your job? Okay, I've refreshed the thing. It's like the sound happened for the scan. What just happened? I don't... You lost your... There we go. Oh gosh. I was gonna say you lost your founder badge for like a second there. I'm so small. My face has been squished. There we go. Was the plan for the boss to take a bird's eye view and let the goat underlings torture me to death? I adjusted my grip on the spear and, imagining goats creeping out of the nearby shadows in the entrance and surrounding me, I raised my guard in all directions. Eh? Eh? I don't think that's how the shout-out thing works. What's going on? It's gone again? I don't... The founder badge is back, I think. Oh, okay. Huh. The bots are confused. I adjusted my grip on the spear, and imagining goats creeping out of the nearby shadows in the entrance surrounding me, I raised my guard in all directions. Be at ease. There's no one here but you and me, see? No goat furniture, no demon butlers, or teacher, not even the demon who's my close friend. And there's none of the gold butterflies that compose my flesh, no magic circles, and no summoners as witnesses. Do you know what that means? That is true. There's no magic circles for anybody yet. Or at least nobody's really looked, I guess. Am I being denied my badge? Hey, it's back, right? I don't know why it keeps going away. No clue. Nice. I'm just confused on why you had to be a shadow, Min. This means you're a ghost? What? What? I don't want to say it. I'm not feeling cute. So I will not say that I am a cutie. No clue. Quit babbling. Did you read the name? The name though? The and Xephoria said this. Like are you saying that I called you a cutie? Little Mitten the kitten a cutie? Be cute. It is true that I have met you several times even in this world, almost as though we just missed each other. As you know, this world of humans is filled with a toxin just by your existence and your doubting of me. Almost like solid ramparts, strengthening the guard around you, the king. And through multiple games, I have advanced pieces one by one, split them apart and cornered them, leveling your ramparts bit by bit. Then a faint crack finally opened and I sent the bishop in so it could approach right up next to you. But as you know, bishops are pieces with blind spots. As long as you stay on the black squares, a bishop on black can wield a massive influence. But if you escape just one step to a white square, even if I close in right next to you, I will not be able to touch you. That is why I have progressed through this game by sending in various pieces to prevent you from staying on a white square, forcing you out in front of me, the one who controls the black squares next to you. However, there are now holes opened all over your ramparts, and I was able to send in not a bishop, but a full queen. Do you know what kind of piece the queen is? A rook plus bishop? What? Is that? Huh? Is that what you're trying to say? That now, you not only control the black squares that are part of the illusion of the witch, but have been able to eat into the white squares of the human world at will? Oh, that is correct! You have been calling the squares with the gold butterflies that are my minions the illusion of the witch, and you've denied them as unobserved unrealities, right? I know. For that very reason, I have openly descended onto the white squares like this. Do not worry, I'll call plenty of gold butterflies and goats, demons and witches later. If you wish, I'll invite you to the Golden Land. There, any wish can be granted. It's starting to look like someone knocked an ink bottle over the chessboard on this island. I see. A pleasant phrasing. Soon, you will be covered in ink as well. You will finally become covered with black ink and will surely become a black king. You really are pitiful, drowning in a sea of ink right now, aren't you? No, that's wrong. I'll admit that the island has been stained completely black from your ink bottle, but there's still a white square left. Huh? Where? Right under my feet. Your ink of magic tried to cover the entire island, but it can't cover the ground my feet are standing on. Even if this island seems to be stained pitch black at a glance, I am me. I'm here, stepping on a white square. Indefatigable? It's strange. Until a second ago, I was shivering all over. But now that she's appeared openly right before my eyes like this, my terror is actually lessened. Interesting. Ghosts are most terrifying when you can only sense them. When you can see them, if they have a face you can plant your fist into, there's nothing scary about it. I mean, I don't know when a ghost is in front of me in Phasmophobia. However, she definitely isn't an interesting or friendly person. She can kill me instantly by snapping her fingers while rolling around giggling. Whether we interpret the result of her snapping her fingers as magic flying at me or underlings showing up to shoot me, it doesn't matter. Anyway, whether this is fantasy or mystery, that queen is in a position where she can kill me just by snapping her fingers. I see. So does this mean she's the queen of this island, who reigns over both the white and black squares? Well then, it might be amusing to wait until you catch a cold in all that rain, but it's about time to move on to the matter at hand. Can you see the box down there? Your test is inside it. Wait, after all that's happened, I'm not interested in some stupid game about who will become the successor. My game is to take you and that damn geezer, and all of you guys who killed everyone, and smack him with a Gyan punch. How do you keep losing your badge, Rocket? I was gonna hit the hay, so I'll be back later.
Okay, rest well, Mitten.
One of those face crushers. Oh, so you will fly through the air up to my balcony. Very well, very well. Then, look, come on right now. Here, here, up, up. Damn you acting so carefree just because you're in a completely safe place. I'm coming over there right now, so prepare yourself and wait for me. No, the door is locked. Of course the shutters are down for all the windows. My castle isn't so fragile that a single knight like you could break in. I tried opening the door to the entrance anyway, but it really was locked. When I looked down, I noticed that the shutters were closed on the windows after all. Normally those wouldn't be closed. His voice acting, by the way, thank you. I'm getting... God, oh my gosh. I mean... I don't know, because I've been wanting to make the little wiggle emote, like the, I know I have it somewhere. I know someone gifted me a sub to Sky, or, yeah, Sky T. Like, I want an emote like this, but, like, I don't know, maybe... maybe I can make the booty one. But I wanna make the wiggle one first. Looks like you've prepared for everything. Where's the key? Goda-san and Kumasawa-san probably had master keys, but they were in the closed room of the gardening shed. Here, so I don't lose all my badges. Wait, now you have your Prime Gaming. What? Fast and slow. I feel like if I did one, I would maybe do the fast one? I don't know. Wait. No, now the other one is broken. Wait, the other one? I can only give up for now. Damn, guess she's no fool herself. Do you really want to be right beside me so much? All right, if you impressively pass your test, why don't I grant you an audience? If you pass, then you'll become the successor and my new master. My flesh and soul will be yours to do with as you please, for I am no more than the Ushinomiya family's furniture. Well, it looks like you want me to take this test no matter what. Okay, I'll give it a shot. If I pass, my first prize will be to punch you in your face. Scary, scary. But it's not like I mind being controlled by violence, you see. Grab onto my head, make my face twist in pain, tear me apart like a hawk does with its talons to its prey, scratch at me and trample upon me. Yeah, she kinky. She into some weird stuff. Remind me of Kinzo in his younger days once more, that single time in my 1,000-year life. Remind me of that day I was taught the joy of being controlled, surrendering, and being reduced to furniture. You damn trunk. We aren't getting anywhere. Ignoring the stupidly smiling witch, I picked up the box. Yes. Yes! Open it! Inside is a letter. Read it! Super fast. Just having it be super fast. Side eye. Looks at you. I opened it. There was a faint smell of cigarettes. Apparently, it really had originally been a cigar case, but there were no cigarettes or cigars inside. Instead, there was a Western envelope with a one-winged eagle crest, and when I opened that too, there was a letter inside. I looked up at the witch. She was grinning down at me. It seemed she was looking forward to seeing what kind of reaction I'd have to the contents. Damn, just perfect. Its contents were something like this. Among the 3 mentioned below, in order to gain 2, sacrifice 1. 1, your life. 2, blank's life. 3, everyone else's lives. If you do not choose one, all of the above will be lost. What's this? Some pretty creepy stuff's written here. More importantly, the second one's blank, so I don't even know whose life it's supposed to be.
Oh gosh! Ah!
Also, I think, yeah, I was slightly in a weird position, so let me get that fixed. There we go. Okay.
Hello, Lisa. How are you doing?
Scary, scary, scary. That's not a punishment for me. It's my reward.
What? What are you talking about?
Indeed. That second one is where you put the name of the one the test taker loves the most. For Jessica's test, it was Cannon's name, and for George's test, it was Shannon's. Since they had obvious feelings for certain people, those names were written in beforehand, but I don't know whom you have feelings for, so I didn't know whose name to write and left it blank. That's perfect. I love you, Beatrice. I'll stick your name in here. In that case, I'll choose the second choice. Happy now? Hey, quit joking. Hey, please, Battler. Tell me the name of the person you have feelings for. If you don't, then this won't be a test, right? Sorry, I don't have any girl in particular. Even if I did, why the hell would I tell you? I don't know what happened. I don't know. I'm while trying not to know life Limbus Company. I forget. Wait, which game is that? I know it's a phone game, I think. But like, I keep forgetting what it is. In that case, this test will not work for you. What a shame. And I was really wondering what kind of woman was your cup of tea. What would you do if I said I liked flat-chested lollies with long black hair? This is what I would do. This is what I would do to you, Violet. Anyway. I have feelings for you, Beatrice. Limbus Company is the same. Oh, that's not what I was thinking it was. Ooh. Well, almost knocked over stuff. I will have to look into that then. That wouldn't match you at all, right? Lies, you breast so familiar. Blonde and bouncy is best, right? Am I not truly the embodiment of your ideal? Yeah, it's a gotcha game. Oh no, danger. If guessing your bust size is a test to become the successor, I'll take it gladly. Ah, yes, this is the test to choose the successor, wasn't it? It was so fun chatting with you that I've been getting a bit off topic. Then let us begin the test. I will question you to see whether you are qualified to be the successor of the Ushinomiya family headship. Answer with care. She's just like, what are my 3 measurements? Ushinomiya Butler? The witch who'd been joking around like she was drunk until a second ago suddenly regained her dignity. She looked as though she truly had stepped out of the majestic portrait. If you get them right to the exact centimeter, I will give you a kiss, and you will be the ruler of the Ushinomiya family headship. I am the Ushinomiya family alchemist, the golden witch, and the endless witch Beatrice. Do you have the qualifications to inherit the Ushinomiya family and all of my gold? That is what I will test. State your name. Ushinomiya Battler. When faced with a dignity you wouldn't have imagined from her appearance a short while ago, I answered without any hesitation. From that, yes, I see. I can tell why she's worthy of calling herself the true queen of this island. Very well, Ushinomiya Battler. However, for these 6 years you have thrown away that Ushinomiya name, have you not? Why was that? Because I ran out of love for that old bastard. I know. It was because you felt that your father's remarriage disgraced the death of your mother, whom you respected, yes? I see. You have no blood relation to your new mother whatsoever. It's not as though I can understand why you'd be unable to accept that mother. However, no matter whom your father remarried, that wouldn't change the fact that his blood runs in your veins. Correct? What are you trying to say? I can somewhat understand the childishness that led you to restrain your father's remarriage since you wanted him all to yourself. However, was throwing away the Ushinomiya name as a means of resistance against a disgrace to your family and blood? You were born and raised Ushinomiya, were you not? Do you think you had the right to forget that debt and throw away the Ushinomiya name? It's got nothing to do with you. This is between me and Dad. The Ushinomiya name does not belong to you and your father alone. That was your childishness, nothing more than your inability to forgive the fact that your father was stolen away by an unknown woman. Those 6 years during which you threw away the Ushinomiya register was a significant period during which you covered the Ushinomiya family in mud. Know the depths of that sin. Well, sorry I'm so childish. However, even though it occurred around the time of the deaths of your grandparents, you did well to return to the Ushinomiya register. For that, let us give you a chance to purify that sin yourself. Now is the time to compensate for your sin of 6 years ago. Come, try to remember. Remember your own sin. Remember that, confess, and repent. That is the test I shall give you. At that time, a massive thunderclap rang out, making my mind go blank. What do you mean, repent? Are you trying to tell me to apologize? The test has already begun. You may think as you wish. The witch's expression did not look like a person forcing tough questions on someone and sneering at them. She was asking seriously, and he could even sense a quiet determination. Even though the rain fell on Butler, he did not shift his eyes from that gaze. Sorry, Beatrice, you aren't Wolfwood. I ain't confessing anything. Oh no. The witch threw her umbrella away. She abandoned herself to the falling rain, so that the rain would fall on her until Battler answered that question. She had chosen to let the rain fall on her as well until he reached an answer. For some reason, Battler understood that, and yet he didn't understand. Well, if you put it that way, I do think I was being childish. All things considered, even Daddy getting remarried didn't cancel out the debt I owed for him raising me. I hear that Dad always kept on paying for my living expenses, and that he even said he wanted to participate in school events. The only reason he couldn't come was because I told Grandpa and Grandma not to let him come, no matter what. It's true that I can't argue back if you want to call that my childish resistance, but, you know, in that case, who would clear away Mom's Ushinomiya Asuna's regrets? Even though Mom was so devoted to her family and did the very best she could. Despite that, Dad was cheating with Kirei-san. He even got her pregnant with Anji, and then, along with her birth, he rushed to move them into his register. If that wasn't a betrayal of Mom, then what was it? Who will clear up Mom's regrets? But you're saying it's also right. Even though the cheating was a fact, the debt I owed for being raised was real too. It was not Beatrice saying that. In that case, they cancel each other out, so there's absolutely nothing wrong with me leaving the family, is there? That's right, I had the right, no, the duty to smack Dad in Mom's place, didn't I? But I didn't do that. I left without saying anything, as though I hadn't been there in the first place. And Dad forgot all about me and started a new family with Kirei-san and Anji. Doesn't that settle everything? Limbus takes place in the same setting and is technically the next game canonically, but so far it doesn't seem that you need past game info to play it, but there are nods for people that have. Oh, okay. Okay. That's good. I think I might look into it. But since then, 6 years have passed. Time healed the anger. Kirei-san understood my anger, and even so, she tried to interact with me, even if it meant tearing her heart apart. Anji didn't know anything about the situation, and even though I lived in a separate house, she was raised believing that I was her real big brother, and loved me as if it were true. Dad casually said to come home anytime I wanted. It started to feel more and more ridiculous. I thought it was about time for me to cool my head as well, so I said I'd put it all behind me as long as Dad apologized. Then came the day of Grandpa's funeral. Then he really did put his hands on the floor and apologize. Looking unbelievably pathetic. Dad did that and seriously bowed his head to me, you see? When I saw that, pardon me, it felt like it'd be stupid to keep it up any longer. I'm sure Mom thought the same thing. Every time Dad and I fought, Mom would always laugh and mediate for us. Oh, you were fighting over something that silly? Is what she'd say. I could feel Mom saying that and laughing. So, though I can't actually say I'd forgive him, I thought it might be okay to start over again from square one. So I decided to wind everything back to how it was 6 years ago. Then I returned to the Ushinomiya family register. I'd also cried, raged, and worried for the whole 6 years. It might have been the same for Dad, and for my dead mom. Maybe even for Kirei-san and Anji. So we went back to square one, and I returned to being Ushinomiya Battler. That's my immediate family's problem, and has nothing to do with the Ushinomiya family. You have no right to judge that as a sin, and I have no obligation to show repentance to you. If there was anyone I should have done that for, you've already killed them. So I won't apologize for anything. I won't repent. That's my answer for this test.
Did he win? Did he do the test correctly?
Is that all? What? Part of me had fully responded to her provocation, and I'd supposedly vented out all the stuff that I kept inside my chest, stuff I hadn't wanted to show anyone. That was what the witch had supposedly been expecting, and yet the witch's blank expression didn't change in the slightest. I'd been sure that she started cackling and guffawing, sneering at my childish, foolish, and shameful past, but to the contrary, I could feel a sense of disgust about her, something you could almost call disappointment. What do you mean, is that all? I've exposed everything about me, right? What more could you want? That still isn't enough to clear away your sins. Clear away? What the hell? Are you asking me to prostrate myself right here and apologize like Dad did? That's not it. I have no interest in matters concerning your immediate family or your home. Where are we? Rokenjima, the main residence of the Ushinomiya head family. Isn't there a sin you ought to remember fitting for this place? Are you saying I have another sin? Remember, Ushinomiya Battler, not being able to remember that is your sin. For that reason, I shall forgive you. If you can remember it, I shall forgive you, remembering that it is my test of atonement for you. Even if you tell me to remember, remember, that's what makes it a sin. Sorry, Beato, I have absolutely no memory of it. Make it sound like it caused you trouble 6 years ago or something, but I supposedly met you for the first time at this family conference. It's true that your legend also existed 6 years ago, but I shouldn't have been acquainted with you. Naturally. On the Rokenjima 6 years ago, I had not yet materialized. Then what kind of sin are you saying I have? Are you saying I've sinned against you somehow? Don't make me say the same thing twice. I had not materialized 6 years ago. There was no way for me to become acquainted with you. In the world that you are, it was as though I didn't exist. Beato's cold eyes felt as though they were pursuing some kind of sin. At a glance, it felt as though she still hated me for something I've done to her, and that she blamed me for it. However, I naturally didn't have a clue, and Beato had said it herself. 6 years ago, there was no link between us. 6 years ago, no person called Beatrice existed for me. At least give me a hint. Does this sin have anything to do with you and me? I had no connection to you 6 years ago. Remove me from your thoughts already. Why do you think it is a sin against me? Your eyes. My eyes? Oh, because your eyes are whispering at me to apologize, but I had no connection to you 6 years ago, and it looks like you acknowledge that too. Is that true? Is it really not a problem between me and you? I already said that it wasn't. No problem between me and you has anything to do with this. But still, your eyes are telling me differently, so I don't even have a clue. Can you say it in red? Can you proclaim that the sin you're telling me to remember isn't something between you and me? Very well. The sin I am now demanding that you remember is not between Ushinomiya Battler and Beatrice. There I am. I'm small. Then why are you looking at me with those eyes? I don't know. I am simply gazing at you blankly. If it feels that way to you, perhaps there's something making you feel that way. What kind of sin are you saying I have? Ushinomiya Battler has a sin. And I'm asking you what kind. I'll bet it's just some trivial sin like hitting someone or tricking someone. Because of your sin, people die. Liar! I've never killed anyone. Then say it. Who did I kill? Who? When? How? Due to your sin, a great many humans on this island die. No one escapes. All die. What? What kind of incomprehensible thing are you saying? Are you saying I killed everyone? I'm a killer? It doesn't mean you carried it out directly. However, because you committed a sin from an imperfection in the cogs that stretch back a full 6 years, a distortion was created, and tonight this many lives are lost. You are one of the causes of this tragedy. Bum bum bum. Quit messing around. I'm the cause? Then what? Are you saying 13 people died because I abandoned the Ushinomiya register 6 years ago? Are you saying that 13 people died because I came back to the Ushinomiya family after 6 years? Don't with me! Give it a rest! For these 6 years, I've been a man furthest from the Ushinomiya family, right? How could I have influenced anything in any way? It's not like I came to the family conference because I wanted to, right? I'd returned to my family after 6 years, so to make up for lost time, I came to Lokenjima reluctantly. It's not like I had some duty to come back here today. I came back, and because of that, a massacre occurred? Then what? Are you saying that if I hadn't come back, no one would have had to die? Say it in red. Can you say it in red that if I hadn't come back, this massacre crime wouldn't have happened? There's no way you can say it because you're the culprit for everything! Repeat it! If Ushinomiya Battler hadn't returned to Lokenjima, this crime wouldn't have occurred. If you can say it, try saying it. Can't do it, can you? You can't say it. The culprit is you, not me! Don't try to rub that responsibility on me! Answer in red. Try to repeat it. You can't. My existence has nothing to do with the crime. Thank you for the stretch and hydrate. Let me do this while Battler's just throwing a little hissy fit. I wasn't in the family for 6 years, so how could I possibly be the reason that all these people are dying? There you go. Quit saying incomprehensible stuff and trying to confuse me! I began to remember the coldness of the raindrops that kept pounding down. The rain earlier had just hurt, but now I felt a tormenting cold from those raindrops. Is there nothing that you remember? Sorry, I don't even have a clue. Hey, I'm starting to get a little pissed off. If there's something you want to say, then say it. If you have a grudge against me, you just have to say it out loud. Don't do it in such a dirty way, forcing me to remember. I'll ask one more time. Can you remember any sin? No! I can't remember anything! So, he says that he can remember nothing. With this, are your regrets at an end? Indeed. Even a hopeless bet can leave behind regrets if you do not take it. That's enough. The betting itself has meaning. That may be true. In that case, this is the end of my regrets and my game. What will you do? Who knows? I'm not interested at all anymore. I'm sorry, but I wish to leave the game board now. I see. I understand. I do not. I'll take over for the rest of the game. You may rest. Indeed. All that remains, I will finish. You may forget everything and bury your head in your pillow. A feather futon should gently protect you from everything. I'll be counting on you to finish up the rest. Leave it to me. Leave everything else to me and sleep. What is happening? The witch who had questioned Battler hid herself, and the other witch who had appeared from behind remained. She certainly was identical, the same witch, but her expression was somehow indifferent and cold, completely removed from the one who, despite seeming drunk up until then, had been in high spirits. Hey, are you listening? Isn't this enough for that test thing? I don't care whether I passed or failed. I won't be satisfied until I bash your face. Come down here, or else open this door. The witch did not answer. Her eyes were as ice cold as Battler's shoulders. She was now clearly a different person since the time she'd appeared on that balcony. The witch gazed into my eyes and gave 2 small shakes of the head. Even without words, I was able to gather what she was expressing, some kind of disappointment. Without saying anything, the witch turned on her heels. After that, only Battler remained, the cold rain still beating down on him. Man, Battler, what did you do? You messed up. You messed up somehow. You hurt her feelers. You hurt her feelings. The study was in the middle of a lively party. It seemed that Gap was making fun of Virgilia, having tripped her up in some stupid way. They were spitting Leah, 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 and Gap, Gap, Gap at each other. How do you know what you did if you don't remember, right? Like, at least give Battler a hint. With this as a sideshow, Kinzo and Nonove had opened a new bottle. Oh, you're back. How were the results of Battler's test? Maria's test got passing marks, so no complaints, you see. I despised her as a little girl, but see? Why, oh my, not bad. It seemed like Kinzo was dead drunk. Facing Beato, who had returned, he laughed with the same level of tension as the time they left for the tests. My face wants to sneeze and it won't do it. However, Ronove and Virgilia instantly noticed the change in enthusiasm. Gap also froze her expression and went silent. What is it, Beatrice, my beloved witch? Not enough to drink? Not enough on the side? Let's pour it all over a cow or something and roast it whole. Oh, not bad. Ronove, prepare one right away. Beatrice, let's leave the results of Battler's test for later. Why don't we have a toast with spare ribs first? Roast yourself whole. What? The witch, who had spoken bluntly, coldly passed by Kinzo's side as he doubled over laughing in a great mood. Then, behind the witch's back, the old summoner's body suddenly went up in flames. As crimson flames spat from his eyes, mouth, nose, every hole in his body, Kinzo rolled around. Even though it was a terrible hellfire, it didn't burn anything except Kinzo. Kinzo didn't have a clue what was going on. Unable to understand why Beatrice, who had been in such a good mood, had suddenly turned so cold, he rolled around. The dancing silhouettes of the witch and demons created by that massive rolling torch looked like a group of excited spectators around a burning at the stake. However, the eyes of the demons who watched over it were indifferent. When Kinzo finally stopped moving, the fire disappeared, leaving a pitch-black corpse. The inside of the room was commanded by the stillness of the sound of the rain. What has happened, milady? I've gotten over my excitement. Clean up those bothersome cinders. Beatrice's expression was unbelievably indifferent. There was an iciness that might easily bring the others to the same fate as Kinzo if they annoyed her. Yes, I will clean it up. Gap made a jet-black pitfall swallow up Kinzo's cinders. If she hadn't carried that out quickly, Gap might have also been burned. She could even feel that thirst for blood. No, a thirst for blood probably isn't the best way to describe it. Just like humans don't have any particular emotion when they step on an ant when they're walking. That was how much, unconsciously and mercilessly, Beato was now filled with a brutal emptiness that wouldn't hesitate at burying a passerby. What is it, Beato? I don't want to answer. No, even answering is too much of a pain to do right now. What is it? This isn't like you. Did something happen? Did Battler say something? Beatrice didn't even answer. It seemed that she even ignored it. But there was a change in Gap. From her feet, a creaking, cracking sound rose like thin ice breaking, and in an instant turned Gap into a glass sculpture. Gap! Disappear for a while. I'm in a very bad mood. Beatrice spoke that, in a truly cold voice which could freeze the heart just by hearing it. Certainly. Then please allow us to retire. If you need anything, call at any time. Donove's like, I'm out of here. After bowing, Donove turned into a cloud of gold butterflies and hid himself. After turning Gap, who had become a sculpture, into a cloud of gold butterflies, Virgilia also turned into a cloud which mixed in with the others and disappeared. In the study made untidy by drinking, Beatrice stood still, alone. Since the time she had returned, her expression hadn't changed in the slightest. However, when she saw the empty wine bottles and scattered cheese plates, her brow furrowed and she looked a bit displeased. Nonove really peaced out and disappeared. She was like, I'm not dealing with this. And when she whispered disappear, in that instant, the room was cleaned up in a flash, as though nothing had happened. The reception chairs were neatly arranged, and there was no wine or cheese. There were no stains or scattered trash either. To the contrary, even the air had frozen over, and enough to make one doubt whether a large number of noisy people really had been in this room until a short while ago. The study had returned to silence. In that silent, frigid study where even the air had frozen, Beatrice stood still. Then she called, muttering, Battler, are you there? I've been here for a while. What the hell's going on with you? You've been strange since a short while ago. Do I seem strange? My apologies. Even though you were drinking so happily with that Tam geezer, you suddenly burned him up, and your demoness friend is a glass sculpture. When you told the demon butler and your teacher to leave, they disappeared right away at your words. Just how fickle and selfish are you? Battler, I'm done. Done with what? I've grown bored of this. Huh? Well, you were the one who started this game. If you've had enough, that's great for me. So basically you're giving up? I'm not giving up. I am simply ending it. No, I won't even end it. I am just abandoning this game for all eternity. Doesn't that mean you're giving up? Nah, the words got bored with it and threw it away fit you perfectly. That is correct. I grew bored of it and I'm throwing it away. I don't care what happens next. It can remain abandoned and gather dust as much as you like. What's going on with you? You've been kind of hard to deal with since a short while ago. Are these still the after effects of that incomprehensible test from earlier? If you got a grudge, all you have to do is say it so clearly. You said and read that it has nothing to do with you, but that's gotta be a play on words, right? It's written all over your face. You have a grudge against me. How many times will I have to say that I have no grudge against you before you understand? At the time you committed your sin, I did not exist. As Beato spoke with an offended expression, her face twisted to look even more displeased. Fickle, inconsistent, moody, temperamental, selfish and simple-minded and cruel. But even so, she hadn't shown an expression as strange as this even once until now. Well, you were the one who provoked me into this game. I'm a bit let down that it wasn't resolved, but feel free to invite me again if you feel like it. But when that happens, allow me to politely refuse, okay? He intentionally spoke in a mocking tone, but Beato showed no reaction. Battler hung his head and clicked his tongue. Circle around October 4th and 5th over and over again, but I finally had just about enough of this role. This way, the boat will come tomorrow. That's right, and then the seagulls will return to the harbor. I'll finally be able to hear Kenjima's signature nya-nya cries. After all, maybe because of the weather, they weren't there at all when I came to the island. When the seagulls cry, everything will end, right? Or I guess, all done. The end. What a relief. Exactly what is it you're misunderstanding? What'd you say? I said that nothing would end. With this, everything will be abandoned. The game will be forgotten, and the pieces on the board will be abandoned as they lay. There will be no advancing or returning, no taking and being taken. No victory, no defeat, not even a tie. Just abandoned. Doesn't that mean it's over? Wrong. On my turn, the game will stop for all eternity. Your turn will not come. So there will be no victory, nor defeat, nor a tie. In the past, I couldn't let you do that. After all, one of my goals was winning against you. However, I've lost interest. So there is no longer any point in making moves any longer. What do you mean by my turn not coming? I thought that Beato getting tired of the game meant I'd be released, and that I'd be able to escape Rokenjima. But for some reason, Beato's repeated words about the difference between abandoning the game and settling it caught my attention. Just what is it she's been saying? And why the bad mood? At that time, I suddenly heard a voice from behind me. When I turned around, there was someone I thought I might or might not remember from somewhere. A mysterious girl with no light in her eyes was standing there. Oh, it's her!
What this kid's saying goes something like this. She means putting the lid on this game and leaving the pieces as they are. The game will be locked away for all eternity, without ending. The only way for you to return to your original world is to win against Beato. So, if Beato abandons the game, get it?
Suddenly, in a different place, was a girl wearing a bright pink dress. I had a feeling I'd met her somewhere too, but I couldn't remember. More important was the meaning of her words. If the game is abandoned, then... Huh?
That's right. A match won't be resolved unless enemies and allies meet. It would mean that you'd never be able to win and escape from this world for all eternity. When it comes down to it, I guess, it's something like taking the key to a cave that you're locked in, fastening it to a collar of a pigeon or something and letting it fly.
Whoops, that was... I don't know who was speaking. I thought it was, not Satoko, but I guess not.
This isn't funny, Beato. We didn't come this far to watch this boring game. Calling it a day like this is no joke. I agree with Lamba.
Lamba Delta, that's it.
I came here to make Battler win and to make you writhe in defeat. I still haven't achieved that goal. I won't stand for you abandoning the game at a time like this and running away.
I acknowledge that it would mean the curtain call for a game that disappoints you ladies. However, I, the host of this tea party, am fickle. Once it's lost its fun, I know no way of entertaining. I believe it's been my witch-like way of doing things from the very beginning. There are no problems, yes?
Certainly. I won't go against your creed. I won't accept! Quit fooling around! How much do you think I've supported you? You think I'd be okay with that after all this preparation? Don't mess with me!
I am saying that I have tired of it. Nothing more, nothing less.
That's not gonna fly. We'll have you continue this game. You wanna win against Battler, right? You wanna win and make him surrender, right? You're almost there, aren't you? Am I right?
Don't ask me that. But I have an opinion too. Let me say it. What? This is a fight you picked. I'm prepared to settle this once and for all. I've come close to surrendering many times, but I've never had any intention of escaping partway through, leaving the match undecided. Since I'm here, showing the will to fight, you'd better not run away, Beatrice. I agree. Getting Battler involved and then leaving without giving him victory or defeat is just too irresponsible. Suddenly, even Gretel was there, and everyone was calling Beato irresponsible. Oh... It seems I'm mostly being called irresponsible because Battler will, as my opponent, be stuck. In that case, Battler, will you step down from being an opponent, as shall I? That way I will have done nothing worthy of criticism. If I step down, will I be able to leave Rokenjima? There's no chance you'll be able to leave. Just be covered in dust and let it pile on your shoulders. Quit fooling around. What an irresponsible person. You've killed such a large number of people. On top of that, using a witch's power, you've done it over and over, killing in gruesome ways. He definitely won't let you escape without taking responsibility. Responsibility? Oh, what is it I should do to take this so-called responsibility? Fight until a resolution is reached. Battler will sit in the chair across from you, never giving up and fighting until he beats you. So you too. Fight until you are defeated. If you don't like that, try and defeat Battler. I won't forgive you if you leave everything unresolved and abandon Battler in this chair, locking him up and never letting him return. I won't forgive you! Gretel, that's kind of weird, but okay. To be perfectly honest, I didn't really understand what standpoint Gretel was trying to save me. But in her words, I could feel a strong determination to save me from this insane game world no matter what. So I responded in kind. Beato, face me. I am here, across from you in the seat of your rival. Get it? As long as I continue to sit here, I won't allow you to escape. So don't escape. Fight. Isn't this a fight you started? You did all that crap over and over, making a complete mess of things. How could I let you end it because you're tired after all this time? I am your opponent. As long as I'm here, I won't let you escape. Are you listening, you irresponsible witch? Try saying something! After I yelled at her, Beato went silent for a while. Whether my words had reached her or whether she was thinking about something completely different, I couldn't tell. But for a while she was silent, gazing at me with an expression I could read no emotion from. And when she realized that I'd noticed, she averted her gaze. Then she turned her back to me and said this. So, since Battler will not quit as my opponent, the ladies are saying that my abandonment of this game will not be acknowledged. In that case, let's ask. Let's see if the man over there was qualified to be my opponent in the first place. Qualified? Probably has something to do with that test or whatever just now.
What are you planning to do? Don't tell me you're...
I will now determine whether or not you are qualified to be my opponent. Ready, Battler? If those qualifications are acknowledged, I will stay in my seat and continue the game. And I shall promise to fight for all eternity until the outcome is decided. I was ready for that from the beginning. However, if you are not qualified, you must disappear. If the opponent disappears, there is no game. I can leave this place openly. Are the ladies satisfied? Interruptions will not be necessary.
Go ahead. Do as you like. Battler, you make sure you answer well.
The very reason I'm here is because I'm qualified, right? There's nothing to be scared of. You couldn't be. Gretel grew suddenly pale. I'd thought her to be the calm, collected type, so that expression surprised me. Well then, Battler, I shall have you repeat it in red. You're telling me to repeat something? Damn, you stealing my signature move. But can I use the red truth too? How?
If you wish for it to be that way, you can do it. It's easy.
My name is Ushidomiya Battler. Whoa, pretty cool. Stop it! I know what you're after. Stop that, but stop that, he's... When Gretel yelled, Beato glared at her. Then, her form was wiped away in an instant. Oh. Shut up! Leave your seat for a while. You two ladies, if you interfere, I will not hold back.
We won't get in the way. Go ahead. Do as you like. Ern, this is bad. She's trying to erase Battler.
What's that? What's she planning? Well then, I shall question your qualifications. Interesting. Attack and defense are reserved for a normal game. This is a very precious experience coming at the very, very end. Ready? Listen carefully. I will speak in the red first. I am the Golden Witch Beatrice, and I opened this game in order to fight Ushinomiya Kinzo's grandchild, Ushinomiya Battler. I know that. So what? Repeat it. Ushinomiya Battler's mother is Ushinomiya Asumu. What? Why is Mom's name popping up all of a sudden? I do not require chatter. Just repeat it in red. Beato urged me with the same indifferent tone. But I don't have a clue what she's trying to do. I've absolutely nothing to feel guilty for that would trouble me if thrown in my face, and there's nothing that I'm hiding. There's nothing that could trouble me by demanding that I repeat it. So, why do something like this? Sure, I'll repeat it. Ushinomiya Battler's mother is Ushinomiya Asuma. The red sure is convenient. No need to bother myself with bringing a copy of the family register. Idle chatter is unnecessary. Let's continue. Your name is Ushinomiya Battler. Sure, my name is Ushinomiya Battler. It was from Ushinomiya Asumu that Ushinomiya Battler was born. It was from Ushinomiya Asumu that Ushinomiya Battler was born. It was from Ushinomiya Asumu that you were born. It was from Ushinomiya... At that time, my throat suddenly closed. What? But that's the... Is this not... Is he not... What? Are we gonna... Hi, Sans. We're finding out that apparently this ain't Butler. At that... Oh my gosh. At that time, my throat suddenly closed. I was rapidly assaulted by a choking suffocation. What's going on? One more time. It was from Ushinomiya Asumu that I was born. Damn, it was from Ushinomiya Asumu that I was born. What the hell? Even though I was doing it so easily a second ago, I suddenly stopped being able to get the red to work? Do you refuse to repeat it? I'm not refusing anything. It's not working for some reason. It was from Ushinomiya Asumu that I was born. Why? Damn it, why can't I use the red? What the hell? My mom is Ushinomiya Asumu, right? Why can't I see that fact in red? What's going on? This is... If you try to forcefully speak red that cannot be spoken, you choke. There is no need to strain yourself. Allow me to use the aforementioned fact to press you in blue. Do you remember? The blue is used to proclaim the theory for the opponent to deny. They are then burdened with the responsibility of denying that in red, and if they do not, it becomes your victory. Then let us begin. Oh gosh. Wait, no, that's sad. Wait, no, that's so sad. Right? Due to my previous demand to repeat your subsequential refusal, I proclaim that you are not qualified to be my opponent. After all, Beatrice opened this game in order to fight with Ushinomiya Kinzo's grandchild, Ushinomiya Battler. This gave you the responsibility as my opponent to declare in red that you are Ushinomiya Kinzo's grandchild, Ushinomiya Battler. You have refused to repeat that. This means the loss of your qualifications. Oh gosh. Me laughing maniacally knowing what is about to happen. Oh gosh. Me being like, what's going on?
Deny something about that in red. Quickly.
Sure. I am Ushinomiya Battler. Because I can say it in red, I should be your opponent. It may be a fact that you have the name Ushinomiya Battler. However, people's names are not exclusive. There is a possibility that multiple humans have the name Ushinomiya Battler. In short, this is what it means. You are a different person with the same first and last names as Ushinomiya Asumo's son, Ushinomiya Battler. What did you say? Don't be so stupid! I'm Mom's child! Ushinomiya Asumo's child! It was from Ushinomiya Asuma that... Damn, why? Why can't I say that I was born from my mom? How could something so stupid be true? No need to suffer. I will not toy with you. This is checkmate. You are not Ushinomiya Asumo's son. What? You're kidding me. Who are you? What person calling themselves Ushinomiya Battler? Wait a second. I am Ushinomiya Battler. It was from Ushinomiya Asuma that I was born, and I'm Dad and Mom's son. No. There is no way that you're my opponent, Ushinomiya Battler. With this as proof. Proof, you say? You do not know of that sin 6 years ago. That's... No. The true Ushinomiya Battler would not have committed a sin. But a sin did occur in the end, and that span of 6 years became a blank space. And the man who knew nothing about that time took on the name Ushinomiya Battler and appeared on Rokenjima. That truth goes like this. 6 years ago, my opponent, the true Ushinomiya Battler, was already dead. You are part of a plot by Rudolph having something to do with distribution of the inheritance. A body double set up in Ushinomiya Battler's place. How could something that stupid be true? That's so ridiculous.
Battler! Get a hold of yourself.
Well, if he can't counter back, there's nothing more to do. Battler did not possess that qualification. That's how it is.
Are you okay with that, Burn? If you accept that, you'll lose too, right?
Won't you win? Why are you taking Battler's... or what? Won't you win? Why are you taking Battler's side? What a shame, Battler. What a real shame that you didn't have the qualifications to be Beatrice's opponent. I was careless myself, betting on an unqualified piece. It's my utter defeat, Beatrice. There is no victory or defeat. The opponent will simply disappear. Or perhaps I should say he was never there to begin with. But then, who am I? Am I not Dad and Mom's kid? Who am I? What am I? If I'm not Mom's kid, then what? Are you saying I'm a kid they picked up somewhere like a stray cat? If that is the case, that would mean that you did not share Kinzo's blood. Either way, you are not qualified to compete in this game. You're kidding me. You're kidding me! Enough. From the very beginning, I was faintly aware of the possibility you weren't Ushidamiya Battler, so I had to question you. I had to ask about something the real Battler would have known. What a shame. I even bet on the one in quadrillion chance of a miracle that you might really be Ushidamiya Battler, but it seems you really are a different person with the same first and last names. Bit by bit, Battler's form began to be clouded in darkness. No, maybe it was the other way around. The whole world was clouded in darkness, leaving only Battler. Battler was down on all fours, hanging his head and repeatedly questioning himself. However, he was not given an answer. In the world shared, stained in darkness, Beato spoke something and Lambda Delta ran up to him, yelling something very quickly, but it already seemed very far away and it didn't reach Battler's ears. Then he, not knowing who he himself was, erased himself. Boom. Think you're gonna die? What? Oh, are you getting sicker, Sans? I know that you were saying that you were feeling sick yesterday, so I know sicknesses usually get worse before they start getting better, even with all the hydration.
Battler!
Now my opponent has disappeared. Well then, if you'll excuse me. And, ladies, you should get ready for your journey. No more festivities have been prepared for in my territory. It was good seeing you. Goodbye. Without saying anything more, she clouded her own form in darkness as well, and disappeared.
Are you okay with this? Battler disappeared, right? I know how much you hate losing. Are you really okay with this?
Weren't you betting on my defeat? Good for you then. Congratulations, Lamba. Let's meet again in some other world, okay? Well, this is a world of endless fragments. The chances of us having some connection again somewhere are probably less than 1 in quadrillion. Anyway, it was fun. Bye-bye.
Wait up, Burn!
Chasing after Birkenstall, who had disappeared first, Lambda Delta disappeared as well. After that, everyone was gone, and the study was now completely empty. He returned to silence, almost as though no one had been there from the outset. No one was here in the first place. The silent study spoke that wordlessly, and the sound of the wind and rain began to fill the room bit by bit. In a world where everything had sunk into darkness, Beato questioned herself. As I thought, from the very beginning, magic should only have been used within Mirage Sociere.
Seems so. I also thought that with Anji.
The Witches' Alliance is you and I. It started with these two. Including other people was our first mistake.
It's just so fun. We wanted to add someone close to us into that circle.
And we wished that the Witches' Alliance...
the Witches' Alliance would get really large. That everyone would be able to use fun magic together and that we'd be all happy.
However, only you and I were able to understand magic after all.
We are the only two witches in this world who were brought together by a miracle. Now, as long as I have Beetle, I don't need anyone else.
Me too. As long as you are here, I don't need anyone else anymore.
In the very first moment that Mirage Sociere was formed, it was already complete.
That is... so. That is truly so. It was once a witches' alliance to make everyone happy together with magic. I wonder when it got all this screwed up. What did I want to do when I started this game? I can't really remember even that. No, I may remember, but that's a feeling I now wish to throw away to the far side of oblivion.
It's okay. Why not forget everything? Let's have a Mirage Sociere for just the two of us. We'll acknowledge each other, and no one will hurt us. So we won't be hurt. We won't cry. Let's forget everything. Hey, Beetle, we are eternal.
Maria. This really do be the questions arc. I keep getting more questions the further we go. I'm wondering how much more we'll have here. Because it's not like it would end like right here, right? Ooh, this track's fun. World of 12 years later. we just realized that like Battler's not really Battler, and then like Beatrice gets sad, and then it's like Amakusu, could you turn that off? Whoops, my bad. You don't like Mzaki? I'm just not in the mood. Aw. Amakusu turned the radio off. The world of cheery sounds was immediately swallowed up by the roar of the sea and blotted by the ocean's gray. This goody-ah music, right? Oh right, I forgot you didn't have. Can you see it? Over there is where the harbor was at the time. The boat captain pointed to, but I couldn't really recall that scene of 12 years ago. I thought I'd surely be able to immediately remember how things had been at the time, but no memories came back to me. After that incident, the island was sealed off and left to the wild. I couldn't satisfy myself with the thought that this was just inevitable, but it felt sad and painful for some reason. But I at least remember one thing. You might say that it'd probably be the same anywhere on the sea, but I remember at least one thing. The cries of the seagulls. I do remember those. When I was young, I rarely went to the ocean, so everything that symbolized the ocean meant Rokanjima and the family gathering to me. In short, it was a symbol for the happiness of going out with my family. However, at this point in time, it seems doubtful whether that even was happiness. In my younger days, the trip had felt like a relaxed family vacation, but considering my parents' situation at the time, it was surely a difficult trip to handle, with the distribution of the inheritance filling the place with the smell of gunpowder. I can remember giggling all over the place, completely ignorant of my parents' feelings. Rokenjima, huh? The place of all beginnings and the end of the line of your journeys. Amakusa, in an attempt to speak for my innermost feelings, tried to sound cool. I mean, he looks like he would be someone who would try to sound cool. The boat slowly rounded the island. I hoped that viewing it at a different angle might bring back my memories of the island's silhouette at the time just a little. But in the end, even when that inlet was hidden completely by cliffs, I wasn't able to remember anything. Captain, please tell me about that other harbor you mentioned. Sure. Rokenjima supposedly was only one harbor, but that's only for public appearances. On the back of the island, there's another hidden harbor, like Rokenjima itself. It has a second face, which no one knows about. Rokenjima is an island owned by the Ushinomiya family, but has another face, as an island owned by Kinzo-san personally. So this island has two harbors and two mansions. He sure spent a lot of time trying to keep a mistress. Who knew about this other harbor? Very few. Kinzo-san, the butler Genji-san, those of us involved with the boats, and a very small number of the oldest servants. Both the previous owner of the Nanjo clinic and that Kumasawa Ba-san knew. Naming them off like this makes it sound like there were quite a few, but basically there was a small number of people who knew. Please, tell me about the other mansion. I was only told that there was a mansion called Kuadorian. Since I wasn't allowed to leave the boat, I never saw it, not even once. So it was far enough away that you couldn't see it from the harbor? I don't know. But it was a hidden mansion after all. It was probably built like you couldn't see it from the outside. Anyway, Kuradorian was the biggest secret of the island. There's a theory that Beatrice lived in Kuradorian, or else it was confined there. What do you think, Captain? I did sometimes carry miscellaneous goods to Kuradorian. And that included a lot of stuff that only women would use, and expensive stuff at that. I'm also convinced that theory is true. I'm just sitting here, it's like, expensive stuff that women use, so, bras. Because, like, all of these women are, like, pretty well endowed. Like, I can only imagine how expensive Beatrice's bras would be. Like, my goodness. And she would want the good ones, too. She wouldn't want the ones that are just, like, plain black or, like, plain, like, peach type skin tone or whatever. Like, she would want the good ones. Yeah. Baseline $75. So that means that you never saw Beatrice directly, Captain. Nope. Came and went for about 20 years and I never saw her once. And you know that she would want, like, the matching underwear too, because she's a classy girl. She would not have mismatching underwear. So, you know, that would be at least in the triple digits for each pair. Because she'd want the good stuff. And Kinzo would be able to afford it, of course. 20 years. That means she was at least 20 plus. Looks like she wasn't some mademoiselle. But one day, bang, all coming and going to and from Kurotorian suddenly stopped. It was about 30 years ago, so around Showa 43, 1968, I think. A double, oh my gosh. You're getting dangerous with those rolls, Sam's. Bang? You mean suddenly? We came to a hidden side on the sets. Well, this one's long. We'll just dance. Oh gosh, no, 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 you can't scan me, you can't scan me, no, 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 what? It's only my wing, I win. You fools, I win. Okay. We came to the hidden side of the set schedule to carry food and trash back and forth. Ah, right, the hidden side that we call the harbor linked to Kuradorian. Cloud thing now, right? I turned into a cloud dragon. I get it. So then? One day, we got an urgent message from Genji-san. He said that until we heard differently, there was no need for us to go to the hidden side anymore. And you did hear differently? Or did you hear differently? Not really. Long story short, one day I was suddenly told that they wouldn't need regular service to the hidden side anymore, and that I didn't have to take food there either. At first I thought I was being fired, but I quickly figured it out. Going by the reactions of the servants who knew of Kuradorian, I managed to guess somehow. Beatrice died and there was no longer any need to take food or people to care for her. And that's what I think. From that point on, I was never told to take a boat to the hidden side. However, after that, Genji-san came to see me face to face and got pushy, strongly urging me never to speak of anything related to the hidden side until I died. So if that hidden mansion was abandoned for 20 whole years, why was Aunt Ava there? On that day, 12 years ago, Ushinomiya Ava somehow escaped harm alone in the hidden mansion 2 kilometers away from the mansion. Why was she in the hidden mansion that had been forgotten for over 20 years? I saw on the talk shows. Even I don't have a clue what happened. Not once did I guide Ava-san to the hidden side. I have no idea how or why she knew about or reached Kumadorian. wonder if it was possible to reach this hidden Kododorian by land. If, as we heard, the forest was dense and uncultivated, I seriously doubt a well-dressed lady person would be able to bush crash it. So what about by sea? Maybe there was a motorboat or something. Are you kidding? That two-nighter typhoon was awful. No way you could have used a boat. So what if there was an underground passage or something between the mansion and Kododorian? Wouldn't it have been a pain to have to charter a boat each time he wanted to visit his mistress's home? You mean a tunnel long enough to connect mansions on opposite sides of a 2-kilometer island like Rokenjima? Well, I'd like to laugh at the thought, but this rich guy made a whole hidden mansion for his mistress. I guess I can't deny the possibility. What do you think, Captain? I'm a man of the sea. I don't know about holes. But the Japanese military dug a 25-kilometer tunnel on Iwo Jima. Didn't surprise me if that Kinzo could dig at least 2 kilometers. Really is something wrong with this island. Even now, not one of us really knows anything about it.
No way! I can't believe
Right? I can't believe it either. The boat reached the shore. They would have to walk a short ways to reach the mansion. I'll wait here. The mansion's that way. The path from back then's probably still there, but I'll bet it's covered with plants. Make sure you don't get lost. Right, let's go. Thanks for everything, Amakusa. You wait here too. Well, I had a feeling you'd say that. I'm just delivering something. It'll be troublesome for them if you come too. I imagine your toxin is strong. Toxin? Oh, I'll be back soon. Okay, our main goal is Kododorian. After I deliver this, I'll come right back. Anji put on her knapsack, holding the flowers she would offer. Give her some space, young'un. See you soon, little lady. Your family's waiting for you. I'd never been on a road like this, but I had no trouble finding my way. If I walked straight ahead, it would probably guide me to the final destination for everything. But it was true that the vegetation was incredibly thick, and if I didn't pay attention, I would lose track of the path. But the road that was left was much clearer than I had guessed it would be. Still, that didn't change the fact that it was a bad road. Contrary to the distance known on the map, I was forced to walk a long way. The forest was deep and dark. At the time, I had been threatened into staying away from the forest because a witch lived there. Of course, the fear is gone now, but I feel it. Because I was me, I could feel the presence, like an aura of the Golden Witch Beatrice. Here and there were massive fallen lumps of rock along with overgrown trees and ivy, and the voices of birds and bugs. I feel it. I feel the cosmos. I feel that the witch is here. Ahead, an ivy-covered construction site fence and warning sign stood. No entry. Tokyo Metropolis. And it was that was written on it. Yeah, that's right. When you think Tokyo, you tend to think of a city, but Rokenjima is also located within the Tokyo metropolis. Apologizing to the sign for my rude mistake, I climbed the fence. When I crossed the steep slope beyond that, my field of vision rapidly expanded, and a fresh sea breeze blew through my hair. It was like the top of a little hill. Below me there was a vast view of the island. I could only see desolated forests and rocks, walls spread out below me, but I realized that the mansion was probably somewhere around there. A steep downhill slope beyond this hill had probably been caused by earth and rocks falling from 12 years of wind and rain. It had become a slant filled with crags that you might even call gentle cliffs. It would be easy to tumble down, though it looked like climbing back would be pretty difficult. In any event, it seemed that proceeding any further would be impossible. If I continued any further, I wouldn't be able to return. In other words, this is the border. This place is 1986 and 1998. This is that day and today. The boundary between this world and Nirvana. This spot is this journey's final destination, it seems. As the strong winds blew Mammon's and Sakutaro's hair, they looked down from the hilltop. From here, I can't really tell. Where's the mansion? Let's get closer.
Ryu, that's impossible. You won't be able to come back.
We won't be able to come back. Is that it? I see. This is 1998, and I am the Ushinomiya Anji who had been left all alone. At first, this was a journey to die, but not anymore. It's become a journey to accomplish something. Yeah, so I'm sorry, you two. Although, as I was back on that day, I would have gone down that cliff without any hesitation. Come on, this is pretty lame for the skyscraper jumping Ushinomiya Anji. Sorry.
This place is as good as any. After all, you could feel the wind of that day.
Was the wind really like this?
Yeah, very soon they will come. Everyone.
Sakataro said it as though it was completely natural, and I believed it. Dad, Mom, Onie-chan, all of my relatives and those fun servants, and Maria One-chan. It's me. It's Anji. I've come back. When I started my journey to expose the past of the 12 years ago, my goal had been abstract, and I hadn't understood. But now, I have no doubts. This journey was induced by several thoughts and fates over 12 years. A journey to reach an end for me, Ushinomiya Anji, and a journey reach an end as the last witch of Mirage Saucier. I came here as the last daughter of the Ushinomiya family, and as the last witch. Dad, Mom, Oni-chan. Sorry. Let me greet Maria One-chan first. A strong tailwind urged me on. That tailwind took just my soul out from inside my body to the vast forest beneath me. And though from there I couldn't see, I believed that it flew me to the mansion of that day, to where everyone was, to where Maria One-chan was. And so, even though my body was on the top of the hill, a strong wind blowing against me, my soul was now certainly dancing through that sky. The vast, vast sky of Rokkenjima. Below me was the green of many trees, but I understand. I can comprehend the presences of my family and relatives, and all the servants, and Maria One-chan too. I could even comprehend Maria One-chan as a witch. It was vast, more so than any vast space I had imagined up until now. Maria One-chan, can you hear me? Listen. Anji called to the Maria of that day. She told her of the long journey she'd undergone, of her long-delayed realization of just how much she'd wounded Maria in her youth. She understood magic and now understood everything about the world Maria had wanted to show her. It was very warm, overflowing with love and happiness. She wanted to become even happier by sharing that world, but I trampled it. So now, I finally understand everything. I understand magic. Our magic is surely very faint and fills the space beside us, but it isn't something that anyone can see with their eyes. Magic is... yes, I can say it clearly. Without love, it cannot be seen. Sorry, One-chan. I've already been excommunicated from the Alliance of Witches, but now I understand how wonderful it is. And I know that after the day I wounded you, Mirage Saucier was transfigured into something different from what you truly desired. Even the magic that spat anger by cursing people was probably important to One-chan in those days. One-chan's environment was sad enough to permit that. But now, those sad days are over, so let's return One-chan's Alliance of Witches back to the original Mirage Saucier. The grimoire was in my hands before I realized it. The strong winds were rapidly blowing its pages one after another. That world had been kind in the beginning. How could you give birth to magic that would make candy fall from the sky? How could you give birth to magic that would make tomorrow's dinner cream croquet? I feel like this is probably not of it, whatever. How could you give birth to magic that would make weather good when you went out the next day, making your whole day fun? New spells of happiness were created one after another, coloring her world with kindness. Those days were flipped through one after another, and months began to flash by. The pages with drawings that once began colorful gradually began to change into the color of black ink. eerie magic circles and demon summonings, evil magic for harming people. How could you give birth to magic that would cause the class bully to catch a cold? How could you give birth to magic that would seriously injure someone in class so that they died? How could you give birth to magic that would cause a bus loaded with all the bullies to fall off a cliff? Oh my gosh. Malicious spells were created one after another, burying the pages in her heart. Because I hurt One-chan, Mirage Sorcière ended up like this. One-chan isn't a black evil witch. She was a white, pure, innocent, and kind witch. I'll return it to how it was. I'll bring back the original Maria One-chan, the one who scattered magic to make people happy across the entire world. That's the reason I came here. I was guided by fate. Maria One-chan, can you hear me? Show yourself before me! That voice rode an even stronger wind and was sent 12 years into the past. Then, the wind gradually ceased. The silence fell. Crunch, crunch. I could hear the sound of gravel being stepped on. I listened to those footsteps, surprised by this miracle. Without a doubt, those were Maria One-chan's footsteps. Maria One-chan. It's Kasumi. Looks like I finally found you, Anji-chan? Before I knew it, Aunt Kasumi and her black suits, a total of 7 people who didn't resemble Maria One-chan in the slightest, were standing there, surrounding me. And it felt like my voice had been just about to reach Maria One-chan too. Because of these guys' toxin, that magic was cut off. Anji clicked her tongue at that, but Kasumi probably didn't hear it that way. Are those flowers for your deceased family? How admirable. You're going to throw them, aren't you? Go ahead. We'll wait that long. Just what are you waiting for? But Anji could hear, or could more or less guess. The way the black suits unnaturally stuck their thumbs into their pockets clearly brought to mind the likelihood that they had handguns. This is a deserted island. There could be no more convenient place to dispose of someone. I have absolutely no interest in the family matters of the Sumadera family. But if I die, all that wealth will go to them. Unlike me, they're probably very interested and concerned about this matter. Of course, it seems that if the massive amounts of stock I own suddenly go to them, it'd be pretty bad for the Ushinomiya group as well. And they're apparently having a secret feud, fighting over me all by themselves. That's probably why President Okanogi gave me Amakusa as a guard. Having Amakusa wait on the boat was a regrettable mistake. Aunt Kasumi, how long have you been waiting for this ambush? Since early morning. Thanks to that, I'm completely tired of waiting. After all, there are no cafes or dressing rooms here. No toilets either, so I guess you had to elegantly drop a load behind a tree. A lady with half Sumadera blood flowing through her veins will not use such filthy words. You really are Sumadera Kire's child. Not a trace of grace. She grabbed me by the hair and forced my face up to hers, and then spat at me. My words might be filthy, but they're no worse than her spit. Every time you talk to me, Aunt Kasumi, it's always about Mom. Am I really that much like my mother? Yes, you are. That impertinent gaze. Your mouth and nose are the same too. Freewheeling and irresponsible. She thought nothing of the long history and tradition of the Sumadera family and selfishly flew out of the house. My entire life has been devoted to cleaning up that mess. Guess your life really has been covered in crap. Oh.
Hello, Bailey. Hello.
Like you, I would smash. Oh my gosh. I mean, Kay is not bad. When I was slapped on the cheek, my ear was smashed, and for an instant my head rang. My hair was pulled, spinning me around, and I fell to the ground. And in a flash, the ground was kicked and I was struck with sand. Yes, you truly are like Onesa, or like Ne-san. That gaze like you're mocking me somehow. Yes, I remember so many things. You're a sad person. I'll bet that since you were young, you always got compared to Mom and scorned. And for your entire life, you'll never be released from that wretchedness. A little girl like you couldn't possibly understand. You see, your mother is a loser who threw everything away and ran away from the Sumadera family, right? Do you know how much trouble I went through because of that loser? Any trouble you went through has nothing to do with me. Sorry, but what am I supposed to do about something that happened before I was born? When will your life begin? It never will. For all eternity, you'll always continue to be sneered at by my dead mother until you die. If only you just die. Why are you living? That's an insult. You little piece. You all, make her some tea. Leave it to us. You big-mouthed brat. Let us teach you a little lesson. The black suits dashed up to me, violently grabbed me by the nape of the neck, and dragged me down. Do whatever you want, sir, until my break is over. Teach my cute little niece her place. Right, they're not the tea I want. Sumadera Kasumi. When I think about it, she was a pitiable person. To the outside world, women of the Sumadera family were trained to be in a position that supported and deferred to men. But in actuality, strong leadership was required for them so they could manage all the common people. The role demanded of them really was that of a female commander, like a literal reading of the word okami. Huh. Man, okami means so many things. Managing the Sumadera family, with all its traditions, was not something that could be accomplished with just an ordinary level of dignity. It was an unimaginably heavy responsibility. Normally, this would have been demanded of Kirei. Kirei had undergone that harsh training, and Kasumi, as the younger sister, should have been able to take it easy. No, on the contrary, she had lived like a lazy, selfish, and affluent princess, sneering at Kirei, who had been given the heavy responsibility. However, Kirei had suddenly been disinherited. She had refused the fiancé her parents had arranged and had gotten pregnant by her lover, Ushinomiya Rudolph. From the Sumadera's perspective, even though the Ushinomiya family held a vast fortune, it was a low-level family that had already collapsed. And to become not even a legal wife, but a mistress to the second son of the family. Normally, a daughter of the main family would be shown no mercy for such dishonor. They would wrap her in a mat, place a hole on the end, and throw her either into the Pacific Ocean if the pole fell to the right, or the Sea of Japan if it fell to the left. But Kirei's punishment ended with disinheritance, an unbelievably warm-hearted decision. After that, the Sumadera family began receiving favorable treatment from the section of the Ushinomiya group. There must have been some kind of backroom deal. In other words, Kirei openly left the Sumadera family under the pretense of gaining financial support from the Ushinomiya family. Kasumi had watched it happen in shock. No, she even disparaged her dishonorable sister as a loser. But eventually, she realized that the heavy responsibilities Kirei had borne would have been passed on to her. And then, for the first time, she saw that she'd been outwitted. Because of your mother, my life was ruined. No, you could even say she killed me once. On that day, I was killed once and thrown into a hellish life. Isn't that what you get for making light of life until then? Don't you ever stop talking. Don't you ever stop talking, girl. Yeah! The black suit punched me in the gut and I doubled over. But I was quickly grabbed by the nape of the neck and made to stand up again. Kasumi cold-heartedly looked down at me, smoking a cigarette. The painful days after Kirei had left were floating through her mind. Until then, she had been allowed to be a simple lady, freewheeling and naive. Only the older sister, Kirei, had been harshly trained, and she, the younger sister, had been able to live as nothing more than a princess. Then suddenly everything got flipped over, and her life came crashing down. My life, lifestyle, and the way that I lived were all stolen from me. Do you know how much I was derided by those relatives who didn't know the details, all because of my sister's dishonor? I detested her. I detested your mother enough to make me spit blood. I'm glad to hear it. Keep up the good work. A kick landed in Anji's side as she crawled on the ground. Anji didn't stand up again, so she continued to lie there like a caterpillar as she was kicked each time she spoke up. Ooh, your person, right? Like, hooey, your little princess, like, basically borderline neat lifestyle was ruined because your sister's death. Wow, woe is you! I saw Ne-san at the Ushinomiya group party once. She was with her husband, looking very happy and laughing. She pushed everything onto me and found happiness only for herself. So what? How is taking it out on me going to make you happy? Will taking it out on me turn back time and change history or something? You said something a short while ago. When will my life start? No matter how much I despise you or take out my frustrations on you, I can't turn back time. So I must keep hating my sister even though she's gone until I die? You've got to be kidding me. How long will I have to be tormented by my sister's ghost? So I thought of something. If I could accomplish one thing, I'd be able to forget all of my hatred and start over. Anji was about to lash back at her, but stopped, because she'd be kicked again if she responded. Even if Kasumi didn't say any more, Anji had a pretty good idea what she meant. Kasumi thought that by taking revenge against Kire's daughter, Anji, she'd be able to put an end to her hatred. Talk about pushing your problems onto other people, right? She would be great friends with Rosa if she were still alive. Pew, pew. Or, I don't know, do something with your life, right? Come on, stand up. If you like this island that much, I'll bury you deep in it. You don't want to die at your age, right? Don't you feel like saying sorry my mother caused you so much trouble or something? Who'd say something like that?
Uryu! Anji! Anji!
Anji-sama, no! You mustn't provoke them! You should at least make it seem like you're going along with them so you could buy some time. They often say that you shouldn't throw your foolish pride out with the garbage.
Oh, but what about Amakusa-san? If Amakusa-san comes, I'm sure...
It's no use. I can't see him. You idiot, Anji-sama! Why did you leave Amakusa behind? I didn't need Maman to tell me. I was seriously regretting it already. I walked a long way. The forest was very thick. I've got no doubts that signs of activity here won't reach the boat. During the time it took for Kasumi to finish casually smoking a whole cigarette, I was continuously tormented by the black suits, as she had to hold them too. The moment I grabbed at my head, my scalp was kicked by someone at a bad angle and my head was filled with stars. The feeling of stars flickering in this gray, twisted world was one I remembered clearly. My life was very similar to one Sumideta Kasumi led. After all, as the successor of the Ushinomiya family, I was tormented constantly with various kinds of bullying under the guise of education and training. Yes, having the inside of my head filled with stars like this is a feeling I know well. When being reprimanded for some error in manners I seem to have made, the discussion always turned to whether I was fitting to be the successor or not. On and on about the honor of the Ushinomiya family and how deep that was. By the time the conversation reached that point, I'd forgotten what mistake I was being blamed for in the first place. No, in fact, it was the same for Aunt Ava. After all, sometimes she'd ask herself, what was it again? But in the end, she wouldn't be able to remember and would say something like, if I'm angry, it must be your fault, Angie. The fact that you're at fault is what matters, and so who cares if I can't remember what it was you did? There'd be some ridiculous reasoning like that, and she'd keep on punishing me. Yes, Aunt Ava's punishment was something that would continue until I learned something, or acknowledged my mistake, or apologized. It would continue until Aunt Ava wanted to stop, so this violence was a bit nostalgic in a way that made me want to vomit. Oh, man. I opened my eyes, and look, there's Aunt Ava, right next to Kasumu, who's smoking a cigarette. Or Kasumi. I can see Aunt Ava, almost as though the two of them are laughing together. When I think about it, even Aunt Ava's life might be a thing worthy of my sympathy. The responsibility and pressure of being a member of the Ushinomiya family, which she often mentioned to me, had probably caused her great pain. After all, people can't make insults that they've never been the targets of themselves. That's true. Or is it? Why did I say that's true? I don't even know. It was probably the same for Aunt Rosa as well. As the youngest child of the honorable Ushinomiya family, she must have gone through many tough times. So it was just like what Aunt Ava did to me. Just like what Sumideta Kasumi is doing now. Aunt Rosa must have been the same. People tend to push the pain they've burdened with onto other people. Otherwise, they can never escape from that pain. So on, in eternity and perpetuity, the chain of pain and sadness does not end. That's why Maria One-chan's magic was so incredible. With her magic, she didn't even have to bear the pain caused by Aunt Rosa. The pain probably was pushed onto her, its weight probably tormented her, but One-chan didn't carry that burden on her own shoulders. She purified it and filled her world with happiness. So I'm sure, if Maria One-chan had had children in the future, she probably wouldn't have pushed the pain that had been forced onto her children. That chain of pain and sadness that stretched back for who knows how long, which she couldn't understand and which she had inherited, which had been forced onto her, Maria One-chan cut it with her magic. What's wrong? Got a bone to pick with me? I gave her Beatrice's voice. Push the pain onto someone else to escape the pain, but the pain is going to come back and bite you, right? It's like, I can acknowledge that, like, that is some people's coping mechanism, but it's not a good coping mechanism. In the past, I would have snapped back. I would have met her hatred with hatred, so they cancel each other out. It's like, if that's your coping mechanism, then I'm sorry, lady, but you need therapy. So nothing got canceled out. The thing being forced on me ended up right there on my shoulders. Just like how even now I hate her. So now that I know of magic, I'll look at the human called Ushinomiya Eva again. What I could see through to was a sad human form, no different from me, who had lost her family and who bore deep wounds in her heart. Unable to withstand the pain of that torn heart, she was doing nothing more than howl sadly, like a lion crying in pain, like a child. Even Ushinomiya Eva was someone I should have felt compassion for. She needed someone to understand the difficulties and pain of her childhood years. Even she, who was the only survivor of the Rokkenjima crime, who was faced with the curiosity of all of society, who was publicly slandered and forced to have salt continuously flung into the wound, had needed someone's compassion. In order to let Eva forget her pain and sadness, at least a little, the Black Witch taught her magic, just like the times that had possessed Aunt Rosa. It was the same magic of anger and sadness that Beatrice had taught Maria One-chan when she was mourning for her torn-apart friend Sakutaro. That same magic, that witch, had probably dwelled inside Aunt Rosa too. So I mustn't hate Ushinomiya Eva. Maybe I should have become her ally, as the only person in the world who could understand her. What did I say to her when I was young, when she returned alive all alone? Could it be that I acted as though she'd killed my family and returned on her own? I can't believe it. Aunt Eva, who was never been more than an object of and a synonym of hatred throughout my life, he's turning into a human I can understand. So I can see, right next to Aunt Eva, the form of the Black Witch who taught her the black magic. Aunt Eva was crying. It was only natural. Not only was no one willing to understand the pain of losing her husband and son at once, but her only relative had insulted her, saying, "Give me back my dad and mom." I can make the excuse that I was merciless because of my youth. However, to her at the time, it had probably been cruel enough to sever the last thread in her heart. In the following days, the talk shows and magazines publicly slandered her. The truth of her husband's business and character, and even her beloved son, were negated. So she no longer had anything left. She could do nothing but cry and howl, trying to forget the pain and sadness, at least for a while. After all, she could only feel a tiny bit of release, and only during the time that she howled. And so, the Black Witch taught her to howl. The one I hated was the Black Witch. Black magic can probably release one from that pain for an instant. However, it never lifts that weight from a person's shoulders. On the contrary, it forces that weight onto further victims, filling the world with hatred. If only Aunt Eva knew of white magic and had a true witch nearby. Shouldn't that have been me? Didn't I learn the magic to create happiness from Maria One-chan? If I had taught her with that magic, could we have built a future with a completely different relationship? Probably. Up until now, I've hated Aunt Eva constantly, so I didn't notice the Black Witch beside her. Without love, it could not be seen. I didn't have any love for her. So now, finally, I'll glare at that black witch, the one I truly should hate. Just punches the air.
Oh, what's this? I forget what voice I have. You can see me.
I see you. The one I should have hated wasn't Aunt Ava, it's you.
Wow, awesome. To think that a lowly human could see a witch like me. So, are you trying to say something like with that glare? Do you hate me?
Hate? Yes, I do. But that's not quite it. I just think you're sad.
Sad? What are you saying? Come on, go ahead. Why not hate me as much as you want?
I won't hate. Hating you means I'm doing nothing more than inheriting Aunt Ava's hatred. I'll put a stop to hatred. I'll accept Aunt Ava's pain, purify it, and throw it away.
What kind of epiphany did you think you had? Is your head all right? Seriously, if only you just give up and die. You guys, kick her more and more, okay? Not her face, though, because it'd be boring if her pitiful face got it any better.
The black suits persistently kicked my stomach and back, as though they had been ordered to by the black witch. Munch. Just munch the face, just hump. My, are you still not suffering after all that? You keep staring right at me. Do you hate me? I'll bet you do. Same here. Kasumi sneered at me, but for some reason, I had the feeling that she was crying behind that expression. Just like me, the pain of being forced into an unreasonable life would never, ever heal. The sad lion gasping in pain from the thorn he can't get out continues to howl.
Hey, Sumadera Kasumi, take a look. Over there. It's as you used to be. Don't you feel better now? You used to be standing there, but now you're on this side, right? Isn't that great? Don't you like having the roles switched?
Yes, it really is great. How could you make that kind of face, Angie? Go on and cry. You want to, right?
Yes, of course she wants to cry. Make her cry. Didn't someone make you cry back then? So make her cry too. You too, Angie. If only you just break down and cry.
Cry, Angie. I want to see your crying face. Cry and try saying, I'm sorry, Aunt Kasumi.
Yes, make her say those words. Aren't those words painful? Isn't being made to apologize for something that isn't your fault just the worst pain? Make her feel the same way. By doing that, you can relieve your pain. Yeah, that's it. Be a little more honest with yourself, okay? If only you just let your emotions run more free more and more and more.
The Black Witch provoked Kasumi, and Kasumi began to give herself over to that dark emotion. By turning deep sadness into an evil alcohol and forcing it down, trying to forget it for just an instant, nothing would change. The words Kasumi insulted me with were, themselves, sad. And I couldn't forgive the Black Witch who had imposed that sadness on Kasumi. I had gone limp, which seemed to have stopped the Black Suits' kicking competition. Or maybe the kickers were getting tired too. Kasumi didn't order them to stop, but at some point they did. However, I was reflected in Kasumi's eyes, and they burned me with flames of hatred. She had been tempted by the witch to do that in order to relieve her own pain.
Sumadera Kasumi, you aren't done yet. You've got much more trampling to do, right? Can you forgive what happened to your entire life with just a little violence?
I can't. I still can't forgive her with just this.
Right? There's no way you can forgive her. Do it more. More of the flames of hatred. Nothing can warm you except the flames of hate. After being frozen in the snowfields of anger and sadness, the only flame that can warm you is hatred. Say it, okay? Scream it. If only you just burn yourself to ashes with a roar of hate!
Ushinomi Anji! I cannot live without hating you! My goodness. Sumide Kasumi. Look at that bundle of flowers. These flowers are for your dead family, right, Anji? Black Witch grinned at me unpleasantly, using her chin to signal Kasumi to pick it up. Kasumi picked up the flowers I was going to offer, brought them all the way over to me, dropped them, and made a show of trampling them. Her expression was filled with hatred and a frantic quality that couldn't be explained with hatred alone. She trampled them over and over again, as though her sadness was reaching the bursting point. So the sound of her trampling was just sad.
Oh, still not suffering yet. Then what about this? Sumadera Kasumi, use this.
No, not that. Oh no. The object the Black Witch pointed at was Maria One-chan's grimoire. Kasumi also noticed it and picked up that book, which was heavier than it looked.
What's this? Why not read it? You might fall over laughing, okay?
Kasumi opened the grimoire, skimmed over the contents, and snorted derisively. Give it back. That's One-chan's. Of course, my hand couldn't reach. My stomach was once again kicked by the black suits, and I doubled over.
See? This book's really important to Anji, right? Gotta belittle the things that are important to her, okay? That'll work better than punching or kicking a girl like her. You know that better than anyone, don't you? As though remembering something painful, Kasumi's face twisted for an instant, but that quickly disappeared, changing into a scornful smile directed at me. Ooh, what a creepy book. Did you write this? Stop it. Give it back. Look at that face. Belittle it more. Belittle it more. Teach her the pain of having your dignity trampled. That's the way you soften your own pain.
What's with this embarrassing book? I'll admit I did have a little interest in fortune-telling as a girl, but isn't this going a bit too far? Magic? Ew. You're one of those, aren't you? It's like in those cartoons where the girl says something, spell and transforms to a witch, right? You like those, don't you? How pathetic. Cackling, Kasumi opened to a random page and showed it to the black suits. The black suits looked too and guffawed. That sneer didn't wound me, but I couldn't forgive it. After all, that sneer was ridiculing Maria One-chan. I don't hate Kasumi, but for forcing that unhealing anger and sadness on Kasumi, I couldn't forgive the Black Witch. That Black Witch ate into Aunt Ava, Sumadera Kasumi, and Aunt Rosa, tormenting them for an eternity without letting their wounds be healed. I can't forgive her. I can't forgive the Black Witch. Wow, this is just great. Magic for making candy fall from the sky, you say? What's this? Sprinkle water cleansed by the sun with sugar? Stick the magic staff in and then an incantation? What the heck? It hurts. The black suits were also rolling around, guffawing. I'm back as a student made me laugh. I heard the student yell, "God, I'm free" when school got out. That's so fun. But welcome back. Then, grinning, the Black Witch whispered something into Kasumi's ear. The thing that you've missed, Anji's getting bullied. Just very aggressively bullied. I want candy to fall from the sky, right? Although I feel like it would hurt. Honestly. It would be kind of like hail, but like... I guess it depends on the candy, honestly. After glaring at me with a grin, Kasumi took that page. Kasumi grabbed hold of that page, tore it off, crumpled it up, and threw it away.
So cruel. That was Maria's magic. Oh, really? How sad.
That was one of the spells to summon happiness that Maria had made with Sakutaro. Anyone knows that making sugar water, coloring it, and leaving by the window isn't going to make candy fall from the sky. But after repeating that every day, one time on her way home from school, she had found several pieces of candy scattered around. How happy must that miracle have made Maria One-chan? Didn't she treasure that candy, eating it during her night alone with Sakutaro to distract herself from her loneliness? That magic that One-chan had given birth to had been torn and thrown away, and had disappeared. The whole miracle of happiness that magic had given birth to had been torn and thrown away. Add a notebook for how the spell system works in my books. Oh my gosh. I feel like I kind of missed out on like making my own like language stuff. I was instead of making my own language, I was obsessed with the Urkin alphabet from Invader Zim. That was my cringy language. Oh, this part's great too. Magic to make tonight's dinner cream croquette? What's next? Magic to make bell peppers taste good? That's not bad either. So stupid.
Tear that too. If only you just tear it more and more.
With a brutal, loud laugh, the Black Witch made Maria One-chan's spells get torn out one after another. Magic of happiness was sneered at, torn, and thrown away. I made my own language but then lost the paper because it was supposed to be from my world. Oh no! Stop it. Stop it. Don't defile Lady Maria's magic. Don't defile it with your filthy toxin. Mammon cried and yelled, but she had no way of reaching Kasumi.
Come on, why not defile it? Miracles of magic? Magic to bring happiness? No way, nothing like that exists. Don't you know that you can't heal pain and sadness without pushing it onto someone else? Hey, you have those magic friends, the friend things, right? Sumadera Kasumi, open to that page.
What's this? Magic friends? The Seven Sisters of Purgatory? What a creepy name. It says that they fly at awesome speeds and finish off the enemy. Anji, if you can use this kind of magic, shouldn't you use it right now? Who says it's weird language? It's all Greek characters. I mean, it was, I mean, it was, I don't know. I forget what most of them look like, but they looked like, how can you explain it? It almost looks like, I don't know, like almost like the monster logo with like the claw marks, but like, I don't know. But like not quite, I don't know. I was really obsessed with it though. How foolish. The page that wrote of the Seven Sisters of Purgatory was also heartlessly torn away. The page itself was just paper. It wasn't Mammon's vessel or anything. But the tearing, denying toxin burned Mammon from the inside. Mammon's face twisted from that heat and pain.
Are you okay, Mammon? Hold on.
Smudge is no problem. It's not me, but Anji-sama, who's in pain. However, Mammon's expression was twisted with unbearable anguish and humiliation.
Stop it, Black Witch. Why are you doing something like that? Why can't you use magic for happiness? Oh, you're a magic friend too, right? I'll defile you too. Sumadera Kasumi, look for the skies page too, okay?
What's this one? What's with this crappy scribble of a lion? Sakutaro? What a weird name. My best friend, it says. Really? This is your friend? A close friend? This lion is? Is it? Is it?
It really is a crappy scribble. This ugly lion is totally you. To think she had something like this as a friend, that Ushiomiya Maria kid's mind is so pathetic it's embarrassing. What a joke. She's like a moron. If only she'd just give up and die. But don't make fun of Maria.
Stop it. Don't break it.
No way.
Time to backhand slap Havitress and Kasumi? Absolutely. There was a shrill sound. The page had been filthily ripped out. The picture of Sakutaro that One-chan had drawn was violently ripped in half. No, not again! Oh. Oh no!
Oh no! Why they gotta make it so sad?
What a crappy picture! You all laughed too, okay? A pair of black suits laughed vulgarly. heartlessly trampled the two halves that had been torn and thrown away. Sakatato, hang in there.
I'm not sad. I just can't stand it. I can't stand that. Maria's being made fun of and I can't do anything about it.
Humans can't see us. It's as though we don't exist. We can only interact with humans that need us. That's why we're furniture. Sakatato and Mammon supported each other. They crouched down, sobbing. I couldn't stand it either. Those who can't see how wonderful the world of magic is can't understand it. You can't explain to humans who can't understand, so it gets belittled. If you could show them it, but you can't. Because in front of humans who are filled with a magic-resisting toxin and who can't understand magic, magic cannot be used. I really don't get it. From this delusional diary, I've got to assume that something's wrong with your head. It really is fun to take a peek into your mind. You creepy child.
Both you and Maria. And that stuffed animal and the furniture over there too, right?
I could laugh. You don't have any friends, do you? You're always alone, so stuffed animals are your friends? What a pitiable child. Don't worry, I understand. I know what it's like to live that way, so I'll accept it. You really are a pitiable child, aren't right? Fun fact, 203 bones are the most painful ones. They break your femurs. Right, okay, we're going for the femurs, everybody. To you, it probably would look like something made by a pitiful child. That's right. If 100 people were to read One-chan's diary, 100 people would probably think the same thing. I used to be like that too. But you know, despite all that, Maria One-chan summoned a world of happiness. Don't deny that magic, that happiness.
Such a stubborn child you are. Very well. This is the last one. I'll tear apart the source of the truly foolish magic that you and Maria believed in. Sumadera Kasumi, read this page, okay?
What's this colorful page? What's this? Magic to always be friends with my beloved mother?
Stop it! Not that page!
This magic's really simple, isn't it? It looks like even I could do it. Even I could remember an incantation this short. Shall I give it a whirl?
It really is a short incantation, isn't it? Okay, give it a try. Let's have everyone spit it out.
With expressions that ridiculed it from the bottom of their hearts, the Black Witch and Kasumi tapered their mouths, and they said it aloud.
Ugh.
Not only am I angry at these two, but I am again reminded how angry I am at Rosa. The black suits stared blankly, asking what the hell that was supposed to be. Then Kasumi answered, cackling. This is supposed to be an incantation. Are you kidding me?
Come on, why don't you guys try it too? Ooh.
The black suits imitated that moaning voice, making fun of it. That was the incantation, for the magic that will let her always be friends with her beloved mother. The hell, how stupid. If you could make family relationships better by just saying this world would be always peaceful. Stupid moaning voice. Too bad if you do this over and over, people will think you're a pathetic, stupid kid. Are you a moron?
Stop it! At least don't belittle that magic!
It's like, man, Maria was trying so hard. It was the day of a picnic, when Maria One-chan and Aunt Rosa were alone. We love and stand oohs in this house, right? It was written that this was one of the top 5 happiest days of her life. One-chan was singing a song that she just learned from her mama. Her mother had been delighted, but partway through, Maria forgot the lyrics. But since she saw that her mother was so happy, she started to sing until the very end, with Even though she'd only pretended to know the lyrics, her mother had enjoyed it a lot. After that, remained an incantation to remember that day that she'd spent in fun and happiness with her mother. Of course, even though she seemed to find it funny at first, Aunt Rosa eventually tired of hearing it, and eventually started scolding One-chan when she said it. But to One-chan, it was a memory of a fun day that she'd never forget. So among the spells that Maria had created, it was the oldest and the first. Kasumi stuck her fingernails into that page too. Stop it! Don't tear it! At least spare that page. No way! With a shrill sound, the girl's world of happiness was erased. Is this your magic of happiness? Hilarious, hilarious! There's no way there could be magic to make you happy, right? Magic is made out of anger and hatred, right? Happiness is what you call the feeling of release that you only get when you push all the hatred you bear onto other people. The happiness you all are talking about is a phantom that doesn't show up outside of picture books. As Kasumi laughed her head off, she slammed the grimoire against the ground and stepped on it. Can't stand it? Hey, you can't stand it, right? You white witches of happiness. You can't stand it that much. Why don't you show us? Show us your magic. If it exists, then you just have to show us, right? A witch who can't use magic isn't a witch. That's why we're the real witches. You're just brats trying to escape reality with a dream. And then we pulled out a gun. Then, if I can show you magic, will you believe in One-chan's magic? Huh? Yeah, sure. I'll believe. If you can use magic and show me, that is. Let's see, you stupid brat! Silently, slowly, I stood up. Sensations of this cramped world, such as the pain in my body, felt truly trifling. Oh, looks like you've still got enough energy to stand up, Miss Great Witch. Just punch her right in the nose. Now that you've stood up, what are you gonna show us? Show us some magic. Magic exists. And I pulled out a gun and started blasting. Who's crying now? What? What's this kid saying? Did you guys hear that? Silence! Isn't this interesting? You people always refuse to show this power of miracles because of the magic-resisting toxin. Disciple of the White Witch Maria, let's see some magic. Do you have any clue how many humans have believed in that miracle before being betrayed? Everyone believes. Everyone is betrayed and despairs. And they learn that true magic can only be gained by the power of black witches like me. Hitting someone with your hatred is nothing more than a sin. That isn't magic. I'll show you real magic. You... Black Witch winced slightly. However, Kasumi sneered at me even more. Then let's have a look. So, what kind of magic will you show us? Magic to make candy fall from the sky? Or else magic to make cookies multiply? What? The instant I opened my eyes, a tremendous wind arose. What's this all of a sudden? Come, arise, the seven sisters of purgatory. What? There was a flash behind me, and in an instant, 7 pieces of high-level furniture were gathered there. It was a power that far surpassed the magical strength that I'd had in my prime. It was a power that matched even Maria, One-chan, and Beatrice. The 7 sisters of purgatory, right here. Anji-sama, you said it once. Because I lacked magical power and resolved, I couldn't use you or your sisters. This isn't some cheap emotion like wanting to get back at my bullying classmates. In order to protect Maria One-chan's, Mirage Sorciere's world, I now order you to show me the miracle of magic. It's impossible. No matter what you try before such a massive toxin. The 7 sisters also remembered what had happened in that classroom. If they could have obeyed Anji's order, they would have. However, surrounded by the toxin that runs thick in humans, they hadn't been able to display the miracle of magic. And they remembered very well how deeply that had hurt Anji. But Anji spoke very quietly. In that case, you all believe too. Huh? Mirage Sorciere was created to bring people happiness, and also to fight the Black Witch. In order to show that miracle to the foolish Black Witch, who denies the world that one of the founders, the Witch of Origins, Lady Maria, gave birth to, and in order to protect that world, believe in magic, in witches, in miracles, right now. When Kasumi gave an order to the black suits, one of them took out a gun and pointed it at Anji. You'll show us magic, right? Then let's have it. Use magic to shoot this man down with a fireball or lightning or something. You get one chance. Show us before I count to 3, got it? If you can't, then you'd best prepare yourself, okay? Shoot. What's with this kid? She's lost it. The black suit pointing the gun laughed at Angie's detached attitude.
Are you serious? This girl's lost her mind. In that case, go get yourself shot. If only you'd just die. Auntie, it's impossible. You can't block bullets with magic.
No. There's nothing to be afraid of. Compared to my magic, the Seven Sisters of Purgatory, bullets are nothing. Anji-sama. Mammon was perplexed by Angie's absolute trust. If she could comply, she would have, on that day as well. But because she had been unable to do anything, she had hurt Angie. You brat! If you can use magic, let us have a look right now. What's wrong? You're telling us to show. We're telling you to show us magic, right? Come on, no need to hold back, okay? Boom! Show us some magic. The black suits jeered at her, but Angie simply concentrated her mind in silence.
If only you just shoot. She's even telling you to try and shoot you guys.
This kid's already lost her mind from fear. Bye-bye, Angie-san. Go and pretend to be a witch as much as you want in heaven. Fire. Are you sure? Fire. Die, Angie.
If you can do it, then give us this magic years a try.
The black suit cocked the gun, sneering, and pulled the trigger. The sound of gunfire rang out, and the world stopped. A red spray scattered out, and chunks of flesh flew. What are you doing, Mammon? Don't tell me you'd let a boorish pebble of a bullet like this reach Anji-sama. Lucifer lined up the bullet perfectly, and with a single swing, sliced it. And in the chest of the black suit, who had apparently fired the gun, was a hole as big as a fist.
Every now and then, I get to go first.
Half of Leviathan's body was covered in blood, and a cold smile was on her face. Then slowly, a pitiful prey that she had brought down fell over. You pierced a human?
Idiot! Do you still not believe in our master's magic power?
Are you
kidding me? You materialized in front of this many humans?
What is this? What? Kasumi and the rest were flustered. He certainly seemed to have fired his gun. However, it hadn't hit Anju. And why was the person who fired the gun hurt herself? This is magic. Great job, Leviathan.
I'm most honored. You foolish humans who dare oppose our master. Now is the time of judgment. Prostrate yourselves. Why? You shouldn't be able to bring magic into the world of humans. They shouldn't be able to see magic, and they shouldn't be able to be touched by magic. Why?
Because this is true magic.
What are you people doing? Kill!
One of the black suits, who had finally come to his senses, took out his gun, readied it.
Like I'd allow you to disrespect the disrespect of pointing a gun barrel at our master. Die.
Those words were a requiem. The man's chest had already been pierced by Lucifer, who had become a stake of pride in an instant. Thump. With the sound of the second person falling, the black suits now realized for certain that their lives were in peril. Save me! The instant one of the black suits doubled over in shock and turned on his heels to escape from that place, the stake of sloth. Be thankful that your violence against our master will be repaid with this alone. Die. In his right eye, a hole as big as a walnut, and his head split. Ow. Belphegor was sprayed with blood, and her face twisted demonically with the joy of being able to use her full power. Who's that? Who's there? Where are you? The black suits were flustered, pointing their guns at every direction, but they didn't understand what was happening. They knew that something terrifying was coming for them from somewhere, but they didn't know from where. Dummy! The enemy is right in front of your eyes! The witch's funeral is after you! But they couldn't see, because they didn't believe in magic. They could not see. Just as the Black Witch said, Satan was standing boldly in front of a black suit. However, the black suit couldn't see her at all.
Did you think humans could see our forms? That they could follow us? Stupid humans. Time to pay a fool's price for forgetting your awe of magic.
What's this? What's going on? You can't see it, because you have no love.
Impossible! Even though there are so many humans here, even though the magic-resisting toxin is everywhere, why can you manifest your magic? Who are you?
A witch. And unlike you, a real one.
Whoa! What? Damn it! You!
As though announcing his candidacy for becoming the fourth victim, one of the black suits pointed his gun at Angie, and the trigger was... Angie glared at him coldly and simply ordered, Die! Next one. Satan. Satan of Wrath, already right here. Blockhead. You'd think a simple bullet could hit Angie-sama or us now? The stake of anger pierced and smashed the bullet fired by the black suit and continued straight on towards the man's face.
Know your foolishness and regret in hell! Die!
With a terrible explosive sound, the upper half of the man's head was smashed. Bathed in scattered flesh and blood, Anji quietly asked one more question. Hey, Kasumi, do you still not feel like believing in magic? There's no way something so ridiculous could exist. I won't accept it. There's no way magic exists.
Yes, that's right. There's no way magic exists. There's no way witches exist. Magic exists! Witches exist! Ooh! Udio!
That's right. Magic exists. Witches exist. And in this world filled with anger and sadness, it can become the key that opens the door to the world of happiness. I won't let someone like you deny that.
The key to the world of happiness lies in every person's hands. No one has any right to steal that away.
You pitiful human who cannot understand this. If there had been magic in your life, it would probably have turned out differently, becoming much more peaceful. When I think that in your entire life you were never able to meet with a true witch, I pity you. Kasumi let out a piercing scream. At the same time, two of the black suits came for me at once, thrusting their guns at my head, like they were trying to use me as a hostage against something their eyes couldn't see. Against the seven sisters of Purgatory, who had now reached the level of weapons, this was completely pointless. Damn, where are you? Keep on attacking, and this girl is dead. Show yourself!
What the hell's he saying? And his guts look so tasty too. Anji-sama, leave this next one to me.
Go ahead, kill him.
Thank you so much, I'm so happy. I'm so happy. Die.
The man's chest split and his guts poured out. This terrible way of dying threw the other man into a total panic. However, Asmodeus' form was already at his back, grasping his neck, smiling obscenely.
What a cutie. Hey, where do you want to get pierced? Anji-sama, got any ideas?
The head.
Certainly, my master. Die.
The final black suit had his head smashed by the stake of lust, and as his insides scattered, he twisted and fell. In the gruesome world where 6 people lay in a sea of blood, witch and human confronted each other. Sumaderas Kasumi, I sympathize with your sad life from the bottom of my soul. I'm willing to grant you magic that can seal up that unfillable hole in your heart, if you can believe, that is. Don't be ridiculous. I will never accept anything like that. As Kasumi, who was scared out of her wits, stepped backwards, she picked up a handgun that someone had dropped. Then, shaking, she pointed it at Anji.
That's right, Kasumi. Shoot with that gun. Turn your hatred into a bullet and shoot.
I'll kill you. I'll kill you. If I don't kill you, I'll never be paid back for the life I've lived.
Yes, kill. Pull the trigger. Take all of the anger and pain from your shabby life until now. Use it all against her. If you don't, you won't be released from your pain and anguish.
Stop it, Aunt Kasumi. You mustn't listen to the Black Witch. I'll kill you. I'll kill you! Because of your mother, my entire life has been a wreck. In that case, my magic might be able to turn that life into something bright and peaceful bit by bit, starting now. If you can believe in magic and just have a change of heart, I'll be able to open the door to a new world for you.
There's no such thing. The salvation she speaks of is obviously just some fairy tale. Your life is going to be covered with thorns until you die anyway. Let her hear that cry of agony. You can't regain anything that was lost, right? Sumadera Kasumi!
That's right. You might not be able to regain anything. However, I know you'll be able to create something new. So, Aunt Kasumi, throw that gun away. I might be able to teach you, too, about a world of happiness. You know, because your mother ran away, I was forced to marry her fiancé in her place. There was a man I swore I'd spend my life with, and I was forced to break up with him. You think you understand how I felt when I was forced to be wed in your mother's place, and was held by a man I had barely even talked to? I wanted to kill her, but Ne-san just went and died on her own. That's why I'll kill you. Otherwise, my thorn-filled life will never end! From Kasumi's eyes, tears of passion dripped down. So pitiable. This person's tears were so clear and beautiful, but for that very reason, she hadn't been able to fully withstand her sad pain, and had been given no choice but to listen to the Black Witch's temptation. So sad. In that case, I'll at least release you, your soul, for all eternity, and free you from the bonds of resentment. That might be the only bit of charity I can give you right now. Die! Ushinomiya Anji! Goodbye, Aunt Kasumi. Take a long rest in a quiet world. I no longer feel anger or hatred for you. I just want to let your soul rest in peace. Such a poor, unfortunate soul, letting her soul grow dark with rage and hatred, right? Kasumi's handgun spat fire. Slowly, that bullet continued through a world frozen in the utmost limit, aiming for Anji's head. Mammon. Yeah, Mammon of Greed, right here. Thanks. Huh? Because I met you in Sakutaro, I was able to understand everything.
Anji.
Look away, Sakutaro. Mammon, release that woman and protect the honor of Mirage Sociere.
Yes! Prepare yourself, Sumadara Kasumi!
Even though the world was frozen, the stake of greed flashed like lightning, and had already gotten behind Kasumi.
If there's any virtue in you, we'll meet again on the Mountain of Purgatory. Die!
The upper half of Sumadera Kasumi's head was smashed. Her cage of flesh was shattered, and she finally was released. Whew. Next is you, the Black Witch. By now, I think even the fact that you look like Aunt Ava is inexcusable to her.
If my form still looks like Ushinomiya Eva, that means you still haven't been able to forgive me inside yourself. I understand, Anji. Even you want to be released from your thorn-filled life more than anything. In that case, I thought of something interesting. I'll show you magic as well. I won't be the one to kill you.
With the worst of smiles on her face, the Black Witch changed her form into something like black mist, or else a vast swarm of black flying insects, which began to swirl around me. Then, that black mist began to gather bit by bit, shaping itself into a form of a human. What's this supposed to be? You've got at least a vague idea, don't you? It's the woman you hated and despised the most. The woman I hated and despised you the most. Or who hated. Not I hated. When the black mist cleared, over there was Aunt Ava's form, and as she had been during her life. Her hands were holding her gun. Aunt Ava died.
Long time no see, Anji. I've come back from hell to kill you.
Aunt Ava glared at me with a mad laugh. But I'm not that surprised. Aunt Ava was that kind of person. I imagine my funeral came as quite a relief to you, right? I feel the same, since I'll never have to see your face again. But I had just one regret. And this is it. Killing me? Was that your last request? How pitiful. Even after death, my aunt hasn't released from her pain. The Black Witch's power in itself is the source of my magic. Anger and hatred taught me how to work hard and persist. Completely different from this magic to escape reality that you speak of. The magic you speak of is nothing more than stress reduction through outbursts of anger. Our magic is different. It can remake the entire world. It's in a totally different class than your wicked magic. In that case, let's settle which is the victor right now. Black or white? You see my black magic miracle reviving even after death and pointing a gun at you like this? How exactly do you intend to stop that with a miracle of white magic? I've surrounded you with a magic-resisting toxin. You can't call the Seven Sisters anymore. That miracle just now won't occur again. Having it occur despite all that is why it's called a magic. Okay, Mammon, lend me your power. But Mammon didn't respond. She didn't appear. Certainly, as she said, the magic-resisting toxin had burned everything up like a wasteland parched by a blazing sun. This might be a little tough. It's useless to call out. Never again! The Seven Sisters of Purgatory will never answer! And being able to call them even so is what makes it magic, right? How pitiful. So long, Anji. The few days we spent together were fun in their own way. This is goodbye. Aren't you glad that the end of the line of you turned out to be this place? Yeah, seriously. How thoughtful of you. Thanks. Then this is farewell. The barrel of the gun rose slowly, so that you could see all the way down it. Then, the trigger was slowly. At that moment, the gun exploded. It wasn't that it fired, it burst. You're kidding me. In shock, inside a frozen space, Ava looked at the ruptured gun. When time melted, the fragments would probably smash into her face all at once. Mammon agreed. Right here. You're kidding me. Behind Ava's back, Mammon stood. She had already penetrated the target I had given her, which was the gun. Right, get out of here, Ava. How you had a backfire. Is this enough magic for you, Aunt Ava? Anji. Then, time melted. The fragments of the gun burst and exploding gunpowder burned her face. Letting out a shrill scream, she covered her face and rolled around. It was pitiful. Your luck was bad. This is game over, Aunt Ava. I signaled to Mammon, so that Ava would be freed quickly from the pain of her burnt face as she writhed around. Thank you, Mammon. This time I want to apologize again, and from the bottom of my heart for calling all of you powerless on that day in the classroom. You were excellent furniture for protecting witches. I'm the one that's grateful. I feel truly honored to be able to meet a good witch, a good master in the end, and at being able to fulfill my duty as furniture. Mammon had understood. This would be the final job I'd give her. Mammon quietly walked up to me. Then she looked down at Ava. Aunt Ava, thanks for sticking with me for so long. This is farewell. Have a nice dream. See you in hell. Good. Then, the light sound of her forehead being bored into rang out. The battle of gunpowder, smoke, and fury, of white and black magic, ended. I get the feeling it was a long, truly long journey, and the world slowly sank into darkness. Gunpowder burns hurt. I can imagine. That would be, like, extremely painful. The stars that should have been sparkling lay not in the sky, but were scattered beneath me. When I realized that the pearl and ruby made a red and white stream, I noticed that it was a vast nighttime scene spread out below. I was in the sky of that nighttime scene, neither standing nor flying, but simply floating. From nowhere in particular, I could hear a truly dull applause. I know. It's the one who ordered me to go on the journey, Birkenstell.
Congratulations, Endless Witch Anji Beatrice. At the end of your travels, you understood everything about magic.
Yes, I now understand everything about magic. I am a witch, the last witch who inherited the magical world created by Mirage Saucier.
No one besides you can tear Beatrice's world to pieces.
Because I know witches. I learned how to resist them. Magic is made of love and sadness and anger. No matter how cruel a witch Beatrice might have been, the source of her magic is exactly the same. And that's why I wish I could leave that world of hers alone. After all, in her eyes at least, that world is complete.
But then you have to give up on your family.
That's right. So I don't like doing it, but I have to fight. The very reason I left this journey to become a witch was so I could bet on the faint chance that I'd be able to take my family back someday.
Unless you kill Beatrice, only worlds of isolation can exist for you. As one who has traveled to billions of fragments, I guarantee it.
I understand. I can't afford to have compassion. I must make my heart a demon and tear her heart to pieces.
It's good that you're steady in that resolve. I was worried that, as another witch like her, you might grow attached and lose your will to continue.
I felt a bit hollow hearing that from a person whose face was almost always emotionless, or expressionless. Birkenstell, the mysterious witch who invited me on this journey. At times, I suspected that you might have lied to me.
Why?
I am the Anji of 1998, so even if I save my family, they will only be saved for the Anji of 1986. They won't be saved for me, so I've sometimes felt like I'm being deceived.
That is correct. I deceived you.
But now I'm grateful. After all, in the end, you did teach me how to get my family back.
I didn't teach you anything. If you know something, it's because you've reached that mental state by yourself, as a witch. That mental state is different from my own. I personally cannot understand it, but that's the truth. If that's the truth, then congratulations.
I'm not a player in this game, but a piece. You said that to me, right?
Yes, I said it.
Now I fully understand that role. Peace doesn't need emotions. It just has to give its all for victory's sake.
Yes, that is correct. A game requires that you each make the best possible moves, right? If your moves get distorted by hesitation and confusion, your opponent will be confused as well.
Sorry, Beatrice. But don't hate me. Ushinomiya Anji still needs her family, so I have the right to fight you, so that I can take them back. And you have the responsibility to be challenged by me to a fight. So don't hate me. In exchange, if you do win this game, I'll give you my blessing as well. Come on, let's go. As the piece I am, it's fully time for my true turn. Sorry, Beatrice. I won't hand over Oni-chan to you. The world whitened. It wasn't white. It was a gold color as bright as can be. There was the beautiful Ushinomiya family rose garden. However, the flowers on the roses were all gold. The nectar was all gold-colored. The butterflies gathered there were gold as well. This is the Golden Land, the promised land that the witches of Mirage Saucière had finally been guided to. There, all wishes are granted, and all magic and dreams are born. In that garden of gold roses were two, and only two, witches. I appeared as an uninvited guest, making that atmosphere tremble with unrest. What was to them a wind of misfortune shook the golden roses. The incredibly beautiful scene formed by the gold rose petals scattered by the wind was clearly something not of this world. The two of them had been taking a walk on the path of the golden roses, noticed me, and were surprised.
Anji? Beato, it's Anji!
How did you get here? Leave us alone. I shall no longer invite anyone here. Beato spoke coldly. She seemed like a completely different person from the boldly sneering woman she had once been. Right, we finally get to be here. It's really real. The Golden Land, it's real. She had closed off her heart and shut herself up in the world where she was alone with her Maria One-chan. A world where she could really be alone with a friendly Maria One-chan, lecturing about magic while drinking tea. With no one to hurry them, nothing to hold them back. A world where not a single person who might have hurt them existed. Yes, to the two of them, it was a small, perfect universe. Sorry, I can't have you shutting yourself up in here. We can't continue this game unless you come back. I said I stopped because I'm tired of it, or I'm tired of it. I will not return to the game again.
Beato will always be here with me. Here, we'll drink tea together and think of lots of ways to play. You can play with us too, Angie.
Maria, I believe I said that mustn't happen. I am satisfied as long as I have you alone. Say that you are too satisfied as long as you have me.
Yeah, thank you. The only person who needs me that much is you, Beato. So I'll be with you. Let us be enough, or just us is enough.
Maria, thanks. I am grateful. Beato held Maria tight, even creating a small, warm universe between their joined arms. It was probably the birth of the smallest universe in the world. The smallest universe in the world, with a pair who just needed each other, could give birth to. No matter how small it was a complete world, but I had to tear it apart. Sorry, but I can't let it go like that. I came to smash this golden land of Mirage Saucier. Are you going to break my world? Are you saying that this world is causing anyone other than Maria and me trouble? You've left Oni-chan waiting all this time in a game you started and then abandoned without finishing. If you don't return to your seat, the contest won't end for all eternity. There is no longer a single player in that game. Battler vanished and I did as well, coming here. That game is already over. It isn't over. You started the game, right? Take responsibility and see it through to the very end. Will you defeat Battler and give birth to the world you truly wished for? Or will you will you be defeated and everything swallowed up by your magic released? Take responsibility until the very end.
Don't, Angie. Beato will spend her time in this world alone with me for all eternity. And I don't need anything else as long as I have Beato. Here, all wishes are granted. Everything is here.
This golden land is made up of nothing more than the crystallization of Beatrice and Maria One-chan's thoughts. To drag Beato out of this world, I'm going to have to destroy it. I will destroy this golden land, which must be a final peaceful world in Beatrice's eyes. One-chan, that's wrong. This golden land is a liar. It won't grant the one wish you truly want granted.
That's not true. Anything can be granted here. Look, there's even a nice mama here.
Gold butterflies gathered behind Maria, forming into a kindly smiling Aunt Rosa. After smiling sweetly at me, it became golden petals and crumbled. Wow.
It's just like, look, nice mama's here.
Appears, goes away.
See? I told you, she's here.
I can't tell if this relationship between Beato and Maria is creepy or heartwarming. I'm hoping it's in a heartwarming way. Because, you know, they're not going to, like, Battler levels of creepiness with these two, so...
Here, anything can be created. Even Angie, even Battler, even George Oni-chan, even Jessica One-chan. You can summon as many as you want, and everyone is nice. You come too, Angie, and let's play together.
Sorry, One-chan. And what about Sakutaro? Upon hearing Sakutaro's name, One-chan looked like she was choking. Stop it! Do not speak that name! Beato's expression changed as well, and she hugged Maria, guarding her shoulders. Sakutaro's name was still taboo for One-chan. Why can't I say it? It's the name of Maria One-chan's best friend. Why won't you invite that close friend to this wonderful golden land? Why, in this golden land where any wish can be granted, is Sakutaro the only one you cannot summon? It's all right, Maria. You don't have to remember Sakutaro.
Sakutaro was killed by Mama!
Ooh, that destroyed a layer, I think. Maria One-chan flew into a rage with a terrible expression on her face. Surprised by that voice, the butterflies throughout the garden flew up, blowing around like a typhoon of flower petals. Yes, I know. Aunt Rosa took your precious stuffed animal, Sakutaro, and tore him apart. Gah! Maria's scream became a storm that violently scattered the golden petals and leaves. It truly was a storm of gold. Stop! Stop, stop, stop! Why are you trying to reopen the wound in Maria's heart? Don't defile the sleep of this precious friend to both Maria and myself. In that case, why don't you revive that precious friend of her for her with your magic? I'd do it if I could, but that stuffed animal was an article Rosa created herself. The magical meaning of that individual object being torn apart is, don't try to fool anyone. Why can't you revive Sakutaro? There's only one answer. It's because you aren't a real witch. I can revive him. With my magic, I can revive him as often as I want, like this. I can even bury this garden in Sakutaro's. Yeah, I'll bet you could with your magic. But One-chan definitely wouldn't be able to see the Sakutaros you create. You know why, right? I'll say it again. It's because you aren't a real witch.
Stop it! Why do you keep saying such mean things, Anji? Bito can use lots of magic. She's a wonderful witch. She couldn't revive just Sakutaro, but she can do absolutely anything else. So I can at least do without Sakutaro.
No, One-chan, that's wrong. There's nothing a witch can't do. As long as she couldn't do that, it was clear that Beatrice wasn't a real witch.
That's wrong. It's because Sakutaro's stuffed animal vessel was something Mama made specifically herself, and
that's why she can't revive him? Is Beatrice's your magic so inconvenient? In that case, are you saying you can revive Sakutaro? Are you saying you can do it with your magic? I can. What? Maria One-chan, I'll show you some real magic. I'll revive Sakutaro for you.
Really? Even Beatrice couldn't do it, right? Really?
Let's see, what? Or a nice mama or the real mama? I think it's just a nice one. What was the Teen Aquaforce bit? If your brain is so advanced, why don't you make yourself a girlfriend? Oh my gosh.
Hello, Featherine. How you doing?
That's a child. There's a child. We want a real stuffed animal.
Right, bring back the stuffed lion.
Yes, I can. In exchange, promise me. Once I've revived Sakutaro,
Yes.
leave this golden land. I will not permit that. This world is Maria's and mine. If Maria leaves, it will break. The minimum number of humans it takes to create a universe is 2. Otherwise, that world is destroyed. To drag out the witch shut away in the Golden Land, I'll have to destroy this world. Yes, that's the proof that you aren't a witch. A real witch can create a universe alone. The Mirage Sociere Alliance of Witches. The very existence of this alliance proves that you aren't a witch. No, I won't hand Maria over. I hate you. Leave right now. Get out of here! Dragging everyone into a game of your own accord, then getting bored and chasing them out when your mood changes? How selfish can you be? Take a look, Beatrice. And you, Maria One-chan. This is true magic.
Will you really revive Sakutaro?
There's no way you can. This is a golden land for Maria and me alone. There is not a single spell that an outsider like you could use. As you are now, you can't even create a single butterfly.
Be quiet, Beatil. Don't get in Anji's way.
It always takes 2 to tango, yeah. When Maria yelled, the storm suddenly stopped, and the area returned to silence. The scene, as a massive number of golden petals had been blown upwards, quickly drifted down, or quietly rather, was fantastical, as though golden snow was falling. Maria, thinking that about this unlikely, if only miracle, had unconsciously joined her hands together as though praying. Beato watched Maria do this, her heart racing. If the extremely unlikely were to happen, Maria would. This world would. But it's unthinkable. Absolutely impossible. That stuffed animal, which had been the only one in the world, was torn apart and thrown away, and not a thread remained. Reviving it was certainly and absolutely impossible. This is my golden land, a world where magic that isn't mine certainly cannot exist. If you think you can do it, let's see what you've got, Uchinomiya Anji! At Beato's scream-like cry, the world lost its sound. I slowly recited the incantation for true magic. Come, try to remember Maria's close friend, Sakutaro. Try and remember what form you had. Try and remember what a lovable stuffed animal you were. Expressions of shock rose to both their faces. Then, pushing Beato's elbow aside, Maria dashed forward. Right, I absolutely want a Sakutaro as well.
Taro. Sakutaro!
Then, she clung to both of us. It's all right. Sakutaro. isn't going to disappear.
Ryu, Maria, I'm home. Sakataro! 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 I wanted to see you so much!
It was without a doubt that stuffed animal lion, Sakutaro. Its softness, its texture, its stitches, its everything Maria had forgotten. But the instant she hugged that stuffed animal, it all came back to her vividly.
Ryu, Maria, I'm home. Sakutaro! Sakutaro! Is your body alright? Does it hurt anywhere? Even though something so horrible was done to you, are you okay? Ryu! Auntie revived me with magic, so I'm perfectly fine. Thank goodness. Thank goodness. Welcome back, Sakutaro.
Screw Sakutaro on the line, dude. I mean, he was fun. His name was Kudo, right? Or was it something else?
From now on, I'll always be with you, Maria. Together for eternity. So, don't let go of me, okay? Yeah, won't let go. For all eternity.
Then, still hugging Sakutaro, she looked up at me with tear-filled eyes. Miu's never watched Cardcaptor. I want to say it's a classic, but it's one of those things that I remember watching and I only remember one episode. Should I turn into a child? We messed up the spell. We gotta start over.
Thank you, Anji. Anji's magic is amazing. How? How can you revive Sakutaro when Byato couldn't do it?
Impossible. Impossible. How? How can a human other than me use magic in my golden land? This is completely impossible. Why are you so flustered about, Beatrice? This is magic, right? There's no way that's magic. This is my golden land. A world where magic that isn't mine certainly cannot exist. And my magic was not able to revive Sakutaro. There's no way it could. That is a special stuffed animal made by Rosa for her daughter's birthday, and in the entire world, the only... See? It's magic, right? With this miracle that she couldn't possibly accept, Byato understood all of my magic. She looked at Maria and Sakutaro innocently frolicking around, looked at me, and then fell to her knees, with even her hands pressed to the ground, and cried.
Beatrice, this really is magic, right? It's magic, right? Beatrice!
Indeed, it is magic. This is real magic.
Why can't Auntie use the magic that even Byato couldn't? Why? Why? Auntie's amazing. Auntie's an amazing witch. A real witch who's much, much more amazing than me.
Yeah, that's right, One-chan. I am the witch of resurrection, Anji. There's nothing that can't be revived by me.
Amazing. Incredible. Even Byato said that the magic of resurrection was the hardest. Auntie's incredible. A really, real great witch.
I think it's on Netflix. Cardcaptor isn't popular, but it's got a cult following. Definitely a product of its time. Yeah. Wait, was it not popular? I guess it wasn't as popular as Sailor Moon. I think they aired at the same time or something. I don't know. At that time, Maria and Sakutaro's forms flashed gold, and the forms of the two became golden flower petals that crumbled away. As the two became a golden wind and swirled together, they left for some other peaceful place, not here. Byato had, as promised, banished Maria from the Golden Land. Goodbye, Maria One-chan, and be happy forever. Don't worry, you definitely exist in One-chan's world too. But that isn't you. Good for you, Maria. As your close friend, I celebrate this reunion from the bottom of my heart. On Byato's face was a mixture of what was possibly every expression a human could muster. It was joy, anger, and sadness. Those are the only three emotions. That's the source of magic, isn't it? No, it's never got to Sailor Moon levels of popularity, yeah. So I'm thinking, like, maybe they were just, like, maybe they were airing at the same time, so it was just a matter of, like, more eyes were on Sailor Moon or something. I don't know. Without love, without sadness, without anger, magic cannot be seen. The ground shook. An earthquake. It gradually summoned greater and greater fissures and began to tear Beatrice's final paradise apart. Golden butterflies fluttered about, trying to escape, but there was nowhere to escape to. And Beatrice was the same. The golden land began to crumble away. The earth crumbled downwards like the floor falling through, and Beatrice was sucked into the depths of a jet-black darkness. Then, she was mercilessly slammed against the jet-black floor. It was a dimly lit smoking room. There was no door to exit by, and while there was a window, it let no light into Beatrice's shadowy smoking room. Even though Beato was moaning from the pain of being slammed against that cold, hard floor, she shakily rose to her feet. There was a seat there, and the game table, still just as it had been when she left it. The game board also remained at the same state that Beato had left it in. That's your seat. Sit. So this is the only seat for me to sit in? Beato put a hand against her own seat and laughed sadly. Win or lose, that's all you've been given. A tie during the process of reaching that point will probably be permitted. However, you won't be allowed to suspend the game or throw it away. Will you win and survive or lose and disappear? Until one of those two things happens, you will not be permitted to rise from that chair. That should be your only duty as the host of the Witch's Game, as the Golden Witch, Beatrice. Laughing weakly, Beato sat in that seat. Then she rested her elbows and covered her face with both hands, showing off a smile with nothing but her mouth. Not permitted to escape an unwinnable game. Then, very well. Why don't I repeat this until I lose? Whoops, this is Beatrice talking. Yeah, I think that's a case like Pokemon and Digimon airing at the same time, but because Pokemon got picked by TV for kids, it got more marketing and more eyes on it. Oh, interesting. Because I remember Pokemon was on Cartoon Network, and then Digimon was on like Fox Kids before it got merged with 4Kids TV. I think anyway. I don't know. Because I know it wasn't dubbed by 4Kids, but I remember it was on Fox Kids. But I don't remember where it went afterwards. Oh, it went to Disney XD or something. That's right, that's right. Anji was like, pulls out a gun, sit. Not permissible to escape an unwinnable game. Well, very well. Why don't I repeat this until I lose? Quit being so faint-hearted. Win. Use the best moves you have. You started this game. You have the duty to make the best moves possible. Give all that indecisive fooling around a rest. At that time, there was a violent sound. Beato felt a cold, pathetic sensation on her leg.
Gotcha! I finally got you, Beato!
Oh, great Lady Lamberdelta, is it? To think that you are still here. Beato's foot was caught in an ice-cold steel shackle, tying her to the chair she sat in. She would no longer be able to escape from the seat.
You won't be able to escape anymore, got it? I could be more persistent than I look. Surprised?
It's more surprising that you don't realize how persistent you look.
You are not permitted to leave early or suspend this game. You'll fight for all eternity in order to win, okay? You don't want to lose, do ya? You want a little peek at the kind of wonderful world you'll be thrown into if you lose? Don't worry, you can win because I, the great Lady Lamberdelta, will be looking after you constantly until you win for all eternity!
But even if I wish to fight, there is no opponent seated across from me, correct?
Don't worry, I found Battler.
When Birkenstell appeared and clapped her hands, Battler appeared from the sky and plopped into the opposite chair. Battler's eyes were slightly open, but there was no sparkle in them, almost like a doll's. Without one of the pillars that established his soul, he had fallen into the depths of darkness, and had been drifting about all this time. He should have been scattered and disappeared like mist. Birkenstell had managed to scrape him together. It's incredible that she managed to bring him back into a human form. However, even though his flesh had returned, his soul had not. It had been blown away by Beatrice after having its existence denied. The Eternal Waltz of the Witch's game, right? No, Gen 1 Pokemon anime, a part of why 4Kids TV bankrupt because they'd act on their own and was upset the contract holder and contracts would get handed over to other companies. Gen 1 Pokemon anime, a part of why 4Kids make. Well, like, I know they started with dubbing Pokemon, but like, I guess I don't know like when they switched hands over. He wouldn't come back easily.
Battler won't run from this fight either. Not until he defeats you. Just because your chances of winning are shrinking doesn't mean you'll be permitted the inelegance of abandoning everything and running. Even he doesn't want that. Isn't that right, Ushimiya, Battler?
Battler didn't answer. His heart was still dead. His eyes wavered slightly at the question, but he couldn't answer. Battler, get a hold of yourself. You are here, and the enemy's right before your eyes. Fight. Fight to win. Battler lazily repeated that, speaking incoherently. He'd come back. The wound he bore on his soul was no small thing. That was only natural. Beatrice had woven her red, and he had been denied. He had learned that the mother he'd respected was not his birth mother, and he didn't know who he was. He was not Ushinomiya Battler. Don't talk stupid! You are Ushinomiya Battler, no one else! No matter who acknowledges that or denies that, make sure you believe it yourself. After all, you're the one who can create your own world. Don't lose the world where you're Ushinomiya Battler. Jelly-filled donuts while holding a rice ball, yeah. Then, who am I? I'm not my mom's child, right? Where was I born from? Battler asked that question as his eyes, which still hadn't recognized or regained their sparkle, stared lazily up at the ceiling. Of course, she answered right away. Yes, that's right. Beato proclaimed it with the red truth. So I'll proclaim it too. Ushinomiya Battler is not Ushinomiya Asuma's son. In that case, he's not qualified to be my opponent in my game, correct? Beatrice repeated. Ushinomiya Battler is not Ushinomiya Kinzo's grandchild. I kind of walked myself into that one, didn't I? As Beato wrinkled her forehead, a painful-looking smile rose to her face. So he refused to repeat it. Beato proclaimed two red truths. Battler is not Usuma's son, and no one except Kinzo's grandchild, Battler, is qualified to be her opponent. The following theory will allow Battler to be accepted without creating any contradictions. Here's my blue truth. Listen to it. The one qualified to be Beato's opponent is Kinzo's grandchild, Ushinomiya Battler, and whether you're Asuma's son or not is not a problem. Thus, even if you aren't Asuma's son, you can still be Kinzo's grandchild, as long as you're Rudolph's son.
It was just a silly word game, wasn't it? Your blue truth is valid. Beato, your counter-argument with the red truth? If you cannot counter it with the red, Battler's qualifications as an opponent will stand unchallenged.
Battler was still out of it. He still couldn't really understand what she was saying for him, but even so, his spirit was starting to come back bit by bit. Then, who am I? Get a hold of yourself! You are Ushinomiya Battler. Yeah, maybe Mother Asuma didn't give birth to you. But so what? That doesn't change in the slightest the fact that she was a mother to you, right? For example, what is Ushinomiya Anji to you? You might not share the same blood, but she's still your little sister, right? It's not about blood, it's about bonds, right? That's right. Even though we don't share the same blood, Anji is my little sister. Say it in red. Say that Anji is your little sister. Anji is my little sister. I could say it. She hugged Battler, who was still out of it and slumped in his chair, strongly from behind, so much that it hurt. I don't know why Mother Asuma wasn't your birth mother, but still, up until today, and even now, you believe that she's your mother, right? In this world, there are plenty of people without even a mother, without even a family. Did Mother Asuma ever let you feel lonely? Never, right? Don't throw your peaceful family away so easily. Your family bonds have gotten too thin after leaving your family for 6 years. You have to feel those family bonds much, much more strongly. Remember, for Mother Asuma's sake as well, don't lose your love over a foolish witch's rant like this. You're right. Mom was always on my side. Where is this place? It's dark, and I want to go home. Where's all my family? The light still hadn't returned to Battler's eyes, but tears appeared. Little sister is waiting at home for you to come back. If even you don't come back, she'll be all alone forever. For your little sister's sake, please, win this witch's game. Angie, my little sister, but I still don't get it. Why do I have to keep repeating this incomprehensible, cruel game with Beato? I've had enough. In that case, settle this game quickly and go back home. Ushinomiya Battler, how long are you going to play around in a place like this? Your little sister is waiting for you to come home. That's right. Battler had been caught up in this strange game before he even knew it, and still unable to understand why he was fighting, he had been constantly sucked up into the witch's pace, played with, and made to fight. That should have been his most simple and first question, because he didn't understand that he had lost his purpose in fighting. That's why my voice won't reach Battler's ears. Instead of a vague purpose like winning against the witch or because he couldn't forgive her, he was to be aware of purpose for which he must win. That's right. I want to go home. I want to go home to Dad and Mom and Angie. I've had enough. Enough of this place. I've had enough of witches. I've had enough of games and murderers. Enough, enough!
Battler's soul is starting to come back.
But I can't quite reach. You've had enough, right? Then fight so you can return to your family. Destroy Beatrice and go home. You can still be family even if you aren't related by blood, right? Those are the strongest bonds. No. I've had enough of witches. Enough of Beato, enough of everything, and even you're probably just another one of the witch's allies. I could be betrayed again at any time. You can't trust anything. You can't trust any words that aren't read. Don't bother me. Don't bother me! Battler's soul howled. He hugged his head from behind, strong enough that it hurt. Come home quickly, Oni-chan. Don't leave me all alone. Huh? Who are you? It's me. It's Anji. Dad and Mom and Oni-chan. No one came home. I'm so lonely. I beg you, come home quickly. Anji. You were Anji? That's right. I'm Anji, the Ushinomiya Anji of the world where no one comes home. My entire family never came home from Okanjima on that day. The witch before your eyes stole away my whole family, even you, Oni-chan. Only you can finish her, Oni-chan. Finish her! Then take your family back. And then, come home with me. Yuto did that to my family? As she says, I will not run away or hide from it. I stole Ushinomiya Anji's family away from her. Battler is my toy! His father and mother are both of my toys! I won't give them back to you! You may continue to wander all alone forever, awaiting the return of a family that will never come back! From Anji's arms that held him, the painful sad days that had been experienced by his lonely little sister flowed into Battler. Because he'd been playing around in a place like this, his little sister had been left all by herself, had been forced to endure all that pain. Anji! Damn, what am I doing? Thanks, Anji. Your Oni-chan has been forgetting something important this whole time. Battler tried to turn around, but Anji was hanging onto his head with an incredible force, so he couldn't turn back. Was it sweat? Hot drops were splashing on the nape of Battler's neck. What they were, he knew from holding Anji's arm that clung to him, because it stained Battler's hand, his fingers, red, blood. Anji? Are you okay? Hey! It dripped and splashed. He didn't know what was going on. Battler didn't know because he couldn't turn around, but the hot drops that stained his entire back were surely blood. In order to save you, Oni-chan, in order to come here, there was a single rule I had to follow. This is it. Letting you, Oni-chan, know that I was Anji. It was so hard. Even though Oni-chan was right before my eyes, I couldn't even say that. As long as I followed this rule, I should have been able to stay by Oni-chan's side for all eternity. I should have been able to play in the game against the witch for eternity with Oni-chan. But that's no good. Chan, you have to come back. Your sister's waiting for you. At home. That person isn't me, but this way, your sister will be saved. Anji? Anji! There's so much blood. So much. He wanted to turn around, but Anji was gripping his head too tightly. However, judging from the blood that was pouring out and Anji's pained breathing, he realized that something seriously wrong was happening to her right now. Don't worry. I am only a piece. You know, in chess, we have this move called a sacrifice. What? Who cares about chess? Let's get you some first aid quickly. Let's go for a second, Anji. Go for a sec. Sacrifice is an abandoned piece. For a tactical gain, you intentionally accept a loss and let a piece go. In chess, the ultimate goal is victory. So if it can bring you to victory in the end, there's nothing wrong with sacrificing a few individual pieces. Anji had coolly made a decision. She had been taught over and over again that she was a piece, not a player. In order to act like a piece and save Battler, right now, she would have to become a sacrificial piece herself. Battler had to know. His purpose in this witch's game couldn't be something as abstract as finishing off the witch. He had to win the game, release himself, and bring his family back home. Why? Because he had a family, a little sister, who was waiting for him at home. A being was created so that Ushinomiya Anji's voice could reach you. That's me, Anji Beatrice. I'll sacrifice the piece I am to give you the will to fight, to give you purpose. My purpose isn't to play with you in the witch's game for all eternity. I came to bring you Ushinomiya Anji's mourning and sadness. That is my unshakable purpose. Anji! Anji! The white, thin arm that held Battler became pale and transparent, almost like wax. And even so, the fresh blood stained it so cruelly. I will disappear now, but... Oni-chan, fight with all you've got. And I'm sure... Come back to me. I'll be waiting. Always. I'd planned on helping you out a lot more than this, but... I couldn't do anything. Sorry. Don't worry about that. You taught me, didn't you? You taught me why I have to win. And that I've got to win for certain and come back to you. What am I doing lazing about in a place like this? Yeah, I won't play around anymore. 'Cause I'll come back. I'll come home. I'll definitely come home, bringing a souvenir, I promise. I don't need one. So promise me one thing. What? I'll promise you anything. In a second. I'm going to let go of this hand. It hurt, didn't it? Sorry. I held it so tightly. I'm okay. So you don't have to turn around. So in the end, let me see the coolest part of you, Oni-chan. Rise from your seat, point at the witch before your eyes, and announce that the game will start up again. Anji's hand slid and disappeared behind me. There were bloody fingerprints left behind, blurred by her fingernails. But I turned around right away to take care of Anji's wounds. Anji! Anji?
Ah, crap. You even promised you wouldn't turn around.
Anji. Where? Behind my chair. It was as though about 10 watermelons packed with blood had been smashed. And there was a sticky, pulpy mountain. And around that mountain of blood and minced meat, the clothes and shoes Anji had been wearing lay crumpled as though they'd been taken off and thrown away. As though, just as humans' insides had been pulverized and tossed there like scrap. As though Anji, who had been standing there until a second ago, had been crushed. Anji? Where's Anji? Where did Anji disappear to? Hey, where did Anji go? The two young-looking witches said nothing, and they just silently looked at the mountain of blood and meat and clothes. But I didn't want to accept it. I definitely didn't want to accept it. I was right in front of you. I was watching the whole time. Watching what happened to Anji behind you. Do you know? Oh no, Sans! Oh shoot, that's blood. I thought she was crying, right? Do you know? Where did Anji go? While she still lived, pinch by pinch, massive red-hot pinchers tore chunks of flesh the size of a thumb off her and threw them away. I was watching. I saw as countless cruel tools burned red-hot in the witch's furnace approached Angie from behind, and one bit at a time pecked at her, twisted her, ripped chunks off her, and tore her to pieces. Angie should be proud. In order to share some last words with her brother, she stopped herself from gasping at that pain until the very end. As if something like that could have happened. But on top of that mountain of flesh and clothes, what had fallen there was without a doubt what she had been wearing on her head, those pink jeweled hair ornaments. To be honest, I thought those were a bit too childish for her and didn't suit her, so I remembered them well. Why did Angie wear such cheap hair ornaments all the time? No. The thought that this is Angie couldn't possibly be...
You're pretty blunt, Beata. Valor didn't see it. So, you could have just said that she turned into butterflies and flew away or something.
You guys also saw that happen? You saw Angie get torn into little bits? You were watching, and yet you stayed so calm the whole time? Without answering, Birkenstell, Lambda Delta, and Beatrice stared at me, some in pity, others in derision, watching me. Since she'd called herself Gretel, and after what had happened with Virgilia in the last game, I'd thought she might be Beato's underling, and I'd been wary of her, not trusting her even though she was an ally. These kids are megalomaniacs.
Just a little bit.
And now, after learning that it truly was Angie, without even being allowed to see her face, I turn around and find something like this. Why does it matter? All this is about your little sister. What did you say? After all, you'll never return to this place for all eternity anyway. Whatever happens to your little sister in a world where you don't come home has nothing to do with you. As long as you play here, the Angies of countless worlds will live in isolation, and the same pain of her final moments just now will be forced upon her, spread over a period of more than over a decade. However, that is of no importance, correct? It cannot be seen by you from here. You cannot observe it. An unobservable fact cannot be proven except by the red truth. Therefore, your anxiety over Angie's misfortune after this may be needless. She might surprisingly be able to live in a casual life without ever having to work thanks to Rudolph's inheritance, right? That's a lie. For from Angie's arm, every part of that sad future world had poured into me in an instant. All because I kept on lazing about forever and playing in a place like this. I never thought about anyone but myself. I must defeat her. I'll take back my family, back to where Angie's waiting, and come home as soon as I can. Because even as I hang around with a witch like this, Angie's heart continues to be torn by bits of sadness. Angie, is this what you wanted to see? Oh, Eh? I turned towards the cruel witch who had indifferently spoken of Angie's brutal last moments and slowly, yet with all my might, pointed. Beatrice. Indeed. Resume this game. I won't run away anymore, and I won't let you escape. Bring it on! I can no longer escape or hide. Let us decide this between you and me for good. One shall win. One shall lose and be destroyed. No other resolution can exist. I'll win. No matter how long it takes. I'll definitely smash you. There aren't going to be any more compromises, interruptions, or losses by default in this contest. I won't run away. I won't let you get away! Try and defeat me with everything you've got. There's absolutely no need for stupid tricks or deceit, for intermingling and acting friendly. You and I are enemies. I don't know who's talking. I have to settle this as soon as possible and bring my family back to Angie. Okay, it was Balor. Unwavering resolve. Certain willpower. The certain willpower of a human becomes certain magical power. That leads to a miracle and promises that it shall be so. So, this is a promised, certain miracle. Are my chances at victory not even 1 in a billion? No. It will be certainly impossible without any fragment of a miracle. Before I knew it, the cold, stiff chain had bound my other leg without a sound, tying me to the chair. All that's left is either to be killed and lose to Battler, or resist and continue in an endless tie for all eternity. Or perhaps I should say it's to continue tying until I prepared my heart for death. Either way, I must fight to lose, and nothing more. I have already been bound by the chains of eternity, and Battler won't let me escape either. Should I pathetically beg his forgiveness? Should I beg for compassion by appealing to his pitying heart? Should I forget appearances and prostrate myself? Because of the chains, even that choice will not be granted to me. Checkmate. This is a perfect stranglehold. However, I am the Golden Witch Beatrice, the demon lord of gold who reigns in the Golden Land. Even in a fight to lose, there is an attitude fitting for me. And I have the right to adorn my death in a manner suited to me. One shall stand, one shall fall. Right. I am no different. I'll make you accept the existence of my magic, and the door to the Golden Land will open on this island. You shall become the guest of honor at the first tea party. Everyone besides you is gathered already, you see? Because the honored guest's arrival has been delayed, the tea party cannot begin. Your father, mother, cousins, and everyone else are getting tired of waiting for your arrival. Sure, that's perfect. That's just perfect. What the hell is magic? What the hell are witches? I'm done playing with you. Here we go, Beatrice! Come as hard as you can, for there will be no compromise, interruptions, or losing by default. I still don't know who's talking. One shall win, and one shall be destroyed. If you have no desire to lose, then you must defeat me, kill me. However, I won't be killed so easily. Until you can prepare a fitting end for me, I can resist over and over again. Can you do that? No, you probably can. You surely can. Come on, come and kill me. Is it that hard? Let's go with the usual. Do 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 boom. As if I'd be killed. Even if I can't win, I can at least harass you enough to stop you from snatching victory, right? Oh, that's a good look on your face. Try and kill me. Try and kill me, Oshinomi Butler! Please kill me quickly. Blah, blah, blah. Oh gosh, if you don't kill me, please spell me. Go. You'll die. Oh, is that the end? Is that the end? What? Is that the end of the questions arc? I mean, I was getting suspicious because it was like going a little bit longer, but like, oh my gosh. So I don't know how long the extra chapters are gonna be, and also I don't have the answers arc downloaded. So that's fun, isn't it? Additional new features. Golden Witch has prepared a gift for you in commemoration of your stay. Okay. Okay, so I guess we get the tea party and the question mark, but before we do that, and hope that it will take like 2 hours to go through both of them, we need to do our break. We haven't taken our break yet. Okay, so let me get that screen ready. So yeah, this is a good time to get up and take a stretch, use the bathroom, whatever. As the stream is not ending, we're doing a break. We're taking a break. It's only like not even 4. We still have like 2 hours left. For my neutral special, I have a gun. Oh no! But yes, this is a good time to take a break, stretch your leggies, use the bathroom to get a snack. I don't know. Do whatever you like to do during breaks. And then we'll be back in 10 minutes and we will go to a tea party. And I may or may not, I don't know. We'll figure out what to do. Anyway, let us go to the BRB screen. Ma'am? Ma'am?
Where do I even start?
Oh. Painting myself for you.
What? What was that? Painting myself blue for you? it's you. Huh? He just poofed me. He just went poof. Oh, it is you. Oh. Ah. Oh. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Not though. Yeah, no. Might actually be me. Okay,
Get a load of this!
no. Okay. Okay.
No! Get a load of this!
Okay. Okay.
My father has nobly smoten the beast to his own death! He is a hero!
I guess to some.
For the record, not a bad kisser.
I'm sorry? This thing is probably right. Oh, there he is. I'm back here. Oh no. No, I don't remember the way I went. Aw, man. This is so far back, technically. No, why'd you have to bring me to the ball pit? Why'd you have to bring me back to the pit? I don't know which way I went. Oh, it just all fell off. Okay. Yo.
So, what's going on here?
That's the third eyeball. That's
Guess it's time to let the cat out of the bag.
Message.
Ah,
It's from your manager.
He's up. Can you count down from 10 really quick? Sure? 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2. Wow, no! You tricked me! I knew you were gonna do something. I should have known. I figured it was gonna, I thought it was gonna be a scan, but
But you got me. It's from the manager.
oh, are these gonna be the same? Worth it. We'll do Ursa Major, I suppose, first. It got away. To tell you the truth, we were also making a constellation, Ursa Major to be exact. A parent that leaves all the work to the child looks bad. Deadbeat, yes? You would know. Oh no! No, it's stuck! It's stuck! Okay, let's see. There's a few more health things, and then there's half a brain, which I'm not sure how to get to immediately. Okay, I think with just this last one, I should be able to be at full, well... Run! Man, this kid is going through a lot. Oh, no, no, no! Let me in! Let me in! No! No! This one's slower, right? Oh, no! No! I was right there! Okay, where are we going? Oh, glad I... And the doctor walked down to the lemonade stand. Back to the man running the stand. Hey.
No!
Got any...
Oh god.
What? What is happening? What? Who is doing the singing? Who is going... Anyway. Oh my gosh, these mice. Okay, fine, I'll go up here then. Ah, no! Okay. This is about to be like, Dad, I'm stuck. 3 times and I die at once. Why are all the coins near him, Father? You have set me up for failure. I have killed my brother. What have I done?
Complete.
Father, why do I have a... But to be honest, I'm afraid because I can't be certain of what you'll remember. It might just be an excuse that I'm busy preparing for the conference. In a way, I don't want to see the gradual change in your attitude towards me once you remember everything. But I still know it's selfish for me not to want you to remember these things, since they are yours to remember. Don't hold back for my sake. Go and reclaim your memories. Oh no, I'm farther away from the scan. No. Ah! Whoa! The first scan of the day, everyone. Okay, but yeah. It was worth the wait, I would say. I'm stuck. Ah! Shooting green beans at me. Just storing his weapons. Ah! Ah! What? Ah! Ah! So many eyeballs and tongues. Ah! Like my volume is like down here, and it's probably not like shown that well through the audio. But like, if I'm excited, I'm just like, yeah! I tried to make it really weird.
Take my children. I love them.
Okay. There they go. There they go again.
Not my wife. No. Don't tell her. Don't tell her that.
Oh yeah, no problem. This doctor sure is yummy. Well, I don't know the relationship between this guy and the doctor. They could have had a fling. Okay. Scrumptious peepers. No! Not the peepers! Time to find that medicine.
Hello, everybody. Hopefully everybody had a good break.
So now we get to hope that the extra things will take up 2 hours. Okay. Let's see. So we got the last tea party and then the last question marks. But yeah, hopefully this will take up some more time, because I didn't think that we were this close to the end. The second day, October 5th, 1986. When it like, oh, okay. Oh. So nothing happened. I don't have a clue what's going on. Please, somebody explain in a way that even I can understand. What happened yesterday? I was in the kitchen of the mansion grabbing some food without permission. If you open up that massive business class refrigerator, you can find anything. You can eat and drink as much as you like. Even if the typhoon didn't clear up for a week, I'd have more than enough to eat. With wine in one hand, I was helping myself to some dry-cured ham. I wonder just how expensive this wine and ham are. You ingredients are out of luck, too. If only you'd had Goda-san to cook you, you could have been reborn as much more incredible food. I looked at the clock. Very soon it would be 2400. October 5th, the second day, would end. The insane October 4th yesterday seemed like a lie. That's how much nothing had happened after that... words. After that test thing. Nothing happened. No phone call came, no letters came, no person came, and no one attacked me. Nothing happened at all. I want to start demanding a refund on all the time and energy that tension stole from me, because after that, for an entire day, a full 24 hours, nothing happened. So surely nothing's gonna happen now. A full 24 hours ago, Beatrice called me to the spot in front of the mansion's entrance. There, I was given a strange test to determine the successor of the headship or whatever. I gave a serious answer in my own way, but it somehow hadn't meshed with the other side. Beatrice got pissed for no reason and fell silent. I yelled at her to stay and say something, but she gave me no answer. When I asked where Maria was, she just told me to go to the chapel and left. To tell the truth, it was an anticlimax. No matter what kind of weird test you give, at least tell me whether I've passed or failed. Are you trying to say thanks for coming, your results will be mailed to you later or something? Quit messing with me. Anyway, I then headed to the chapel. After failing their tests, both George, Aniki, and Jessica were killed. I couldn't let Maria get killed too. Also, I might get a chance to catch some person trying to kill her. As a little kid, I often heard from Jessica that you'd get in trouble if you went near the chapel, so I'd never been there, but I at least knew where it was. I couldn't find any trace of a person there, but there was a key bundle lying in front of the door. I thought this might be someone telling me to open the door, but after trying all the keys, I found that none of them fit. Why are you... I'm not blue. You're blue. I also called Maria's name, but there was no answer whatsoever. I searched around the chapel, but there was a limit to what I could do in the pitch black with just a flashlight. I realized that this key bundle might be a set of master keys, which could make it possible to open the door up to the mansion. I found no sign of Maria, so I returned to the mansion. The mansion was wrapped in silence, and in a horrible stench. However, it's amazing how good humans are at adapting. The inside of the mansion must still be wrapped up in that smell. However, I grew completely used to it and stopped minding it. It didn't seem any worse than any old house where someone had burnt some meat. At first, I was bewildered by the stench, but I decided to head to the dining hall for the time being. Never mind, Twitch artifact was really bad, so it made you look... But how did it make me look blue? That's worrisome. And found those corpses that were so pitiful. Goda-san and the rest had hesitated to speak of them in detail. It was the remains of Aunt Natsuhi and the others who had become the first victims. Half of each head had been completely split open. It was so gruesome that even without knowing a thing about examining corpses, I could say that they were 100% dead. And on top of that, the remaining halves of their faces were left like normal, so it was even easy to identify them. Really convenient corpses these were. 'Cause you're purple.
I mean, I guess.
Twitch lost some of the red, I guess. And in addition to those 6 bodies, one more. The 7th corpse was Maria. No! No!
just promise to not kill her.
She laid next to Aunt Rosa, as though sleeping alongside her. I cried, at the death of an innocent young girl, and at the cruel way my dad and the rest had died. I raced through the mansion, swinging a hat stand spear, yelling, "Come out here, bastard!" But I couldn't find any trace of anyone else. Thinking they might be planning to hide somewhere and attack me from behind, I went around searching for hiding places, sometimes growing more cautious, and sometimes intentionally letting my guard down in various ways. But in the end, not even a kitten appeared. Yes, let the rage burn, let the rage give you power. I mean, like, where is he gonna direct it? Then, morning came. My tension and fatigue combined with my drowsiness, making for the worst kind of dawn. Humans are pretty incredible. Even when a murderer might have been hiding somewhere, we prioritize drowsiness and fatigue over our own lives. By that time, I was starting to feel pretty ridiculous. After all, for a full 6 hours before dawn, I'd walked around the mansion yelling at the culprits to show themselves. My search had been a careful one, and I'd tired myself out and let my guard down. Even so, no one came to attack me. Basically, I lost patience with them and figured they could do whatever the hell they wanted. The boat won't come until the typhoon passes. They said on TV that it won't pass until tomorrow, so I've got another full day today. Lazing about lost its interest. And even though I knew it would probably make the police mad, I decided to play detective a bit. First was the dining hall, where the very first murder had occurred. The 6 who had been killed in the beginning really were pitiful. The weapons used was probably a gun. Maybe their heads were split open by something powerful like a magnum bullet or a shotgun. It was a reasonable theory to hold. Compared to that, the 7th corpse, Maria, had died in a much better and cleaner way. At a glance, I could see no external wounds and didn't understand how she'd been killed, but by her mouth were traces of bubbles that she might have spat out, and it looked like a typical death by poisoning that you might see on a TV drama. Wasn't Maria called out to a chapel given a test? So why was she in the corpse-filled dining hall, lying next to her mother, dead? Even if the cause of death was poison, who gave it to her? Her clothes weren't disturbed at all. It's hard to imagine that she was forcibly pushed down and given an injection of poison. It's probably better to assume that she was given a capsule of poison or something and made to swallow it. But compared to the scattered and violently mutilated corpses in this room, Maria's corpse was too clean. If they had a gun, they only needed to pull the trigger, but poisoning, whether by having her drink it or by an injection, would take a lot more effort. Considering the culprit's brutal nature, you'd think Maria's death alone was given special treatment. Why was only Maria given a sleep-like death? True, being killed is always a pitiful thing, but for some reason Maria's death alone seemed very courteous to me. Both of Maria's hands were joined on her chest, as though the dead person had put them there herself. Did Maria do that herself before dying? Isn't this usually something done by someone else as the person dies? As though sleeping with her mother, whose head was half crushed, Maria dozed in peace. For some reason, that contrast really bugged me. Including the direct cause, it's probably safe to say Maria's death was shrouded in mystery. And more than anything else, the biggest mystery of this dining hall was the pitfalls. The pitfalls that both Uncle Klaus's group and Goda-san's had mentioned. After the first 6 were killed, 5 more fell through the pitfalls and were captured. What are pitfalls? Those things that suddenly open and you fall through them, right? The room had a solid floor with a carpet that looked dignified, if a bit worn out. No matter how you looked at it, it was a single piece. If a pitfall had opened up, there would have been a seam just in that place. And if there had been some trick like a pitfall, wouldn't it creak when you walked on it? Poisoning is actually very painful, right? Because I feel like you would feel it. Especially if you, coughed up bubbles. No matter how much I walked around, feeling the carpet, I just couldn't imagine that a pitfall was hidden here. Anyway, it'd been one thing if a person fell, but a full 5 people did. By putting together everyone's stories, each one of them had fallen from a different location, so at the very least, there had to have been 5 separate places with pitfalls. So what does this mean? Was this room actually made with pitfalls across the entire floor? So by pushing a button, you could open up a pitfall in the location of your choice, some kind of contraption like that? That kind of ridiculous mechanism would be surprising, even in a ninja mansion. But if Dad and the rest had heard about this, I wonder if they'd say I wouldn't put it past grandfather to do it, to make it. At any rate, I didn't learn anything more from the dining hall.
Oh no, nobody! I'll help you up.
Back was totally not sucked into his show.
Oh no, what was the show?
Do the pitfalls not exist? Or do they exist? But I just can't find them, amateur that I am. I can't say for sure. Since they claimed the pitfalls were there, I can't ignore them, even if I can't find them. The next ones to be killed were Jessica and George Anarchy. I discovered George Anarchy when I had been called out for my test. He had been called out to the arbor in the rose garden and probably shot in the forehead with a gun.
Earwiggle. Okay.
We earwiggle as we relive. Oh gosh, I've been tricked. I've been boozled even. Watching Stampede for Homie. That makes the most sense. I still need to do that too.
I need to watch a lot of things.
I just need to watch like a whole bunch of things. I don't have the time to watch all these things, but I want to. Jessica had been called to her own room on the second floor of the mansion. The door to her room was locked, but that wasn't a problem at all since I had a master key, episode at a time, yeah, but that still will take a while. Inside the room, it was horrible. But after the dining hall, I was used to corpses, so I'd built up a bit of an immunity. The phone receiver was loose and dangling. Had she been killed while still on the phone with me? Boy, you listened to her die. Watch Hunter x Hunter for Homie. Oh my god. Like, I have to watch everything for everyone. I wish I had enough time to, like, marathon a whole series in one sitting again. Put on the background and do dubbed. That's what I would have to do at this rate. Again, I'd be more than happy to plan an anime watch party for you. I know. Jessica was leaning against the wall, right next to it, with half of her head split open. As far as I could tell by glancing at the scene, it looked as though she'd been killed while on the phone. In that case, had the culprit been right there before her eyes? I hadn't gotten that impression when listening to Jessica's voice over the phone. I'm pretty sure Jessica said they got me. It's probably best to assume that she'd already received a fatal wound at the time of the phone call. And that's right, she also said this. When you come, Battler, I'll be a corpse with half its face split open. Yes, that's what she said. From what I can tell by looking at Jessica's corpse, there were no wounds on her other than the damage to her head. Could she have had an injury serious enough to make her prepared for death and then died halfway through the phone call? I'm probably doing it that way, yeah. I just, like, I don't know. It'd probably be fine for a few series. There's just, like, a few series that I have in my watch list. It's just like, okay, I want to have time to, like, sit down and actually look at the visuals. But, like, I don't know. I think for older animes, it should be fine to just listen to the dub. But the way she talked on the phone made me think that she'd escaped harm for the time being. You shouldn't be able to have a casual conversation over a phone if the culprit's right before your eyes. So, did the culprit come in partway through the phone call and kill Jessica? No, that can't be right. After all, this room was locked. Wait, that doesn't tell me anything. If the culprit stole a master key from one of the victims, locking the door would be meaningless. But she had no external wounds other than her head. In that case, should I assume that the fatal wound she was prepared to die from and the actual external wound that damaged her head were two different things? And that both of them were made to the same part of the body?
I'm doing good, nobody. How are you?
In other words, Jessica was struck severely to the head and received an incredibly bad wound. Then she called me and either lost consciousness or died on the phone. Then the culprit came and damaged her head again. Something like that. After being called to this room, Jessica was attacked by the culprit and received a serious injury.
Smeepy. Oh no.
You were good?
That's good.
And the culprit thought she'd been killed and went away for the time being. But Jessica miraculously started breathing again and called me with what would become her dying message. Then the culprit realized that they failed to kill her and rushed back to deliver the final blow after Jessica fell unconscious from the massive blood loss. That seems to add up, more or less. Except for how Jessica was able to accurately predict the nature of that final blow. And there was one more thing that bugged me about that phone call from Jessica. Jessica had said this. George Nissan's done for too. That was an instant death. She said it as almost though she'd witnessed George Aniki being killed. But while you certainly could see the rose garden from the window in Jessica's room, and you could even see the roof from the arbor where George Aniki had been summoned, it was very far away. Add on the fact that it was the night of a typhoon, it was very hard to imagine that she was able to witness everything that happened by the arbor from this window. And more than anything else, Jessica left before George Aniki. So she shouldn't have known that George Aniki's test took place by the arbor. Why did Jessica know that George Aniki had been killed? Also, during my search of the entire mansion, I found Kirei-san's corpse as well. It was in one of the old guest rooms at the back of the first floor. In the past, before the construction of the guest house, the relatives had spent the night in these. Kirei-san's situation matched Jessica's perfectly. She'd probably been killed during her phone call with me. The receiver was hanging untidily, and Kirei-san lay crumpled on in the corner. But the way she had been killed was very different from Jessica. Her head wasn't smashed. Instead, a stake with an occult design was buried into her forehead. It was so gruesome, so I pulled it out. After pulling it, I realized that this might get me into trouble with the police later, so a little too late I set it down by Kirei-san's side. Its tip was sharp and stained with enough blood that it must have penetrated fully to the brain. I didn't know what kind of metal it was made of, but it was about as heavy as a paperweight. Certainly, if you were stabbed all out with something like this, it might cause a terrible wound. I probably knew what that stake meant. It's one of those. The style of killing from the fourth twilight onwards in this witch's epitaph. It's probably that gouge with a stake and kill thing. However, a human skull is very firm. No matter how much someone mustered their strength, could it really have pierced so neatly? No. By my reasoning, the stake wasn't the cause of death, but had just been used to damage the corpse after death. She was probably killed with a gun or something like George Aniki. And the stake had been stuck into the hole left by the gun. Thinking of it that way makes it easier to accept. But was Kirei-san really killed with a gun? As she said on the phone, even though she was holed up inside the locked room, Kirei-san was being attacked. In fact, this room had been locked. Also, she mentioned a golden thread or something flying in and attacking her. In fact, there were 4 places around Kirei-san's corpse with holes that could have been caused by some kind of attack. But a golden thread attacked her through the keyhole? I looked at the door from Kirei-san's perspective. It had been one of those old keyholes you see in old mystery movies, where you can peek through to the other side, then it would have clearly been possible to stick something through it. But even though the door in this mansion were old-fashioned, the locks were the familiar average cylinder style that you could find in a normal house. In other words, they weren't constructed in a way that would let you penetrate through them. No matter how thin an object you might try to stick through the keyhole, it's unthinkable that something penetrated through from the outside and attacked. That's why it was having a hard time.
Ooh, 7, that's kind of dangerous.
A cylinder lock. And a keyhole? But despite that, Kirei-san definitely said that something like a golden thread had flown in through the keyhole, spun around while aiming for her and attacked her. A golden thread attacking through a keyhole. I couldn't understand what that meant at all. But even so, Kirei-san probably predicted that I wouldn't be able to understand all this. And it wasn't just Kirei-san. Jessica said it over the phone too. No. Since the very beginning, from the time we talked with Goda-san and Kumasawa-san, and got the phone call from Uncle Klaus's group, everyone had said the same consistent thing. Grandfather summoned witches and demons and is killing people with magic. They'd been shown that right before their eyes. These weren't tricks or fakes. There was no choice but to believe it. With one voice, they had all said that. When the mystery woman calling herself Beatrice appeared, even I had pretty much believed that she was a real witch and might start summoning goat monsters right and left. However, after being left alone for a whole day, my feeling of tension had faded completely. I was now able to think that something so stupid definitely couldn't be true. Did they lose their heads a little in an extraordinary situation where their lives were exposed to danger, and mistakenly think that a witch was attacking them with magic? But multiple people gave the same kind of testimony, and on top of that, none of their opinions conflicted each other. If it had been a single statement, I'd be able to suspect that they didn't see what they thought they saw, but doing that now is pretty difficult. Then, right next to the back door, I found Uncle Klaus with his head half smashed. Even though he'd escaped the dungeon of Curadorian, and somehow made it this far by a secret underground passage, he had been killed. Buried into the gruesome cross-section of his half-crushed head was a stake with an occult design, like the one that had been buried in Kirei-san's forehead. And in this situation, it was very hard to imagine that the stake was the weapon used. He had been killed with a powerful gun like the 6 in the dining hall, and after death had been jabbed with a stake like Kirei-san. I wonder if the golden thread that Kirei-san spoke of attacked Uncle Klaus, too. Does there exist some kind of tool, like an endoscope, that's very thin but can be moved about at will? And that can also attack people? No way, I've never heard of anything like that. But even so, if this fact had been revealed to one of the relatives, maybe they'd say I wouldn't put it past grandfather to make it. Since I can't deny the existence of Golden Thread X that can be removed at will and attack people, I can either accept that this mysterious weapon exists, or else I'll have to accept that this was a murder committed with magic. To find the next corpse, I had to go through the back door and search around outside a bit. Ooh, that's a high roll rocket. Almost a nat 20. Behind the mansion, in a wild-grown bushes that were almost swallowed up by the forest, there was something like an old well. And right next to it were Dr. Nanjo and Shannon-chan's corpses. Both corpses had their heads smashed, and although they weren't stuck in, there were stakes lying right next to each damaged head. Each corpse was atrocious, but having to look directly at Shannon-chan's lovely face, which had been half blown away, was very painful. Then there was the well. I'd heard that inside it was a secret underground passage to the mysterious mansion in Curadorian. By this time, I'd begun to think that Beatrice and her accomplices might have used this underground passage and left for Curadorian. Even though there had apparently been at least 10 of them, I hadn't seen a trace of anyone. It seemed very likely that they'd already escaped to a different location. There was a typhoon. They can't go out to sea. It goes the same for the forest. There's no way they could travel or traverse such a deep, uncultivated forest on foot. In that case, they had only one place to go. The mysterious hidden mansion, Curadorian. Through the secret underground passage at the bottom of the well. By this time, I had entirely lost my fear of being killed if I happened to come across the enemy. Don't f with me. This time I'll storm into your mansion. What the hell? Damn it. The old well had a firm cover on it. The cover was an iron grill. The gaps between the bars were perhaps 20 centimeters across. You could peer inside, but it really wasn't something a human could pass through. If I hadn't known better, I would have thought it was anything more than a simple cover to prevent falls. But from what Kirea had told me, I knew that its purpose was to prevent intruders from entering the secret underground passage in its depths. But the cover was extremely firm and rigid, and no matter how much I pushed or pulled, I couldn't even get close to opening it. Secret tunnel! I couldn't find any obvious lock. It might be sealed by some mechanism, but no matter how much I investigated it, I couldn't find anything to release it. The biggest piece of information Kirea-san had tried to give me, gambling her final moments, was the underground passage in this well. Don't think I'll be stopped by something like this cover. I'll smash it to bits. I'll search for a tool. I had an idea. After all, I'd seen the various tools in the gardening shed where we locked Goda-san and Kumasawa-san in there. But the shutter to the gardening shed was locked. On top of that, the key was with Goda-san, who was dead inside. In other words, this gardening shed was a closed room. There was no way to open it from the outside. Was the key not forward on the master key? Oh, wait, well, was it a thing that they established that there was only one key to the shed? I forgot. In that case, I've got to break the shutter. There has to be a tool for that somewhere. Kind of feels like I'm going in circles here. When will he start using magic? I don't know. Then, while searching for that, I learned that the source of the stench that had permeated the mansion this whole time was the underground boiler room. The boiler room was dimly lit, humid, and smelled horrible, and on top of that it was incredibly creepy. But there were several large tools there, and I managed to find a fire axe and some massive wire cutters. And grandfather's corpse. No, strictly speaking, I should probably say that I found the burnt corpse of a person who was probably grandfather. Someone's corpse had been stuffed into blazing fires of the boiler. However, by coincidence, I was able to notice the number of toes on the corpse. Both feet had 6 toes. Man, we keep looking at his toes. That's right. I think I heard from Dad sometime long ago. Something about grandfather having polydactyly with extra toes. Right, he's always dead. According to the old Ushinomiya family tradition, it seems that those with extra fingers or toes had some kind of good fortune and were treated as a good omen, even though they died literally every time this thing happened. And because of that, grandfather was selected to be the successor or something. But I wonder if it can be certain that this grandfather's body is just from the number of toes. After all, grandfather was supposed to be the leader of the group of cultists. I didn't have a clue why he'd get stuffed into a boiler in a place like this and die. A mysterious corpse, burning and spitting out a terrible stench amid the flames. If it really was grandfather, did that mean that the leader of the group of cultists wasn't grandfather, but that Beatrice after all? Grandfather was used because he was convenient, and was then thrown away? Unfortunately, it didn't look like I'd have given a chance to hear grandfather's side of the story. You know, Balor, it's easy. Just, you know, be an eternal witch and revive him and be like, hey, how'd you die? Now that I obtained a tool, I thought about rushing to take on the cover of the well, but I decided to break the shutter in the gardening shed first. I had plenty of time to kill anyway. I figured I should check on the condition of Goda-san and Kumasawa-san's corpses. What if the bodies aren't there anymore? I hit the shutter with the axe, breaking into it, stuck the wire cutter into the crack, and scissored it around, opening up a hole. Then I faced Goda-san and Kumasawa-san's corpses once more. Okay, they're still there. As a result, I learned a new fact. First, they had not died by being hung by the neck. Both of their feet were solidly on the floor, and on both of their foreheads were signs that they'd been shot with a gun. The loop seemed longer than a normal noose. On top of that, the length was different on each to match the height of each person. In other words, the lengths had been adjusted so that both Goda-san, who was tall, and Kumasawa-san, who was short, had their feet solidly but barely on the ground. Also, while the ropes carried both of their weights as their heads lolled, both of them had some slack below their knees. This meant that if they'd stood up with those loops around their necks, they might have had some extra length. In other words, these loops wouldn't have been that great for hanging people. The direct cause of death was probably a shot to the head. It was gruesome. Their insides were still dripping out from those gaping holes, staining their face a deep red. It's probably best to assume that they were then hung, pulled up, and then left exposed like that. If they'd been shot with a gun, they would probably have been lying down on the floor. If that had been the case, you wouldn't have been able to tell if they were dead even if you peeked in through the window. The mountain of stuff would have gotten in the way, and they'd still be lying down. They would have been hidden. And to make the deaths of those two to make the deaths of these two known to the rest of us who couldn't go inside, they would have had to hang them like this, making them visible from the outside. Was this done to get back at us for thinking that these two would surely be safe if they left the key with them? I wonder where the shutter key we gave to Goda-san, which should have ensured their safety, is now. That key was in the pocket of his trousers. The gardening shed key had been kindly left there, and even the plate was attached. In other words, the gardening shed had been a closed room after all. And that gave rise to another question. Because this can't be explained by a hanging, if they didn't commit suicide, then those nooses were set up by the culprit. It might have been possible to shoot them through the window, but it's really unthinkable that someone could have tied 2 loops to the beam from the outside. And furthermore, there's no way they could have lifted up the heavy corpses. In other words, to do this, they would have had to go inside, but the key was in Goda-san's pocket, and the shutter had been locked. In other words, the gardening shed had been a closed room. Goda-san had said that there was only one key to the shutter. Okay. But it is possible that there was a copy, and that the culprit was in possession of it? If we weren't allowed to theorize that there was actually a duplicate of the gardening storehouse key, and that Goda-san just didn't know about it, then isn't this even close to, or then this isn't even close to a closed room. But why is it that despite the fact that almost all of the other corpses were shot to death and left almost completely alone, just these 2 corpses were intentionally hoisted up? I couldn't help but feel something a bit odd about that. After this, if we assume that the mystery corpse in the boiler room was grandfather's, and the deaths of 16 people had been confirmed, there were 18 people on this island. I'm here, and there are 16 corpses. Kanan-kun's corpse was the only one I haven't been able to confirm. Oh no, is he gonna suspect Kanan? I hope not. I mean, he'll find it once he opens the well. I hope, at least. According to Kirei-san, he had been killed while climbing out of the well and had fallen down into it. So with the well closed up like this, it's impossible to check. I tried shining a flashlight through the bars down into the darkness of the depths of the well, but it seemed that the jet black darkness had no intention of showing me its depths with a light of that level. It looked like I'd have to break the bars after all. Using the axes and things I dragged from the boiler room and the gardening shed, I tried breaking the cover of the well. But the metal bars were extraordinarily sturdy, and breaking them wasn't easy. I hit them with the axe over and over until my hands started feeling weird and eventually gave up on breaking them. It's impossible. If they were at least wood, I might have been able to break them, but this metal... That's right. There's no way you can slice through metal bars like butter with a human strength. I can't even begin to understand that story about how Kanan-kun cut through the metal bars. I heard that a light, like a red laser beam, grew out of his arm, and that he sliced through the metal bars like he was cutting through butter. Cutting through metal bars like butter? And what's with the red laser beam? Does that mean he secretly had a burner on him or something? And used it to burn through the bars? Still, just what kind of laser could cut through metal bars like butter? It almost sounds like the kind of laser beam you'd find in those robot anime I'd loved as a kid, doesn't it? Does something like that actually exist? And how does Kanan-kun get that laser beam? No matter how much I want to ask him, he's already been killed. Plus, even his corpse is now in the depths of the well beyond this cover. If Kanan-kun could slice through the metal bars, I'm sure he could handle this metal cover in a single swing. It just feels like the closed room Goda-san was locked in while holding the key. Only one person can open the door, but they're locked inside. If I only had the power of Kanan-kun's, I'd be able to do something about this cover myself. Just who is Kanan-kun? He couldn't really be a non-human being capable of using a strange power, right? Kirei told me to believe in witches, and I even met an insane woman calling herself one. Could Kanan-kun possibly be a human on the witch's side? Or else the culprit? What the heck? Am I gonna start treating him like the culprit just because I can't find his corpse? Hopefully not. Treating him like the culprit because there's no corpse? And who was the one babbling about the suspicious being innocent? Very well. I couldn't bear having you push all the crimes on Kanan and building a human culprit theory that way. I will guarantee it with red. Kanan is dead. Among the 5 people in Kirei's groups, he was the first to die. In short, he was the 9th victim. Since there's no corpse, I can't say for sure that Kanan-kun is dead. So my whispering in red does not reach the piece you, but it did reach you, right? Sorry, I'm adjusting the blanket. Oh no, it's raining in the kitchen! At a glance, this was a mass murder due to something strange that could only be thought of as magic. Golden threads that attacked through keyholes. No, we even have the testimony that something gold flew around the dining hall when the first 6 died. The 2 might have been the same weapon. Then there was the closed room murder of the garden shed and the laser beam that could cut metal bars. And that wasn't all. There was much, much more like the group of goat monsters. The story of a witch who could create pitfalls just by snapping her fingers. The rabbit-like demons who had fired golden threads. I think there was more, but each part was all screwed up. I couldn't possibly accept it, and was forced to suspect that it was some kind of trick or mistake. But why in the world had everyone spoken with one voice, saying the same thing without contradictions in their testimony? It's not only the magic. There's Maria's mysterious death. Why Jessica knew that George Anarchy had been killed. The mysterious burnt corpse that couldn't confirm really belonged to that dang geezer. More and more. He do be thinking. All stuff I don't get. I tilted the wine bottle up and gulped. I don't have a clue what's going on. After dinner last night, the kids were chased out and told to go back to the guest house. And then there was a massacre in the dining hall. Kirei-san and the rest were dropped through pitfalls and captured. Then Jessica and George Anarchy were called out to take a test or whatever and killed. Even though Kirei-san's group was able to escape the dungeon somehow, all of them got killed in the end. And at the very, very end, even Maria was killed, leaving me all alone. Insert thonk emoji. In short, I did nothing except stay locked up in the guest house. During that time, a huge incident occurred and ended. What can I call it except incomprehensible? I don't have a clue anymore. Now I'm nothing but a drunk. You plan on leaving only me alive? Show yourself right away and come and kill me already. It's too much of a pain, so I won't search for you. You show me your true form yourself. I won't run or hide, so come at me with arrows or bullets or whatever. I haven't gotten any sleep since yesterday, so I'm incredibly sleepy. Oh, you want to kill me? Go ahead. I decided to return to the guest house and boldly rest in bed. Fun fact, American cheese isn't legally considered cheese. It's a cheese product. Good. That is the worst cheese. That is my least favorite cheese. When I exited the kitchen and through the lobby, still fights me. What? You like American cheese, Mel? And that portrait of the witch came into view. The big clock did too. It was almost exactly 2400. Then Beatrice came out of the portrait and gave me a big ol' smooch. Like American cheese, it just doesn't like me. Fair enough. And then the sound of the bell rang out, proclaiming that 2400 had arrived. As I listened, I looked up at Beatrice's portrait. Exactly 24 hours ago, I met you. What were you trying to say? And where did you go? Just who in the world are you, Golden Witch Beatrice? I haven't solved a single one of the riddles surrounding you. Show yourself and fight me! Then, the witch showed herself. Like a guest of honor finally appearing, she showed herself on the landing at the top of the big staircase. So, you finally show yourself. Show yourself and I've been kept bored for a whole day. Correct. I gave you a whole day. Was that enough for you to truly exercise the rights of the human side? Yeah, I was bored after all. I did a heck of a lot of it. Angie was a good piece. Don't you speak Angie's name. She appeared through a miracle, sacrificed herself, and gave you the tenacity required for a certain victory. Don't you speak Angie's name. That brutal death was something you needed. If you hadn't seen that death, you wouldn't have grown serious. Without the wake-up call of Angie's ill-fated future, your tenacity for victory could not have been born. I told you not to speak Angie's name! In short, it was a necessary sacrifice. Otherwise, an anger great enough to kill me would not have been born in you. The rivalry between us cannot be destroyed. Damn you, Lady Birkenstell, it's more fitting to call that a trump card than a piece. No matter how much a piece acts, it does not stray from the board. But no matter how much power a trump card wields, it is always thrown away after it is used. Angie was truly a good trump card for you. Don't you speak Angie's name! At Battler's angry roar, Beato finally stopped talking. You know, I don't have time to play around in a place like this anymore. Even a tie will keep Angie waiting. So, I'll break through you, take my family, and go back home. I won't waste a second playing witch games with you. In that case, what should you do? You know, don't you? Yeah, I'll beat you down. I'll blast away all witches, magic illusions, and delusions. Come on, let's get started. I won't let you trick me again. Resume the game, okay? I'll tear apart the witch's veil, concealing the outright lie you are. You talk too much. All you have to do is honestly say I'll kill you. Yeah, if those are the words you want, I'll say them. This is the first and last witch of yours I'll lend an ear to. I thank you. I'll kill you! Very well. Let us begin, battler. Yes, the time for the witch hunt has come. Try and chase me. Try and corner me. Try and kill me. I expect a lot from you. Try and show me what your little sister gave you in her last moments. Bring it on! Battler's cry burned the world with a white light. And if you opened your eyes amidst the darkness, the two of them could be seen in a rose garden. Who shall make the first move? Me. How bold! In the rose garden, beautiful rose petals danced. The color of the rose petals was red, fate-filled with smashing between. Oh my gosh! Did the fact that they faced each other in this beautiful rose garden prove or make claim to a red single truth? That must be why the roses are red. But in the language of flowers, roses represent passion, not truth. The flower for truth is a forget-me-not, and that flower is blue. I'll bore through everything with my blue truth. From the very beginning of everything. I'll start from the very first game. Very well. Let's see what you've got. Come. Here I go. I've already proclaimed it, but I'll say it again. This isn't just for the murder of Dr. Nanjo in the last game. They'll tear apart every scene from every game since the beginning. Ushinomiya Kinzo is already dead, so the true number of people on this island is 17. By adding in an unknown person X, that makes 18 people. By supposing the existence of the person X, the crime is possible even if all 17 people have alibis. By this, even though the number of people reaches 18, it's still possible for culprit X to exist and carry out crimes, even if all 18 people, heck, I clicked that too fast, seem to all have alibis. You can break through all the murders in episode 1 by supposing an unknown person X. Furthermore, it's even possible to explain the mystery of Kinzo's evaporation from the closed room sealed by the receipt by making the bold assumption that Kinzo wasn't there in the first place. Unless Beato counters it with the red truth, the illusion of the witch from episode 1 has been completely smashed. This blue truth is valid. Roses are red, violets are blue. You mess with Beatrice, she will kill you. My goodness. The wedge of blue truth that Battler had thrown stabbed right through the top of Beato's left foot. Was the red blood pouring out from there, a protest being made by her red truth? Beato shut one of her eyes tight, enduring the unbearable pain of the blue truth that denied her. Not bad, but I mustn't be denied yet. I mustn't be killed yet. This is not yet enough. In the subsequent games, there were mysteries that couldn't be explained with that alone, right? Which mysteries? In the final stages of the second game, George took Goda and Shannon with him, barricaded them in Natsuhi's room, and was killed. The key that unlocked Natsuhi's room was locked up inside the room, and all the remaining keys that could unlock that door were in Rosa's hand. Even if Culprit X existed, that should have been possible to construct that closed room. The blue wedge that pierced Beato shook. She was resisting, fighting to pull it out. No, that doesn't shake my blue truth. If Culprit X were to obtain a master key, that's not even close to a closed room. No, it was impossible for the culprits to obtain one. All of the master keys were under Rosa's control. But that's meaningless if Aunt Rosa was the culprit. Aunt Rosa handed a key over to Culprit X by some method, assisting in the closed room murder. And after that, she retrieved the key in a similar method. Too naive, Beato. I'd already guessed that much at the time. Yes, you did, didn't you? The wedge that had gradually losing its sparkle had seemed as though it was about to be pulled out, regained its strong blue again thanks to Battler's additional blue truth and dug into Beato again, eating into her foot. Beato let out a cry of anguish at that pain. Not yet. This is nothing. Not yet. Not yet! On the third game, the 6 linked closed rooms and the murders of Aunt Rosa and Maria, Dad and the rest's death in the hall, and the murders of Uncle Klaus and Aunt Natsuhi. All of them had been explained if we suppose that Aunt Ava was the culprit. This argument was already won back then, and even that final riddle you proposed through Ava, the murder of Dr. Nanjo, can be explained with an 18 unknown person X. That breaks through the whole third game. Can you counter that? Of course! This much is nothing to worry about. In that case, how do you explain George's disappearance from the guest house? I shall add that to the red truth. George did not go down the stairs of the guest house. He flew through the window. Boom, boom, boom. In the final stages of the third game, George suddenly vanished from the second floor of the guest house. Ava, who had been out on the first floor, claimed that no one had come downstairs, but because of the blue truth, George could have snuck down to the first floor and escaped while Ava was busy carrying Klaus's and Natsuhi's corpses outside. But by adding an additional red truth, Beato had denied that possibility. To go outside without going down the staircase to the first floor, he would have had to leave by the window, but all of the windows had been locked from the inside. So what? It's just like you said. He flew out the window, right? There was a lawn, so he couldn't tell if he'd jumped down and it was raining so hard. Any light traces would have disappeared. I'll use the red truth again. All windows and doors leading to the outside were locked from the inside. Furthermore, it is impossible to lock any of those from the outside. George had no technique by which to lock them. I'll use more of the blue. I said it myself at the time. In that case, everything works out as long as someone locked the door after George Aniki escaped through it. Nothing difficult about that. Can I not escape after something like this? Beato couldn't remove the blue wedge that was buried into her foot. The fake witch was burned more and more by that forceful blue. That was very blue. That was a pure blue. There's still nothing that shakes my blue truth in any of the first 3 games. In that case, the only game that can prove you're a witch is this game, the 4th game. Since I have countered you with the red, that is so. I shall have to prove witches using only this game. Very well. Give me everything you've got. There's nothing strange about the murders of the 6 people in the dining hall. The 18th person X went wild with the gun and killed everyone. As for the pitfalls, there's a chance that pitfalls truly were hidden there, and it's possible to explain it using Kirei-san's theory. Supposing that poison dart shooting device X, which can knock a person out, instantly exists. The murders of George, Aniki, Jessica, and those who escaped from the dungeon can also be explained with guns, just like the dining hall. There's nothing strange about it. But I'm sure you got a counterattack, right? Bring it on! Whoops. Your greatest sword, this 18 person, is based on the theory that Kinzo was already dead. I knew you would make that claim. That's why I took Kinzo out of his study. All members of the family conference welcomed that Kinzo, right? All those present at the family conference acknowledged the presence of Kinzo. That's right. But grandfather was seriously ill, bedridden, on the verge of death, or life and death, right? If he was so worn out and he looked like a different person, maybe no one would have cared, right? I'll counter with this. That grandfather was a different person, a body double, a different person the relatives mistook for grandfather. And then I'll counter with this. No person would mistake Ushinomiya Kinzo by sight. No matter what disguise might be used, they would not mistake Ushinomiya Kinzo by sight. Then I'll use this. In the second game, when you announced the red truth that there were 5 master keys, even though there could have been more than 5 in the first game, you changed the premise of the later games. So it's possible that Kinzo's life or death status was changed for the 4th game alone. Therefore, Kinzo's presence in the 4th game doesn't serve as proof that he was present in the previous games. Therefore, if we suppose that 6 murders in the dining hall were carried out by grandfather, it contradicts nothing! Well, let me counter this way. Kinzo's life or death status is the same as the start for all 4 games. The setup was no different for the 4th game alone. Repeat it. Kinzo was alive at the start time of every game. I refuse to repeat it. I won't answer, Battler. I won't give you the red truth you so desire. What are we in? Which Ace Attorney? Absolutely. I thought the first time Battler did the point, it was like, yep, this is Ace Attorney. Damn, you're standing in my way, geezer. Are you putting yourself on the line to protect Beatrice, this most beloved witch of yours? swaying, that damn geezer came into view. Is he really trying to be some kind of knight blocking the path between me and Beata? Battler, are you capable of surpassing me? I won't let you reach. I will not let you reach, not to the Golden Witch's height you see! Your thoughtless reasoning cannot surpass even me alone! Die! Kinzo's jet black robe spread as though it would swallow the world, becoming the snout of a vast black dragon that came at me, trying to swallow me in one gulp. Faced with that black dragon's roar, I calmed my breathing and closed my eyes lightly. I'll swallow you up in a single gulp. Disappear and experience, fool! Quiet, you damn undying ghost. Oh, so you call me a ghost. So you intend to see it through to the end, this theory that I am already dead. That will prove fatal to you. Be swallowed up by the first twilight of the fourth game and disappear! The black dragon's vast mouth, its snout, its fangs swallowed Battler whole. In that instant, Battler suddenly opened his eyes. Thanks, Beatrice. Your third game became a foothold for my counterattack. What? See ya, damn geezer. This is goodbye. As a basis for claiming that Kinzo is dead even in the fourth game, I propose the following theory. Very well. Come with all you have, my descendant. Here I go, you damn geezer. My theory is that the name of Kinzo gets passed on as the title of the Ushidamiya family head. Ushidamiya Kinzo is already dead, and he passed that name onto someone else. Everyone acknowledged that. That way, all those present at the family conference acknowledged the presence of Kinzo. There wasn't even any need for someone to disguise themselves as grandfather, because everyone acknowledged a new Kinzo. So they didn't actually mistake Kinzo by sight. As long as this theory is not denied, nothing can change the fact that you're dead! This is the final blow. Damn geezer, I demand that you repeat it. Among all the people there, not one had multiple different names. I can not! Rest in peace, damn geezer. Thank me. You were finally able to die. This is your requiem. Take it and drop dead. Damn. Ushidamiya Kinzo is already dead. That's right. You definitely deserve to be pitied, since whenever we find your corpse, it's always completely burnt. That was a device to hide the fact that time had passed since your death. Then, you passed that name on to someone else. With this theory, even though you were dead, Kinzo was able to appear at the family conference. How's that? This is checkmate! It's blue, so it's truth! It's actually checkmate! Several dozen blue stakes bored into Kinzo's ghost. Their terrible destructive power wouldn't let the ghost recover again. Is... Kinzo, thank you for everything. Rest in peace. I will not forget my time spent with you. Dispersing along with the shadow of the black dragon as golden flower petals scattered, Ushidamiya Kinzo became a gold-colored cyclone and disappeared. Even after death, he had fought for the sake of the woman he'd loved. There's no doubting that your love and madness were the real thing. Battler. Don't hate me. Let the dead sleep. Don't wake them. You're up next. This is the end for you too. Vito still couldn't pull out the blue wedge that pierced her foot. She realized that she was on the verge of death. I've gone along with you a whole bunch. I think I've more than fulfilled any responsibility I've had to play with you. It's about time to finish things up. I've got a lonely little sister waiting at home. Let me take my leave with my whole family. Then kill me. In that case, try and kill me. I won't run or hide, and by now I won't even be able to avoid it. Come on, Ushidamiya Butler! You've got it. With the 18th person X from the Kinzo is dead theory, everything that remained had been pierced through. George, Aniki, and Jessica's death in the fourth game can also be explained by Culprit X. And the 5 who escaped from the dungeon were killed, and the 2 in the gardening shed, and Maria in the end. All of those can be explained with 18th person X. There's nothing strange there at all. With this, I fully explained the culprit using the humans for all games. Beatrice, this is checkmate! My goodness. Beatrice, who couldn't dodge, had several blue stakes driven into her and was skewered. Beato grabbed at them, trying to pull them out somehow. That got me. It hurts. This'll kill me, won't it? If I don't pull these out, I'll die. I've had enough of the pain. I've had enough of the anguish. With both hands, Beato firmly grasped one of the blue stakes. Naturally, the power of the witch denying blue truth burned her hands. Right, don't pull them out, you're gonna bleed to death. Unable even to hide her tears at the pain, Beato howled and tried to pull the stakes out with all her might. If I can't pull these out, I'll die. This is my final counterattack. Then, Battler, how do you explain my several acts of magic? The very first time those appeared was in the second game, when I mixed Maria's pumpkin marshmallow. At that time, Rosa definitely witnessed that magic. Certainly at that time, Rosa witnessed gold butterflies gathering and mixing of a marshmallow by the miracle of magic. Rosa alone witnessing it isn't very credible, right? That's why I increased the number of witnesses to the uppermost limit later on, which is what happened later in this game. Summoning of my minions, and brutal murders due to magic. All those were witnessed by a great many people. That is itself proof that my magic exists. How do you explain that? Ushinomiya Battler! Stalemate. What? Magic exists because magic exists. Didn't the rules of our brown tube trial say that you couldn't use that kind of argument? Yes. You're right. No matter who, or how many people, witnessed magic, that cannot become proof of magic's existence. Oh gosh, I need to... I've been yelling a whole bunch. Okay, I should be good. I ignore it all and explain things with humans. That's my undeniable right. Am I wrong? At those words, the blue stakes let out an even brighter light, knocking my hands away. Seems I can't pull them all out after all. As Battler is now, even if I pull up a witness for each individual bit of magic and demand an explanation, he'll probably use some kind of move to deny all of them. Not just the magic with the marshmallow I showed Rosa, but all the miracles of magic. So I can no longer even claim to be a witch without questioning him about something like how a marshmallow was fixed. I am in such an inferior position that I might fight over such trivialities. Or I must. It may be impossible for me. I know that. This was to be a game without victory from the very beginning, so it was only natural that the day of my defeat would eventually come. Have I fought up until today, just to lose to Battler? I began the game, thinking I might be able to win. Even if I wouldn't be able to win easily, I believed that in a game repeating endlessly, a miracle would eventually occur. After all, I had certain willpower on my side, an unwavering desire to win with certainty. However, I've now lost that miracle completely, and that certain willpower resides in Battler, leaving me certainly without even a 1 in a million chance at a miracle. Or perhaps I should say I have been left without a miracle or certainty. I will have no victory, and no end through a tie. The only resolution allowed me is to continue on resisting until defeat is given to me in this game. That's right, I am fighting, only to be killed by Battler. I looked into Battler's eyes. That which was reflected inside them wasn't me. The figures of the little sister waiting for his return and the family he had to bring back were reflected in those eyes. To him, my existence was already not even that of an individual. Obviously. From the very beginning, he has been trying to deny the individual that I am. Yes, that last game sure was fun. I was only tricking him a bit, but for just a short period of time, it felt like we understood each other. And that was fun. That's right. I should have made my move then. I should have continued for eternity with Battler still totally fooled. But that's just no good, right? That just wouldn't be a true victory. Is this checkmate, Beatrice? Beato had been run through with several blue stakes, skewered over and over to the ground while still standing. Because of that, she wasn't even able to fall over, and still looking up into the sky was sewn in place. That tragic form might have been a fitting end for the cruel witch who had endlessly toyed with 18 people's lives and who had killed constantly for hundreds and thousands of years. Gently, as though someone was mourning over something, rain began to fall. Amid that rain, Beato was soaked and crucified. Is it over, Beato? Can't even let out a squeak. Not yet. You aren't a woman who will let things end with just this. Don't be ridiculous. How can you look at this and think that it isn't over? Quickly, deliver the final blow. Just say it with your blue truth. According to this, witches do not exist. Say it. Just say it. That single blow just put a stop to my breathing. It's useless. So you would expose me to even further shame? Isn't it settled already? Stand up. Our brawl still isn't over. Not over, you say? That's just not... That just now wasn't you losing. You just stopped and gave up. Isn't that enough? Wouldn't giving up mean your victory? You should return to your little sister right away. Just throw me away right here. Didn't I tell you? I won't run away, and I won't let you run away. Just who are you? What in the world is it that you want? If you want to know, why don't you just try your favorite move? Isn't it better this way? With me as a mere delusion, an illusion. Isn't that enough? It's all useless. I won't let you run away. I'll break through you. How could I let you run away like this? I won't let you run back to the darkness of illusions while you're still all hazy like this. I'll break through you. Completely. So stand up. Don't act all frail like that. You're still hiding several moves. I can tell. Why won't you just let me escape? Dad, Mom, and Angie. All the cousins and all the relatives. And all the servants. You toyed with them so much and killed them. I definitely won't forget. Won't forgive that inhumanity. I can still feel Angie's arms on my shoulders. I won't forgive your inhumanity. So I won't let you get away with like this. Battler's eyes burned with the flames of hatred. The time had long since passed during which pitiful behavior would have earned his compassion. After being tricked once, Battler will never sympathize with me again. Instead of the wolves and sheep puzzle, this is like the boy who cried wolf, isn't it? What am I supposed to do? What should I do? Is fighting endlessly only to avoid admitting defeat a fitting endless torture for the endless witch? Is endlessly harassing Battler to avoid giving him victory also part of being an endless witch? This man has built up hatred for you, right? It's like he needs to find closure. It's so sad. Is this what the endless magic is? I've had enough. I've had enough of endlessly being toyed with by witches. I will have no victory and no tie. In that case, there's only one result that can release me. Since the time I succumbed to the path of witches, since the day I made that contract with demons, it was promised that I would meet my end through tragedy, was it not? What's wrong? Golden Witch Beatrice! If you are the ruler of Lokanjima, show me a majesty fitting for that, even at the very end! Lightning. The world was smashed with white. Fitting last moments for the ruler of Rokanjima. Still pierced by the blue stakes, Beato faced the rainy sky and let out a cry of laughter. Then she slowly raised her face and stared at Battler. Fool! Just when I was about to praise your good fight and hand over victory, you shall regret that pride. This isn't something for you to hand over. I'm gonna take it from you. The same goes for you, right? You can never accept an easygoing victory when I just say maybe witches existing isn't so bad. Isn't that the very reason you intentionally fell apart like that at the end last time? That's right. Last game you took pity on me just once, didn't you? Now I'll pay back that debt. Stand! My enemy, the Golden Witch Beatrice! Fool! You fool! You simpleton! You think you'll get a chance? Ah! When Beato yelled, the blue stakes that had pierced her chest blew to bits and disappeared. However, the blue wedge that had pierced her foot at the very beginning did not vanish. You can't pull it out yet. You can't pull out the blue truth of the 18th person X. I will respond to one thing you told me to repeat. As you reasoned, Kinzo is already dead at the starting time for all games. However, this means that you can take one person out. Before now, I have proclaimed that no more than 18 humans exist on this island. I will lower that by 1 for Kinzo. No more than 17 humans exist on this island. That excludes any 18th person. In short, this 18th person X does not exist. This applies to all games! What do you know? Looks like you're still holding some pretty crazy stuff up your sleeve after all. The island, which had no more than 17 humans on it, had been set up to appear as though there were 18. Taking 1 off makes it 17, so we're finally reached the correct number. This way, the wedge I knocked into you has been removed. We'll have to start the fight over, back from square 1. The blue wedge that had sewn Beato in place broke apart. There was no longer anything piercing her. Violence up at this witch ace attorney, right? The scars on her body had disappeared completely. There stood, just as Battler had hoped for, the figure of the majestic golden witch who ruled Rokanjima. Then come, Battler. Once more from the beginning. Try and break through everything with the blue truth. I too will no longer play, run, or hide. If you are worthless, then I shall run this match right here, right now, or I shall end it. With my grand victory, I'll make you regret your refusal to compromise for all eternity. Come, starting from the first game. Right. From the first twilight of the first game, there's nothing strange about the murder of the 6 relatives that were found in the gardening shed at the start. The crime was possible for any of those people who didn't have an alibi. Valid. Continue. What was the next closed room murder with Ava and Hideyoshi? Even the chain was set for that closed room. I shall add to the red truth. Both deaths were homicides. It is not a case that after the construction of the closed room, one of them committed suicide after committing murder. Furthermore, the murder was carried out with both the victim and the perpetrator in the same room. No method exists for the perpetrator to commit murder from outside of the room. Suppose that the culprit was a human without an alibi. In other words, the dead. We weren't able to identify some of the first 6 corpses because of their smashed faces. Maybe one of them was actually a disguised corpse, and the culprit X killed those 2 after making us think that they were a victim and hiding away. Then, after the closed room murder was constructed and the culprit hid under the bed and waited for us all to come and leave. Very well. Next, Cannon was killed in the boiler room, correct? I shall add to the red truth. All of the survivors have alibis. Let us include the dead as well. In short, no kind of human or dead person on the island could have killed Cannon. If no one could kill him, then he might have been the one to kill. Cannon-kun might have killed himself. Repeat it! Cannon-kun did not commit suicide! Cannon-kun did not commit suicide! One more. Repeat it. Cannon-kun's death was a homicide. I refuse to repeat it! By that refusal, it may be possible to view it as a homicide, but you've already proclaimed in red that no one could have killed him. In other words, it wasn't a homicide. That is the same as the linked closed rooms from the 3rd game. Cannon-kun died for a reason that was neither suicide or homicide. The details are unknown, but he died due to an accident. Because of the devil's proof, I refuse to explain what kind of blunder could have led to an accidental death where a stake was driven into his chest. Now that you've borrowed the power of the demons, you are without peer. It is valid. In that case, what about the murders after that in the parlor of Genji, Nanjo, and Kumasawa? Naturally, Maria, who was in the same room, did not kill them, and of course their 3 deaths were homicides. We can explain those murders with culprit X, who hid away using the unidentified corpse. After all, those 3 had their faces smashed. It's completely possible that one of them was a body double corpse. I guarantee the identities of all identified corpses. Therefore, there is no body double tricks. Then you can explain it with simultaneous murders. Each of them had a gun pointed at clockwise and blew each other's faces off at the same time. After that, Maria collected those guns and hid them. How about that? What? What a ridiculous argument! How amusing! Then what about Natsuhi in the end? I shall add to the red truth. Natsuhi's death was a homicide. There are no unidentified corpses, and all the survivors have alibis. You can explain it with an indirect murder due to Trap X. Something was done to Aunt Natsuhi's gun. It could have been a trap gun built to send a bullet right into the forehead of anyone who tried to hold it up and shoot it. The bullet drived into Natsuhi's forehead was not fired from her gun. It's possible that Aunt Natsuhi was lured out by the letter, whose contents were unknown. She was called out into the hall. Then, she was forced to stand at the specified location at the specified time and murdered by Trap X, which used a gun that had been installed there beforehand. Wonderful! Those reckless arguments of yours are even starting to feel pleasurable now. Out of respect, I shall hand the first game over to you. Well done! The instant Byato acknowledged her defeat in the first game, the stakes of blue truth once again pierced her chest, letting out a terrible sound. This is still hardly painful. It's not over yet. Come, now for the second game. Byato just barely pulled out the stakes that had pierced her chest. But even though there was no hole left behind, she still seemed to be bearing a deep wound that was letting out a massive amount of blood. And she was tormented by an equally fierce pain. But Byato grinned, grinding her teeth, and pushed for the next game to start. But I won't feel sympathy for her. Just by her existing there, we've been killed and harassed over and over, and Anji's been burdened with a future of isolation. Correct. Just by being here and laughing, this eternal hell will continue. I won't give you your little sister back. Let her cry over the family that shall not return for the next 1,000 years. Damn it! No compassion, no mercy. On to the next game. I'll start with the first crime. Right after it happened, I penetrated to the truth of the closed room murder where the 6 were killed in the chapel. Someone secretly borrowed Maria's key and secretly returned it to Maria's bag after the crime was over. From the time Maria received the key for the instant Rosa unsealed the envelope to the next day, the key passed through no one's hands. The door might have had an auto lock, just like Graham's study. In other words, it was unlocked before the crime with a rock or something wedged in so it couldn't close completely. Then someone gave the key to Maria. The lock was automatic, so it's possible to make a theory where the key wasn't needed. There were no doors with auto locks other than Kinzo's study. The victims locked the door from the inside. One of the 6 was the culprit, and the person killed the other 5. They pretended to be dead. The 6 were already dead by the time when they were discovered. All of their deaths were homicides. All 6 were genuine victims that did not take part in a mutual murder. My throat is hurting. I'm gonna have some water real quick. I'm getting so fired up, I'm hurting my throat. There were no simultaneous murder. There were people, Kumasawa-san in particular, who had no alibi at the time. If we assume that someone was hiding on the inside, then we've got no problems. There was no one hiding in the chapel. Therefore, the shut-in murder you suggested does not work. What's wrong? Is that all, Ushinomiya Butler? It's not easy once you get to the second game, right? It was a thundering exchange of red and blue truth. The stakes and wedges of blue truth that I sent flying attacked one after the other, and Bito cut them down one after another with her red truth, her red treasured sword, knocking them down. But the blood that she found from the first game was probably serious, or the blood that she lost. This intense exercise was putting an even greater strain on her. You're now powerful? You have 5 pounds of gummy bears? Oh my gosh, that's so many. Although, honestly, I would want 5 pounds of like gummy worms. I could also see her breath grow ragged. That's why I can't hold back now. I'll corner that witch. This time I'll break through her. Not yet. It's useless. It's all useless. My twisted logic isn't finished yet. Then what about this? The food they were given had small bombs in it which exploded from the inside of their stomachs. In other words, the crime was possible through Trap X. The exact nature of bombs that they could swallow without noticing, the exact nature of bombs that they could swallow without noticing and which could also blow up in their stomachs is the devil's proof. I refuse to explain. What the hell's that? Small bombs? But Bito failed to knock down the blue wedge as it flew at an angle like a breaking pitch. It let out a thunk and gouged itself deep into her left shoulder. However, even at the breaking point it hit her, her laughter didn't seem to be stopping. Yeah, I get it. Even I think that theory's pretty screwed up. Laugh as much as you want. Got a problem with that? None! Quite a pleasurable, reckless argument. Next up is the closed room with Jessica and Cannon. No problem there. If the culprit was one of the servants, they could have used a master key. It's not even a closed room. After that, there was an attack in the servant room from a mystery person who seemed to be Cannon, and Nanjo and Kumasawa were killed, right? I had already proclaimed Cannon's death in red before that time. So who was that Cannon? If Cannon-kun's death was proclaimed Earth Red, there's no way he was alive. Therefore, there's a chance the one who attacked that group was in a disguise that made everyone mistakenly think it was Cannon-kun. They would never mistakenly think another person was Cannon-kun. Then, just like the hereditary of Kinzo's name, there's a possibility that Cannon's name was inherited by someone. You could suppose that Cannon-kun was killed, a different person succeeded that name, and that this person attacked them. A sound like a watermelon being squashed rang out, and a blue wedge was buried deep into Bito's left flank. Maybe it hit in a bad place, since it seemed to be really effective. After leaning over and moaning for a while, she laughed it off as though trying to make it seem like no big deal. Yeah, I get it. That must have hurt a lot. Once again, you've set up some humans as a culprit as if it were nothing! You truly are gabbing on about things you've never been able to open your mouth and say on the game board! And yet it's valid. That reckless argument is pleasurable, truly pleasurable. This isn't pain, it's pleasure! When Beato howled, the wedge that had pierced her was blasted away, but the wound remained and she continued to be tormented by a fierce pain. You ready? I'll keep going. My blue truth for the last murder of the second game. The 3 who died in the Aunt Natsuhi's room should still be valid even with the 18th person X denied. Do you have an counter argument for that in red? If you don't, the second game is all mine too. No, I don't. Fighting over such trivial matters bores me. I'll give it to you. I'll give you the second game. The instant she acknowledged her loss in the second game, 2 blue stakes gouged through Beato's chest this time. The witch's lungs were gouged, as were her intestines. Her face twisted in anguish. Her body twisted as she gasped in pain. Does it hurt? No, this just tickles. At least compared to having your entire body torn to bits and turned into a pile of scrap meat like your sister! I'll make you scrap meat too. Then you siblings can be all mixed together like ground beef and pork. I'll beat you to death. I'll tear you to bits the same way. Next, the third game. How long are you gonna sit around all worn out like that? I've only just started knocking you down to hell. Naturally, if something like this could wear me down. You're right. We're still just getting started. Come, let us begin the third game, starting with the 6 linked closed rooms. You supposedly did penetrate this closed room last time. It wasn't Battler talking, but then you killed off Kinzo. I don't know who's talking, actually. At that time, I theorized that Gramps was the culprit, and that after killing those other 5 and stringing the keys across each room, he constructed his own closed room in the boiler room, and that there he killed in an accident while carrying out some kind of scheme, burning to death in the boiler. But now I have declared that Gramps was already dead, so I've denied my own theory myself, ironically enough. However, there's no problem. Plenty of people besides Gramps could have committed the crime. You could even claim that all the adults holding the family conference were in on it. All 5 master keys were discovered, each in the pocket of one of the servants. The individual room keys were found inside envelopes alongside the corpses. In short, all keys related to the closed rooms were inside the linked closed rooms. No key could have returned from outside the room using the crack in the door, the crack in the window fence, or any place of the sort. Then they were killed with poison gas. Even if a key couldn't pass through, gas could, right? The murder was carried out from outside the closed room. All of them had appeared to have gunshot wounds that were fatal. Murdering them from outside the room would have been impossible. I shall say more with the red. When the 5 others than Kinzo were killed, the killer was definitely in the same room as them. I already proclaimed in red at that time that there were no suicides. After the murder of each person in their respective rooms, the culprit created a linked closed room. But the culprit had no way to return just the key to the last room. And yet they were able to do it. After all, the first person to discover a corpse just had to pretend to find the key and pull it from the pocket of one of the corpses. Savage. She couldn't fully block the retort of that blue stake. Beato was pushed back by the blue wedges that were unleashed on her one after another, finally failed to block one, and once again took a severe wound. As she howled in pain, she pulled out the blue wedge that had pierced her right arm. Beato's entire body had been torn apart and pierced, with blue wedges, stakes, and blades over and over again, and now she was totally covered in blood. But even so, Beato grinned, cackling as though this was amusing. How can a man who promised to bring Angie's parents home voice a theory whose those parents are the culprits? Splendid! Even just that's fine, right? Go be a big happy family getting their hands dirty with mass murder. Just return to Angie stained with blood that will never come off! How can we expect anything less from the people who returned alive from the Witch's Island? Just what that mincemeat Angie needs? Shut up! I'll kill you! I'll tear you apart. No need to waste your time begging for your life. I'll definitely give you the worst kind of death by my own hands. Yes, you probably could do it. I've explored the depths of cruelty for over 1,000 years, and you probably would gift me with the fitting end for all that. Oh, does it hurt? Is it harsh? Or does it tickle? Is that supposed to torment me? Come on, Ushinomiya Butler. There are still mysteries left. Beato had already counted my first powerful move, the 18th person X, by making the number of people on the island 17. But just limiting the number to 17 didn't overturn the theory that Aunt Ava was the culprit. I can crush most of the murders in the third game this way. Blood dripped from all over the body of the Golden Witch. I cornered her, this time thoroughly without mercy. This isn't a game played to decide who wins and who loses. Yeah, we aren't playing. Even the time I spend playing and fighting like this delays my trip home. In her isolation, Angie will continue to have her heart torn apart by loneliness and sadness. I have to go back to Angie as fast as I can. You're all worn out. Standing at death's door, are you? Just keeps falling. It still doesn't burden me. Something like this. It tickles! Looks like you don't need any mercy. I never asked for it in the first place. I'm going all out. Do so. When our roles were reversed, I showed no mercy, so you ought to do the same when given the chance. Otherwise, I'll summon another isolated Angie from a different world, and this time I'll tear off her arms and legs, stick her with a spear and roast her, okay? Shut up! Never again. Not my family, not my relatives, not any of my servants. I won't let you make them any of your playthings. I've already broken through all the mysteries in the fourth game with the blue truth. The only one left is the very last one from the third game. Only the murder of Dr. Nanjo. Oh, have I already been cornered so far? What a precarious state I'm in. She coughed violently, spitting up blood. Her insides had been punched through so many times. It was only natural. In other words, the mystery of Dr. Nanjo's murder is the last line of defense for you being a witch, right? As you say. If you defeat that, it will mean that all the mysteries have been defeated. Unless I can counter one of your truths with some new red truth or present a new mystery, I will die. You don't look like someone who's been pushed into a corner standing on the brink. You still have some kind of hidden pitch up your sleeve, right? Well, who knows? I have always tired of a too long life after 1,000 years. I've started to think that having this life ended by a rival like you, whom I've stumbled upon at the very end, might not be so bad. You can do it, can't you? Do it. I beg you, kill me. I am always the one killing, and I've never had the experience of being killed. I've killed the 18 of you hundreds of times, but I haven't been killed myself even once. So I wanted to experience it just once myself. It was a graceless show of boldness, unchanging from before, but blood dripped from her mouth. Her once beautiful dress was covered with holes, and blood poured from all over her body, making her physical appearance stand in sharp contrast to her attitude. Maybe the shot that she had taken to the flank was still tormenting her, since she was still pressing down on it unconsciously without a trace of grace. But I've still got time for pity. As long as I feel sympathy for this witch, my family and I won't be released from this place. Until I defeat her, we won't be able to go home. On the outside world, it may be possible for even enemies to understand each other when circumstances change, but pure evil does exist. Evil that brings misfortune just by existing, and is to be spared no compromise. Just by its continued existence alone, it's evil. I don't pity you. Just like how you didn't show pity for any of us. Well, of course. All of you are just pieces in the game. It's just unbelievably fun to think about which 6 to kill in the beginning, how to kill the next 2, and whether I can find a much, much more grotesque method of murder, you see? Hey, Battler, I've reformed a little, so forgive me this time too. If you do, I'll change my methods of killing into something a little better, okay? I'll listen to how you want them killed and in what order, got it? It's so fun toying with people's lives. I'm sure you can think of a way to turn Angie into a pile of scrap meat much, much more thoroughly. Come on, Battler. Try to expose the truth of Nancho's murder! The 18th person X has been defeated, but I won't give in. I'll stop that witch's breathing cold. The end of the third game. It was announced in red that the survivors at that point in time, Battler, Ava, Jessica, and Nanjo, were all uninvolved with Nanjo's murder. And it was also proclaimed that he was murdered directly by someone before his eyes. All other people had the strongest possible alibi by having their deaths proclaimed in red. I'll break through this without using the 18th person X. Think. Don't stop thinking. Her red doesn't only bind me. It's also supposed to be her weak point. I've got to somehow use it against her. That's right. There's still a gap. Yeah. This way I can break through it. This way, Beatrice's legend of the witch is finished. True, the others probably were dead. However, their deaths were not proclaimed in red at the instant Dr. Nanjo died. Strictly speaking, it was in the fight between me and Ava after Dr. Nanjo's corpse was found. In other words, if someone was alive at the time Dr. Nanjo was killed, and then died before Ava made that proclamation, you can sew right through that crack. In other words, it's like this. Someone who was first confirmed dead by Ava's proclamation was a culprit. They clearly played dead earlier and waited for us to come and go. Before their death was announced in red, we were made to think that they died. Then, they killed Dr. Nanjo and later died for some reason. After that, Ava claimed their death in red. That theory can explain Dr. Nanjo's case. How's that, Beatrice? When he forcefully asked that question, there was a terrible sound that could only be likened to that of a compressor, and a blue stake that was as thick as a log appeared from under the earth and skewered the golden witch Beato, pulling her up into the air. Ugly tearing sounds rang out, and each time a blue stake or wedge would appear and pierce Beatrice's body. When that finally ended, her tragic form was exposed there, pin-cushioned by more than 10 stakes and wedges all over her body and dripping with blood, dangling and crucified. Right, she really got destroyed with that one. There was none of the dignity of the brutal witch who had sneered at the honor of the dead and toyed with and killed hundreds of the living. The rain, which had started falling at some point, quietly tormented the crucified witch. As Battler heaved with his breathing, he waited for some kind of answer from the Golden Witch. Although it wasn't long, it took the witch a bit of time to show any signs of life. It hurts. It hurts. You got what you deserved. Now you can experience a portion of the pain felt by those you've killed. Even as he said that, it seemed Battler had lost a little of his momentum at this extremely pathetic sight. Even if it was an enemy, he couldn't look straight at a woman exposed in such a brutal fashion. But even so, unless he destroyed Beatrice, this battle wouldn't end. Battler, I beg you. Huh? Beato let out a sob. It hurts. It really hurts. End it. End it. Even with this, I still can't die. Even though it hurts so much, I still can't die. What are you asking of me? End it. Release me from this pain. Beato's expression was soaked with blood and tears. Battler certainly had been tricked by her at one point, so he was probably able to suspect that her expression, that even her tears were an act. However, Battler believed in those tears. After all, those tears had the red of truth mixed in with them. What should I do? What can I do to end your pain? I will now expose everything. This is my heart. Your heart. Me. Beato. kill me. Just let me die. Were those tears from pain or torment? Or pain and torment? Or else, either way, that pathetic expression was painful for Battler to look at, even after burning with such anger. Quickly, go back to Angie. I'll listen to your request. Not so that I can go back, but to end your pain. Thank you, Battler. In her last breaths, Beato summoned up all her remaining strength and managed to close both of her hands into fists. A red light began to gather at those fists. Then she lifted her arms as though appealing to the heavens for something. You'll be able to kill me. All of me. My heart. Crush it. Pierce it. Okay? The red light around both her arms gradually began to strengthen. After saying that much, her face tilted to the side a bit. Then her right arm lost its light and flopped down. But her left arm alone did not lose its light, or remained held out towards the heavens. Then, before Battler's eyes, another Beato appeared in a faint form, transparent like a curtain. The crucified Beato had already lost consciousness. However, the newly appeared faint Beato quietly looked at me, her eyes expressionless, and spoke. Ushiromiya Battler, I will now kill you. And right now, there is no one other than you on this island. The only one alive on this island is you. Nothing outside the island can interfere. I understand. This is the last mystery Beatrice will be able to make as a witch. She's trying to offer it to me, entreating me to solve this final mystery and kill her. Do it. I'll accept your final mystery. You are all alone on this island, and of course, I am not you. Yet I am here, now, and am about to kill you. Like a souped-up version of Dr. Nanjo's murder. So? Ooh! Am I? Is that... Sorry, this background music just grabbed me. Is that your final question? Who am I? Then, Beatrice slowly approached me, and still expressionless, held me. Yeah, I get it, Beato. I'll kill you. Don't worry. I also slowly held her head. Then I, as a piece, left the game board. Eh? Sakutaro's alive, apparently. Sakutaro didn't have a died on anything. Huh. Yeah, that is the main question. We still have like 20 minutes, but I'm pretty sure the question mark thing, the witch's tea time, isn't gonna have like less than 20 minutes. Are you winning? Maybe? I don't know. I'm mostly confused. And trying to figure out, like, if we have time to do the witch's tea time or we have to wait for that, like, next week. Because this tea time took an hour and a half. So I'm pretty sure that the witch's tea time is going to take more than 20 minutes. Fourth game, Alliance of the Golden Witch. Uminako no nakokoro ni. Well, we just have that question to ruminate on, I guess. Looks at the blank screen. There it is. Do we take our chances? Because I'm pretty sure this is gonna take, like, quite a while. Oh. I'll tell my elf that we might go, like, a little bit long. I'll kind of play it by ear. Let's see, might go a little extra. Okay. We'll start it and then we'll see how it goes. It's like it's exactly 20 minutes of content. Right? I'm very intrigued at what's gonna happen in the answers arc now. Unknown. Kakera 56109. Well, couldn't read that fast enough. Some good stuff happens. Noise. Scattered on the large bed were cute jelly beans of various colors and chocolates shaped like ohajiki pieces. A fork was stuck into a shortcake peeking out of a gift box, and there were decanters with sweets of various colors lined up on the side table. But the color of the partially finished drink that had been poured into a cup was venomous, matching none of the decanters. Someone had probably been playing around, mixing various things together. That could be lots of fun if you don't mind the taste. On top of the fluffy bed were several colorful big pillows like something from a dream. And on this bed that looked like something out of a children's dream world, Birkenstell lay face down, and Lambda Delta lay face up, clutching a pillow and relaxing.
It was pretty thrilling this time, wasn't it? I got really panicky when Beato said she'd stop the game.
What a rude witch. To start a game like this and then try to end it by throwing it away.
Isn't Auntie a good piece? After Beato ran for it, Auntie dragged her back and made her resume the game. Although it's a shame she gave Battler a little too much enthusiasm.
After all, I knew Battler was a softie.
No kidding. He looked like he might even go easy on Beato, his enemy.
I was uneasy that, like the last game, he might actually feel compassion for Beato and take the game in a weird direction. Anji was a trump card to get Battler back on track when he mistook his goal. Although I wanted her to support him a bit more before using her up. She really did get used right off the bat. What a waste for a piece that required so much preparation.
Good thing I shackled her with that rule about not giving her a name. If that hadn't been set up, the brother-sister tag team would have swallowed Beato up in one in a blink of an eye.
I thought there'd be a chance for them to press her for all at once, but your mark was so restricted that I couldn't make the best use of her. What a waste that piece was.
Isn't it obvious that such an unfair piece would have been retired right away? Well, in the end, she did a good job of preventing the suspension of the game, and that helps me out too. The way she made both our interests match up is what made her a truly wonderful piece.
She was an innocent kid like Battler, so it was easy to get her to do as I said. Morons and impulsive types make the best pieces. I really can't stand losing that piece.
Why now? That kid's minced meat. Hey, let's make hamburgers out of her later on. Oh, didn't you like gyoza more? I wonder what little sister tastes like. Hilarious.
Is it really okay for you to be so relaxed? Thanks to Anji, Battler has gotten all fired up. I'm pretty sure he started a hot pursuit on Bieto, making this game take a big turn in my favor, right? I mean, didn't Battler just solve almost all the mysteries up until now?
Huh? Not even close. Almost all of Battler's blue truth was wrong. Beato's lukewarm red was full of holes, and if she had any brains in her, she'd slip through it easily by setting up a suitable web of twisted logic. Yeah, it really ticks me off. If it were me, I'd thoroughly cut down all of it with the red.
Oh, really? And I was sure that those were all correct. Well, I don't know about that small bomb part, though.
Not all of Battler's blue truths were valid. When talking about the first game, Bieto clearly declared that she guaranteed the identities of all unidentified corpses. This defeats Battler's theory about the culprit of the Eva Hideyoshi closed room murder being someone who faked up a corpse. Next, Kennen might have died in an incident in the boiler room, but what kind of accident could drive a stake through his chest? Are you a moron? I'll slice that up with the red treasured sword thing. Kennen did not die in an accident. For the next one, the murders of the three included Genji in the parlor. The thought that it was simultaneous murder, where they shot each other in the clockwise pattern at the same time, is laughable. Genji, Kumasawa, and Nanjo are not killers. The final trap axe to kill Natsuhi was also ridiculous. The thing that shot Natsuhi wasn't a trap. It was a real shooting murder with a gun raised and trigger pulled. Sucks for you!
You shouldn't do that. Saying something like that is that in red. That kid's trying to say that she bounced Natsuhi's bullet back with magic and killed her.
Oh my, how terrible of me! You're right. Even the blue truth for a second game was way too naive. When the six were murdered in the chapel, the culprit was inside the chapel. That guy keeps trying to explain things using Trap X. What the heck is Trap X? Some weird mystery novel cliche?
It's also laughable to say that in the case where Nanjo and Kumasawa were killed in the servant room, someone else inherited Kennen's name. No one else can go by Kennen's name. I really hope Birkenstell is the one saying this and not Lambda Delta. A different person can't claim that it was their name. It was probably Lambda Delta, oops.
And that theory about borrowing the master key from Rosa from Natsuhi's room was also worthless. After the master key came into Rosa's control, never did any of them leave her hands. Except for the time when she lent one to Battler to unlock Natsuhi's room. I can keep going on, but just taking a quick look at them turns out like this, right? Or get it?
Forget taking a quick look. You've just denied Battler's blue truth for the first and second games across the board. My, what a shame. If Battler heard, he'd faint.
Right? Beetle isn't cornered at all. Looks like that kid's a pretty good actress after all. I'm sure she planned to make it look like she was getting cornered this game. And then sometime next game, bang, she'll slice up with a single red stroke to make Battler freak. Then I'll make sure she'll say it again with a huge smile, which is never get into a pinch.
Then that whole tragic atmosphere as though Bieto is getting cornered was all an act.
Isn't it obvious? She really is a great actress. Even though she wasn't cornered at all, it felt like an astonishing last episode climax. She's totally the winner for the best supporting actress this year. Oh, but of course, I'm the star. You'd be fine too, Bern.
At the end, she said something like, "Kill me," and laid out a big riddle. Wasn't that her last stand, with Bieto to be finished for good if that riddle was solved?
Come on, were you seriously tricked too, Bern? That wasn't even close to a last stand. Beeto's still holding back a killer hidden move. When she stuck out both hands to get the final riddle, did you notice how she lowered just her right hand?
Yeah, Now that you mention it, is that what that meant?
Sure is. That kid still had plenty of hidden moves left, and none of the mysteries had been solved. And that tension, like she'd been exposed in the next episode, wouldn't be the last. She's truly a genius at acting. Yeah, I want to see her knock Battler down to the very bottom right away. That kid's been totally encouraged by her North Wind and Sun strategy from last time, right? I'm sure Battler will sympathize with Beato again and fall for it completely. After all, a single cheer for the woman who can fool a man, totally economical and profitable.
I wonder if Beato will get caught by the same move again. I've got to spur him on so he never feels sympathy again. Although Angie's mincemeat seems to have done that pretty well.
I'll power up from the Angie-flavored hamburger. Of course, I won't lose either. Starting here, I'll thoroughly support Beato to rally her up enough to compete with Battler. Beato won't lose. I mean, I'm threatening her with a wonderful punishment game if she loses.
Your punishment games are seriously not cool, so you should go a little easy on her.
I've decided what to do for your next punishment game, Vern. Wanna hear?
No.
Come on, ask me! Guess what? I'll lock you in a wonderful, wonderful castle. That castle will be surrounded by pure white castle walls, 12 kilometers to a side, with a height of 10 meters. Magic and tricks are prohibited. You really can't jump over that, right?
I think that's 1 trillion. 1,440,000 million cubic meters. You can stop there. I already know what you're going to say.
And that place will start getting buried with gems, one every day. I'll lock you in it until the castle walls are packed with them and you've been buried to death with gems. Isn't that wonderful romantic punishment game?
If you multiply the length of the walls by 5 and make it 1/10 its current height, I wouldn't mind if you shut me in it right now.
Really? That would make it 3,600,000,000 cubic meters, right? The time period for the punishment game would make then more than double, right? I get to keep you as my prisoner for such a long time. I really like you, Vern. I love you.
Lambda playfully approached Birkenstell, who yawned, looking bored, as she touched the bottom of Lambda chin as though cuddling a cat.
You're betting on Battler's victory, and I'm betting on an eternal tie for the two of them. Doesn't that sound mean? Doesn't that mean no one's betting on Beato's victory?
I wouldn't. Her chances of winning are 0.
How truly pitiful, being told by the Witch of Miracles that there's no chance of a miracle. Although I wouldn't bet on her either, right? I can say that with certainty.
It's also pretty sad when the Witch of Certainty says that you're certainly screwed. Usually for them, they giggled together. I wonder how this game will resolve it,
I wonder how this game will resolve itself.
Yeah, that's the one thing we can't predict. That's why it's fun.
I won't permit escaping or suspensions any longer. I'll certainly make them continue their game. I won't let them run away, even though I can't imagine what will happen next. I know it certainly won't end that way.
At the very least, it won't end with Beato's victory.
I mean, think about it. Neither of us is betting on Beato's victory. In other words, it looks like Beato's gonna win. She'll have us two great witches as enemies.
Exactly. Our powers are most in equilibrium when balancing between a tie and Battler's advantage. If it tips too much in Beato's favor, both of us will line up along the same vector and drag Beato back.
In other words, the instant Beato's in a superior position, she'll have to deal with both of us as enemies. A common front with Vern sounds fun!
Thanks, but I'm not going into a completo candy bath with you.
Aww, and I was gonna cover you with melted marshmallows while taking a completo shower.
How pitiful. That child is a living toy. A doll you caught so you could play with me, Lambda.
I'm good with playing with dolls. I really can do it well, okay? I'm proud of being able to play with a single toy for hundreds of years without getting tired of it.
You're her ally at some times and oppose her at others. Toying with her for all eternity. How pitiful. That kid is now our doll.
That's right. That kid is our doll. No end has been prepared for that kid except the ones the two of us desire. In other words, I can say that for sure this is only end by repeating a tie for eternity because of me. Or else with Beato losing and being destroyed because of you, Burn. As far as this game ending with Beato's victory goes,
I will proclaim it as the Witch of Miracles.
then I will proclaim it as the Witch of Certainty.
Beato certainly cannot win, and a miracle certainly will not occur. I can't do both of them at the same time. Oh my gosh, they're both laughing. Oh, really? And here I thought that was gonna last like 2 hours. Well, I'm thankful. I'm thankful that it actually like perfectly fit in the. that was literally only 14 minutes. My goodness. Ooh, it's heckin' cloudy outside. I hope those are snow clouds, but they might be rain clouds. I think it's fog. I don't know. I think I'm coming to the realization I just like doing voices where I can be loud. Because I also like, I don't like Lambda Delta, but voicing her is really fun. However, I don't know. Maria's kind of fun to voice too. Except for when she's crying. I don't voice act crying that well. Crying little baby noises. So yeah, now we get to decide if we continue with the answers arc next week or we take a little intermission with something. Because I'm not sure yet. I'm not sure. Because I would love to. But I'm not sure. I'll have to think about that for a little bit this weekend. And probably decide on Sunday night being when I put together my schedule. Psyche's gonna have a fun time catching up on these streams, isn't he? Future Psych, if you were watching the VOD right now, I hope you enjoyed me doing the Lambda Delta voice. I was getting really into it. Eh? New features. Is there a... Oh. Just a music box? So I can just, like, listen to the music? Oh, that's fun. That's fun. I like that. I like that. Psych likes Lambda. Apparently likes Lambda. I don't remember because I feel like Psych said that before. Let me look because I know Psych put together like a little, yeah. Psych has ranked Lambda Delta in the A rank. So yeah. Psych is a fan of Lambda Delta. Okay. So actually, I'm still honestly surprised that we were able to like finish that in a timely manner. So I guess we get to go over to the just chatting screen. And I guess we can find somebody to raid already. Which is wild. Okay, so let's see who is streaming. Oh, I was kind of hoping Alma was streaming. Oh well. Let me see. What do we got? Lord Suck and I are enemies. Stroke, I love Bernard. He likes Lava Delta. Right? Let's see. Oh gosh. Let's see. There There is Sky. But like I've said before, I always feel like self-conscious rating Sky after playing Minako. And darn it, I joined at the end of the stream. No! Yeah, you joined at the very end of the questions arc. And so now we're just finding somebody to raid. It's kind of... I guess it wouldn't be too bad to raid Sky, but I don't know. Otherwise, there's Oni Melly, but she's playing Minecraft, so I'm not sure. I'm not sure. A sad saxophone is heard in the background, right? Just, let me see. Where is it? Close enough. Oh gosh, I can't even watch what Only Melly is doing. Okay. It had an error, but that's okay. I guess it wouldn't be too bad to raid Sky. So let me get that ready. I need to find more people that like play visual novels that are streaming around this time. Actually, yeah, that might be a good idea. Okay, so we have a good night. Sorry, I can't really be around D&D and all that jazz. Yeah, I hope you do too. Let me see. What is a good... I find it funny. I opened my emotes and the first one, they're Sky emotes. I'll just do very confused. Right. That'll work, right? It's like I'm only vaguely confused, but we'll say that we're very confused. So there is the raid message for today. Thank you everybody for joining me today. Tomorrow, or not tomorrow, I don't stream tomorrow. But we will see each other again next week. I don't know whether or not I'll be streaming on Monday. It's a maybe situation right now. Otherwise, I stream on Wednesday and Thursday, and I have no idea if we're going to be continuing on to the answers arc or if we're going to be taking a little intermission with another game. I don't know. Have a sensational time, yes. But yeah, if anybody wants to like suggest things on my Twitter thing, I don't know. Maybe I don't know. I'll figure out something by next week, hopefully. But yeah, hopefully you guys enjoyed the questions arc. The questions arc of Hekenu Minako. It's been so long, and we're only halfway there. We have so much to go through. But I'm glad that we finally reached the end of the questions arc. So now we just get answers, right? Anyways, I will see you Eggies later. Bye bye.